All right. Hi everyone. Hi Julius. Good morning. Yeah, happy Tuesday. Uh oh my gosh, why is this not fitting over my head today? Okay. So uh okay, that's annoying. Um Mom Detective, good morning. Good morning. Hi everyone. Yeah, happy Tuesday. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, so we are gonna so as I said, tonight we are checking out a Little Lily Princess, courtesy of the game publishers. Yeah, they gave me a game code for it. So we're gonna be checking it out. Yeah, so we have like three visual novels to check out. We are starting with a Little Lily Princess first. Wednesday night, I'm not sure what we're playing. Uh, Little Lily Princess, yes, Little Lily Princess. Uh, we are doing that tonight. Wednesday night, I'm not certain what we're playing. I think it's gonna be Bayonetta. Thursday night, I am not sure. Um, yeah, I've just kind of been playing what I feel like playing because I noticed that when people are like, "Oh, stick to a schedule," and I noticed that when I stick to a schedule, sometimes I don't feel like playing that game. So, yeah. So so I just feel like like some things are scheduled, like the games that I have game codes for, because need to play them. Show you all the game so you can get credit for it. Did you mention something about Skyrim or Yakuza? Honestly, I'm not feeling Yakuza this week, and I know that's bad, and I'm sorry. Um, like I know that's awful because we have like three chapters left. We need to finish it so we can get back to Valhalla, but I am really not feeling Yakuza this week. Um, Yeah, so more than likely it's gonna be Skyrim, and then Friday night, I'm not sure. It might be more Skyrim, or it might be Ooblets or Stardew. I'm kind of leaning towards Stardew because I want to work on that 100% farm. I've been feeling flat through today. Yeah, so we might do Yakuza next week. I do like PSO2 New Genesis as well, but I don't necessarily know if Ron's gonna always play with me. Um, because he's not the same level as me, and he's like on different quests than I am. Um, so I mean, I might play it again on stream. Like it is fun, and I do like playing it. Might do like story stuff on my own, and we can do like party stuff, but I don't. I'm not really sure what we should do if if we do like stuff in parties, like maybe just like world world monster stuff. I don't know. I haven't really decided because I do like PSO, but um if I play it, it might just be like on my own a little bit. Just doing story stuff. And yeah, Ron might play with me sometimes. But the thing is like his schedule by the time he gets home. So Ron gets home at like around 10:30, and the thing is like he's had a really long day at work and he's really tired, and he's trying to get used to this new schedule. So if I do play PSO2 like at all, like on stream, it's probably just going to be me for a little while Ron gets used to the new work schedule. um yeah, so we're just doing the things. um Yeah, because I do like playing with everyone, but the thing is like if I play with everybody, I think we're just gonna do like world stuff, level grind stuff. Um, Hi Cree, how are you? Yeah, so we're checking out this visual novel. Yeah, so Rat Ratalaika Games gave me the game code for this. We're also gonna be checking out. That's probably we're gonna rotate them when we finish. Yeah, Strawberry Vinegar was another one that they gave me game code for, and then this one, Starlight Shores, we're probably gonna do last. That's a different publisher. But yeah, they're they're visual novels. Uh, Obstat is Halloween emotes. Are you? I'm doing all right. A bit tired. I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there. Yeah, Obst has really cute emotes. I'm I'm hanging in there. Just it's been kind of a day. Um, yeah, I had to talk to my middle daughter today. Well, no, she was just checking in. She and I call, like we do like a little call, about once or twice a month because she's busy, with my granddaughter who who's 2 years old and very active and very much like into things. Um, so yeah, so we check in. I know she's busy. She knows I'm busy. Uh, Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, she was a little upset. Right, like she's fine. It was like a friend of hers, and and she asked for my advice. Um, because she does art collabs. My daughter's an artist. She has a webtoon that she does, called Red and Blue Make Red and Blue Make Purple. And like it's been a week's most favorite phrase of mine lately. Yeah, yeah, that definitely tracks. Yeah, so she does art, she does commissions, and she also does art that is kink related, right? That's like her more adult art. And she said, at first she didn't want to tell me that she did it, and I was like, "What's the big deal?" And she's like, "Well, you're my mom." And I was like, "Yeah, your mom who is queer, who who has friends within the kink community." And I was like, "Look, I was like, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. I was like, do you make good money doing this?" And she was like, "Well, yeah." She's like, "They pay really well." She's like, "When I do the commissions," I was like, "Then make that money." I was like, "Do what you got to do." Oh, and she's like, "Wow, really?" Yeah, because she said her dad, my ex-husband, she's like, he was quote uncomfortable with it. And I was like, yes, some people are uncomfortable with kink. And I was like, but the thing is, there are kink communities. We have a kink community in our LGBTQI plus community. And I was like, if that's what works for you, cool. I was like, if you're making money doing it, cool. And she was like, okay. Yeah, so she has a friend that does her webtoon. Yep, that's her webtoon. Yeah, she hasn't really updated recently because she's been really busy because she has a kid. But her friend that was doing a collab with her, I guess apparently somebody that knows them like IRL, like found their art. And this is the part that made me mad, and my daughter said it made me disappointed in the person that did this. Yeah, she said her collaboration partner, they said somebody IRL like that they know, they know in their day to day found their art. I guess they were looking for it, and basically threatened them. Like they're not exactly out, right? Like they said, that's why their art handle is anonymous, and because they're like, I haven't really told my family about my kink. Yeah, this is where, as a queer person, I get annoyed. And Steph was mad, and I didn't blame her for being mad because yeah, that's person is her friend. I'm livid. Yeah, so the person like found their art and basically threatened to out them about their kink, about their art, like to their friends and family. So the person was really, so Steph's friend was really upset, and they just deleted everything, like all their web art, all their stuff. Yeah, yeah, and to anyone who does this, okay, make no mistake, you may not be necessarily a bad person, but your behavior is really cruel and also dangerous. Because if it's not safe for someone to come out to their family, like say their family is homophobic or queerphobic, and you out them in that manner, you are causing irreparable harm to them. And it's selfish to do that. Hi Noral, how are you? Hi Noral, how are you? Yeah. And Steph was like, I'm really upset. She's like, because I like working with them, and also they're my friend, and this person threatened them in this manner. And she's just like, and they said they don't know when they're going to be back because they like working with me, but that they need some time and space. And I said, I get it, you know, and I was like, and I know that's disappointing. I was like, but the best thing you can do is be there for your friends and be supportive and just give them time. You know, I was like, they may not ever be ready to come back because of this. And I was like, and you have to figure out a way to be okay with that and be supportive. Yeah. And I'm speaking from experience because I was outed when I was 16, and y'all know that story. I got outed when I was 16 before I was ready by a cousin, by one of my cousins that decided they were gonna mind my business, and they outed me at a family party, and it was really really upsetting and traumatizing. Uh, and it is not okay to do that. It is never okay to do that to someone. And if you're like, well, I'm gonna do it anyway because everybody needs to know, no, they don't need to know. You know, they don't need to know because it's none of their business, you know, and it's none of your business. And the person comes out when they are ready. They share that information about themselves when they're ready, and they may never be ready. And that's okay too, because it is not your place to tell their story. It is not your place to take that from them. So, yeah, and I mean, there are some of my titas and titos that don't talk to me because they don't like the fact that I'm queer. And does it hurt? Yeah. But am I okay with it? Yeah, eventually, because I realized if they don't love me as I am, if they don't accept me as I am, that is not my problem. That is their problem. You know, the only go ahead. Yeah, it's just like I don't think my mom used to know that I'm Pam. If someone tried to do that to me because of the things I write, I look them straight in the eye and say, "Go ahead." Yeah, well, this person, you know, they were upset. Um, yeah, and for myself personally, I got very lucky in the fact that my mom and my dad were very supportive and accepting, and my grandparents, my Lola especially, and my dad's parents, my paternal grandparents, they were very accepting and were like, "You're still you. We love you. We accept you." And my mom went off on my cousin. My mom chewed her out shoot her out in Tagalog and told her how naughty that was, and you know, like, and told her, you know, that's not your place to do that. You know, she's like, why would you do that? Yeah, and I was really furious with my cousin. Um, then if I had been a teen still, yeah, it you know, people change over time. And the thing is for a long time I didn't talk to that cousin because you know she tried to come over and like talk to me. It's like I don't want to talk to you, you know. And I was just like I was like I don't want to talk to you at all. And she was like, okay. Some people don't know they're literally putting people in physical and emotional danger. Yeah, exactly. Let alone psychologically affects if people, yeah, if people aren't ready, yeah, if they're not ready to come out, yeah, that damages and traumatizes the person. And for me, I was terrified because the majority of my Filipino family, right, and the majority of my dad's side of the family, you know, it's like a mix of, yeah, my dad's side of the family, white, my mom's side of the family, Filipino, right, Filipino and Korean, you know, and a Latin, and right, and the majority of my Filipino family, they are very like strict, really religious Catholic, right? And my dad's side of the family, most of them are chill, right? But you know, majority of them also very super religious. You know, you have like Methodists and some Catholics and some Baptists in there. And yeah, and my thing was like they're all gonna like hate me and they're all gonna judge me and they're all gonna think like I'm a bad person, right? I was 16. I was a 16-year-old kid when that happened to me. And it was terrifying, right? Because I was already like a really like awkward, like shy, nerdy kid, you know, and who was anxious all the time, right? About everything. And, you know, and depressed, like, and depressed all the time about like lots of stuff that I couldn't control, but I was a kid, you know, so yeah, so I got lucky. I got lucky in the fact that I did have that support from my family and from, you know, a lot of my friends. You know, there are a couple of friends that were like, I can't be around you, like I'm uncomfortable. Yeah. and and my mom told that same cousin, she's like, oh my god, that is stupid. Because my cousin was like, well, if you hug me, how do I know it doesn't mean anything? And I just like stared at her and I said, first of all, gross, you're my cousin, right? Which made my mom laugh. And I was like, secondly, that's not how it works. And it was so I was like, that's not how it works at all. Yeah, I was just like, first of all, gross, you're my cousin. And I was just like, what are you thinking? And I was like, second, it doesn't work that way. It's just like, like just the idea that and the suggestion that like, oh, we can't control ourselves. We're automatically just, you know, like on all the time. And I was like, no. I was just like, for me, it's about the person. I was like, I like, I'm attracted to the person. I was just like, guy, girl doesn't have anything to do with it. And she was like, really? Yeah. You shouldn't hang around her male cousins either. Yeah. And my mom looks at her and goes, that is stupid. You are stupid. I was like, yeah, yeah. And the thing is like she grew up, she got a lot better. We're cool now. But when we were kids, she said that stuff to me, and I was just like, do you think it's like that for everybody who's not straight? Like, do you just assume that about us? And she's like, you mean your libido isn't constantly active? No, right? She says like, if you hug me, it might mean something, because you're not straight. And I'm just like, that's really dumb. It's like that's real dumb. Um, yeah. So it's just like, so we have these conversations, and yeah, Steph was genuinely upset, and she had every right to be. This is her friend, and she wanted to do something for them, right? She's like, I don't know what to do. She's like, I want to do something to help them. And I was like, the best way you can help them is just be their friend. And I was like, just listen to them, and when they talk to you, support them. Just let them know that if they need anything, they can come and talk to you. And I was like, because sometimes that's all you can do is just be present, and Steph said okay. And she's like, I'm just really sad about it. And I was like, and that's okay. It's okay to be sad about it. It's okay to be mad about it. It's like, honestly, I don't even know your friend, and I'm sad for them. It's like, because that's not okay that somebody would threaten to out them and be like, I'm going to tell everybody your kinks. And it's like, that's none of your business. You don't need to be doing that. You don't need to be that person. And someone generally thought that being bi meant twice the sex drive. No, it does not. Dude, it doesn't work that way. Sometimes it's in the negatives. Yeah, I just like, no, that's not how it works, right? It's like, so one of my cousins, when he came out as gay, right, and he's like, I'm gay, and a couple of our other cousins were like, you're not gonna hit on me, are you? And he's just like, right, and he just stared at them. So he decided to mess with them, and he and I are really close, and he just decided to mess with them. And he's like, oh my God. He's like, I don't know if I can contain myself. He's like, because, you're so hot. And and I started laughing because I was like, oh my God. Right? He trolls. He trolls so hard sometimes. And he's just like, oh my God, I don't know if I can contain myself. And he's like, because like, I know you're like my cousin. But he's like, it's like what they say. He's like, that love that is forbidden is the best kind of love. And yeah, and our other cousins are going, ew, gross. Right? And then he bursts out laughing. Right? Yeah. And the cousin he did that to, he goes, you are such a dick, dude. Because it's like, you should see your face. He's like, come on. He's like, do you really think that's how it works? He's like, no. Oh my God. I love it. Yeah, he is so funny. He is so funny. He and I would always like hang out together when we were kids, and yeah, and he just but the way he popped off, and he's just like, you should see your face. And the cousin he did that to is like, you're a dick. And it's just like, oh no, it's okay. There is an ignorance for people, yes. It's sad to deal with people who don't understand. My Tita once asked, don't they know what they are doing? Oh no. Don't they know they were doing something wrong, and that's why they're shamed and hiding? Oh no. It almost went off, but I also know that she really meant it from a simplistic Filipino Catholic view. Yep, definitely been there. I've just never been around any LGBTQI plus people. It's hard to overcome a stigma over a decade and understand it better. She's so much more open. That's good that she's more open. Um, yeah, sometimes it's difficult for people to accept it. Hi, Ron.
Hello.
Ron just got home.
Yes,
Hi.
I just got home.
Why are your hands so cold?
Because
Okay. Okay.
it's cold.
Yeah.
Old Navy sweatshirt on all day today.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently we're part of the bonus rat. They haven't,
Oh.
and there are dock doors there, so it's cold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Brad bought in his little turn that off after 9, so it's down that he.
Oh. Well, you want to turn the fan down while you're
I'm
here?
fine.
Are you sure? Do you have a fever?
I
Are
don't
you
think
sick?
so.
Okay. Seem okay. You seem okay.
Got a little
Okay.
heat.
Nice
I
and warm.
I had to double check because it was a lot colder where I was all day.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, apparently it's cold where Ron is. Ice cream dad, we missed your face.
Hello! You missed my face. You hear my face every night. Well, at least 5 nights. No, you hear my face every night because you play the Hello Kitty, I mean the kitty song, soft kitty.
Soft
Every
kitty.
night.
The soft kitty song.
Yeah.
All the
Plays it
soft.
when we're-
Hi AJ. Yeah, I think they're doing server maintenance. Figuring out how to do all the things. Yeah, I don't know if we're doing PSO2 this week. We're probably gonna do some stuff next week. I believe in crab supremacy, so we're checking out this game. It's a visual novel. But yeah, it also, you know, stuff and things. Yeah, I saw DeTunes tweet, and I agree with him. And I don't know why people do that. Don't touch people without their consent. It's weird. Yeah, people were touching his hair without.
hair.
Yeah, and I'm just like, do not.
That's like touching a pregnant woman's belly. You
Yes.
do it without.
And people did that to me when I was pregnant with the girls. Why though? Because they don't respect boundaries. um, yeah. When I was pregnant with the girls, I had strangers try to rub my belly, and I, without asking, just hand on my belly and being like,
Oh, look at you,
yeah, and I would
Oh my God,
politely,
you know-
yeah, and I would politely say, please do not touch my belly, please do not touch me, and then people would get offended. Yeah, and I'd just be like, I don't know you, don't touch me.
If I rubbed your butt.
I know. Oh my god, it would be so uncomfy. Yes, and I've had people touch my hair too. So has my mom. So have my friends. Yeah, and you know, one of my friends, she's talked about, yeah, like several of my friends, my girlfriends, right? A good excuse to get a walking stick for when they get offended. Yeah, and you know, like one of my friends, like she was talking on the phone with me, right? And you know, she is a black woman, right? And we're doing like a little video chat, and she's like outside, and this lady like sat down next, like near her, right? And she was just like, I got my hair. She's like, I got my hair done. You know, she's like, and you know, she's like, I got my hair done, got my nails did, and I was like, oh, yo, yeah, and we were talking about like, oh, it looks so nice, right? Because she was having a date night with her husband, right? And I said to my friend, because this lady legit reaches over and touches my friend's hair, and my friend turns around and goes, yeah, I said, there's a lady, right? Oh yeah, and she turns around, she goes, can I help you, ma'am? Right? Yeah, and lady goes, oh, it's just your hair looks so soft, and she's like, and you thought, what the heck, I'm gonna pet the black lady like she's a chia pet? And she's like, girl, no. And I was just like, oh my god. Yeah, like, and the person, and that lady was just like, oh, it's not that big a deal. She's like, I don't know you, don't touch my hair. And it's just like, this is not a hard concept to understand. Yeah, it's just like, There goes the stroller and touched my nephew, assuming it's fine because we're all Filipino. Was like, no, that's not okay. Yeah, and like, no, don't do that. Yeah, and my hair is really long, right? And when I was younger, it was a lot longer, and I'd have people like come up and touch my hair and be like, "Oh, but it's so long and so pretty," and I was like, "I still don't know you. Please do not touch me." And just like boundaries and personal space are a thing, and it's just like I don't know you. What are you doing? I was like, okay. So this is based on a little princess. It was spring when Sarah's school life began, but spring in London was nothing like any spring she had known before. It's the wooden statue with mold growing on it. Yeah, basically like a plant. The morning sun was not enough to lift the chill from the stony streets, and the mist off the river blended with the smoke of countless chimneys to form a thick yellow fog. In such weather, the gas lamps burned night and day, flickering like stars to guide the horse-drawn ships to their destinations. Not that a big a deal. It's not for the offender to determine, woman. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like if the person doesn't know you, like you don't know them, like don't touch them. you know, and even if you do know them, ask first because sometimes people don't like being touched. Because it's just really weird how people think they're like entitled to your space, and it's like you're really not. No. Okay. But the ship that had carried her across the ocean was now a thing of the past. Here, then, was Sarah's new home. It was a big, dull brick house, exactly like all the others in its row, except that on the front door there shone a brass plate which was engraved in black letters: Miss Minchin's Select Seminary for Young Ladies. Oh ho! Girls, gather around if you please. Come, come, hurry up. We have a new pupil who will be joining us starting today. Her name is Sarah Crewe, and she has only recently arrived in England, so you must all make her feel welcome. How do you do? The room filled with a chorus of gently murmured greetings. Sarah Crewe, for that was her name, looked out upon a garden of strangers. Every face was turned to her, light and attentive and perfectly foreign. She felt more lost than she had ever been at sea. Sarah, dear, as you can see, we have pupils here of all levels, but these three are particularly near your age. This is Miss Lavinia Herbert. Charmed. Miss Ermengarde St. John. Oh gosh. Ermengarde? Wow. So it's like your parents did that to you, huh? Miss Ermengarde St. John. And Miss Jessie Abbott. We're very pleased to meet you. I am very pleased to meet you as well. I have never known very many girls near my age, nor any other age. Sarah's life before that point had been not isolated, but sheltered. Her mother had died when she was born, leaving Sarah to be raised by the young, handsome father who was the only relation she had ever known. Some fathers had little time for their children, but Sarah and her papa had always been quite close, reading books and playing games together every day. He treated her as a little confidant, sharing his thoughts with her as if she were his peer and not a very young girl, and listened solemnly to the advice she gave in return, though he didn't always follow it. I love how they very particularly called him handsome. Yeah, they're just like, her very handsome dad, and just like, oh, okay. Sarah had never felt lonely, but it must be said that she had very little experience in making new friends. Sarah's father, Captain Crewe, makes his home in India, and he is returning there as we. Oh, okay. Uh, so it's her talking. Sarah's father, Captain Crewe, makes his home in India, and he's returning there as we speak. I shall expect you all to be very agreeable to her. Now, Sarah, take your seat. Your father has informed me how very much you enjoy your studies, and I expect you to be a credit to this establishment. Uh, I am not certain how to become a credit, but I do wish to learn. This statement was met with muffled giggles. Confused, Sarah looked back at Miss Minchin for guidance. Take your seat, I said. But which seat is mine? Concerned that she would look disobedient if she hesitated further, she slid into the nearest empty space. No one objected, and she let out a sigh of relief. Nearby, two girls turned to whisper to each other. What a way she has of speaking, so old-fashioned. Hush! And her eyes are such a queer colour, a funny-looking child to be sure. Well, she isn't pretty as other pretty people are, but there is something about her. It makes you want to look at her again to see what it is. Wow, rude. And she has tremendously long eyelashes. Only you would notice such a thing. Girls, kindly pay attention to your lessons. Yes, Miss Minchin. Rude. I know, right? It's like, excuse me? Okay. Choose an activity. Oh, okay. For Sarah to perform each day. Every activity has 3 possible outcomes, which will change the icons you receive. At the end of the week, Sarah's icons will be collected and turned into resources. Okay, icons are only converted at the end of the week. Until then, they can be changed or lost by other activities. Plan the order of your activities in order to get the best results for the week. Are they the fabled mean girls? Maybe? Okay. So self-improvement schedule. Select one activity for each day. Each activity has 3 possible outcomes. So we could read a book, practice dance, play with toys, go for a walk, write in our diary, tea party. I guess read a book. Okay, and then maybe practice dance. Go for a walk. I don't know. Should we pick play with toys? I forget. I'm trying to remember like how old she is in the book. Read a book every day, but she's not like that. I know. I'm trying to like mix it up a little bit just to see. I guess play with toys. Write in diary. I don't know if we did this right. Done. Oh, okay. Now, the schedule that you have set will be carried out. For each weekday, Sarah will point to the randomly chosen result, and those icons will appear on the right side of the screen. You do not have to press to advance between days. It will happen automatically. You can adjust the speed of activities from the Preferences menu. Remember, icons are only converted to resources at the end of the week. A result of double all will double your current icons, but not your long-term knowledge resources. Oh, okay. Friday seems like the day for tea party. Yeah, maybe. Reading. Dancing. Okay. Walking. Alright. Playing. Yeah, I gotta play. And then writing. Final week's results. Okay, converts to +1 knowledge, +3 artistry, +1 vigor, +2 grace, +3 sympathy, +3 belief. Belief in what? Okay then. My room. My 2 rooms just for me. Sarah was what was known as a parlor boarder. Where other girls were quartered in standard issue single rooms, she had a large bedroom, uniquely decorated, and a separate sitting room with a comfortable sofa. My papa has filled them with beautiful things. Books, velvet cushions, lace dresses, a porcelain tea set, hats with great feathers that bob on them, even a tiger rug to remind me of India. Oh, that poor tiger. That poor tiger. It's like, a tiger rug. And it's like, I know it was a different time, doesn't make it right. The poor tiger, dang it. It looks like a room that will belong to the daughter of a Raja, an Indian princess. Nope, try again. I only wish that this room also contained my papa. About to say not the tiger. Yeah, remember this book is set in uh set in Victorian England. So yeah, colonialism. Sorry, children. Um, Perhaps it does. He gave me all of these things, and whenever I touch them, I can imagine that he is with me. Yeah, and when I read his farewell letter, when I read his farewell letter, I can hear his voice. My dear little missus, so here you are, in the place you always knew you must go. This book is set in other times, yes, but be of good cheer. You will not have to stay for a very long time. There will be a lot of little girls, and you will play together, and I will send you plenty of books, and you will grow so fast that it will seem scarcely a year before you are big enough and clever enough to come back and take care of Papa. I am not in the least anxious about your education. You are always sitting with your little nose burrowing into books, gobbling them up as if you were a little wolf instead of a little girl. I've instructed Miss Minchin to drag you away from your books when you read too much, and make you go and ride your pony in the Row, or buy a new doll. You want to play more with dolls? I'm sorry, excuse me, father, but there is nothing wrong with reading lots of books. I just... Oh, Papa, if I bought a new doll every day, I should have too many to be able to make friends with them all. I am happiest with just Emily, and happier because I was with you when I met her. Emily, of course, was the name of a doll, a very special doll that Sarah had discovered when her papa took her to visit the premier toy shops of London. She was a large doll, but not too large to carry about easily. She had naturally curling golden brown hair, which hung like a mantle about her, and her eyes were a deep, clear gray blue, with soft, thick eyelashes, which were real eyelashes and not mere painted lines. Oh good, rich folks! Yeah. At Sarah's insistence, she had been given a wardrobe every bit as grand as Sarah's own, with frocks and coats and nightgowns and beautiful lace-trimmed underthings. She even had her own tiny lady's handkerchief and her own cradle bed at the foot of Sarah's. Sarah lifted Emily up onto her lap and smiled at her, just as she would another little girl. My papa is on the scene now, Emily. Must be very great friends to each other, intimate friends, and tell each other things. Look at me, Emily. You have the nicest eyes I ever saw, but I wish you could speak. He brushed Emily's hair fondly, setting her in pride of place. There are so many girls in this school. I've never seen so many children in one place before. Emily is scary. I'm afraid I shall not even remember all of their names. I have always known that someday I would be required to go away, to leave my home and my papa, and come to England to be educated. I must do my duty, even if I do not like it. I dare say soldiers, even brave ones, don't really like going into battle, but they must do it anyway and not cry and fuss. So must I. But oh, it is so lonely. She could not know, of course, how her quiet sorrow might be misinterpreted by others. Miss Minchin, the proprietor, had seen the lavish preparations for Sarah's pretty little room, and concluded that here was a child who had always been given her own way at the expense of others. Such a spoiled little girl might be expected to kick and scream and set the whole house into an uproar when abandoned by her only parent. That she did not suggested to Miss Minchin that Sarah cared nothing at all for her papa, but only for her dresses and toys. Such was not a thought that inspired sympathy in her heart for the newcomer. Just then there came a sound at the door of Sarah's room. Sarah was not a girl easily given to fear or startlement, but she had a healthy share of curiosity, and went at once to see what it was. Prejudice much? Just a little bit. Oh. Outside sat a little girl, right on her bottom in the middle of the hall, her baby plump legs splayed and the lace of her petticoats askew, as if she had just toppled over, which, in fact, she had. Hello there, who might you be? Lottie. Her words were hard to make out through the fingers she had shoved into her mouth. Lottie? The fingers were withdrawn and wiped dry among the frills of her skirt. Lottie Lay? Sarah smiled. Here, then, was a chance to meet just one person at a time, instead of a crowd of strangers. Well then, I am Sarah Crew, and now we are properly introduced. She held out a hand and helped the little girl to her feet. Was there something you wanted? May I look at your doll? Of course you may. Come and visit me in my room and we can have tea together. My papa left me a beautiful tea set with lilies painted on it. Emily has her own service as well, size for her hand, because she's too small to hold one of my cups. I want to see. Come inside then, and I will introduce you to Emily. And that was Sarah's first week of classes at Miss Minchin's Select Seminary for Young Ladies. Okay. Okay, so next event. On the weekdays, you can spend the resources you have collected in order to unlock scenes with different characters. Oh, okay. The requirements for each event will be listed in the box next to that character. If an event requires 5 belief, you must have at least 5 belief on the left-hand side of the screen in order to select Play Event. Playing that event will lower your current belief by 5. Okay, so I guess you have to pick and choose who you hang out with. Laffy's dress is adorable. Yes, it's very cute. The artwork for the game is very cute. Some scenes will not be available until later in the story. Others can only be played early in the game. Pay attention to the requirements. It is best to focus your attention on only 2 or 3 characters in order to have time to play all of their scenes. Okay, so we gotta like pick and choose. Yeah, so these are the 3 and they're not available. Says we can skip weekends. It looks like we have to do a thing with Jessie. Yeah, because we don't have enough belief. And one of them we can't get until week 2. So we don't have enough belief for Lottie, but we can play the event for Jessie. New week. So I guess we have to like pick and choose. On Sunday morning, the students gathered in the entrance hall of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary. Girls, are you ready? Form up into a line behind Lavinia. Sarah dear, it is our custom to walk to and from church every Sunday, when the weather permits. That allows the horses a day of rest and ensures that students receive a regular exercise. It is important to look your best when we are walking out among the public. We want our school to always leave a good impression. You should follow Lavinia's cues. She will show you what to do. Lavinia is always a model student. As if hearing her name, Lavinia smiled and tilted her head. You could learn a great deal from Lavinia, dear, and as her father is also posted to India, the 2 of you should have much in common. I'm sure you will make close friends. Now go and stand in line behind her. Sarah made her way to the front of the line, where Jessie and Lavinia stood close together. What are you doing? Go to the back. Miss Minchin told me to stand behind you. She said you were a model. Oh, very well then. But that's my place. You wouldn't want to disobey Miss Minchin, would you? Okay, wow, Lavinia's kind of a lot. No. We have to show our new girl how to behave herself in church. She may never have seen one before. Sarah thought it wisest to remain silent. Yeah, good call, Sarah. Oh boy. Alright, I guess, I don't know, is it weird for us to read a book every day? I don't know. Read a book? Read a book? What happens if we read a book every day? Asking for a friend. Girl's like, I would read a book every day. And I'm like, well, what happens if we do that? What happens if we read a book every day? Maybe if we do 2 days of read books. And then, I don't know, write in diary. Practice dance. Practice dance. I guess we could do tea party. Alright, so we have to like pick the activities. Lots of knowledge? I don't know. I guess, okay, gain. Reading, yay! Writing, arithmetic, no. Dancing, hooray. Okay, visiting. Final week's result converts to converts to +4 knowledge. All right. +1 artistry, vigor, patience, grace, sympathy. Okay, so it ups her stats basically. A knock came at the door. Sarah, dear. Yes, is there? Oh, hello. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Miss Minchin hissed through her teeth. A young woman in the maid's uniform fell silent. Sarah, before he left, your father arranged for a maid to be employed especially for your needs. He has just arrived. I believe she is from France. Yes. Her name is Mariette, and she will be living in your rooms, helping you with your clothing in the morning and anything else you require. Please use her as your liaison with the staff. If you have need of food, send your maid rather than speaking to cook directly. And don't let her fool you. She does speak the queen's tongue. He swept out of the room, leaving the maid and her new little mistress blinking at each other in confusion. Bonjour, Mariette. Je m'appelle Sarah. Comment allez-vous? Très bien, merci, and I am pleased to see that you are just as your papa described you. Oh, what did he say? That no other little girl is as solemn as you, and that you would make me smile. But why would being solemn make someone smile? It is your... Je ne sais quoi. It is you. Now, why don't you show me around your rooms? Abolish the monarchy. Yep. Okay. Wait. We still can't do the thing with Jesse. Next event. Oh, 3 grace. I guess. Why doesn't? Okay. I guess let's play the event with Mariette. Mariette, may I? Is it all right if I ask you a few questions about yourself? Bien sûr, mademoiselle. What do you wish to know? What is your family name? Miss Minchin did not say. Dumas, mademoiselle. Really? Dumas? As in Alexander Dumas? Uh. Oh, are you a relative of the great French writer, the author of the Three Musketeers? Mariette chuckled kindly. Non, mademoiselle. Ah, well, not in a close way, I am not. There are many with the name of Dumas, and I cannot know what connections there are between all people. Do you know all of your cousins and your cousins' cousins and all who bear the name of Crew? I don't know anyone else named Crew except for myself and my papa. So, you see, I cannot say who my relatives might be at some distance. Sarah nodded. Where in France do you come from? I grew up in Limoges. You may have heard of the Limoges box de porcelain? Sarah shook her head. Ah, well, they were famous once. Perhaps they will be again. For now, like much of Limoges, they have faded. What is it like there? What is it like anywhere? It is a city, not so large as Paris or London, no. Is it near Paris? Non, pas très proche. It is in the south. You must rely on the railways to travel between them. All trains lead to Paris. Sarah tried to picture it. She did not know Limoges, but if it was in the south, then it must be warm and green, surely. She had seen paintings of France. Stone houses, arches and bridges, rolling green hills, hanging vines, and sunlight, always sunlight, not the fogs of London. Choo-choo, yep. It must be lovely. As you say, mademoiselle. How did you come to take this position? What I mean to say is my papa and I did not have time to visit France, and I did not meet you until you came here. Did you meet my papa somewhere else? Non, we have never met in flesh and blood. Your papa, he is a gentleman, and knows many other gentlemen in fine cities like Paris. When it happened that he wished to appoint a maid, he wrote to this Paris gentleman to describe you. And I have a cousin who works for this Paris gentleman, and he thought of me, and so the arrangements were made. Yeah, French countryside is really pretty. And I am glad that they were. Sarah smiled. The gentle warmth of Mariette's regard was very comforting for a little girl, one who had been separated from her family and made to live in a far-off place. It was true that Mariette was, for the most part, only another stranger. Like any other in Miss Minchin's seminary, they were only just beginning to know each other. And yet, Mariette was not simply a stranger who might come and go, like the students. She was Sarah's maid, the beginnings of her very own household. She might, in time, be the closest thing to family. I wonder about the friend my papa has in Paris. I wonder if he ever knew my mother. Baby, new week. Oh, really? That just like that? It was the beginning of another week of classes, and the students were seated neatly in rows in the schoolroom. Miss Minchin walked up and down between the desks, ensuring that each pupil's head was bowed to her particular lesson. She paused beside Sarah, a book in her hand. Now, Sarah, as your papa has engaged a French maid for you, I conclude that he wishes you to make a special study of the French language. I think he engaged her because he thought I would like her, Miss Minchin. I'm afraid that you may have been something of a spoiled little girl, and as such, you always imagine that things are done because you like them. It is a fault in you, and one that we must endeavour to train away. My impression, Sarah, is that your papa wished for you to learn French. I have never really learned to speak French, but that is quite enough. You have never learned, and so you must begin at once. The French master, Monsieur Dufarge, will be here in a few minutes. Take this book and look at it until he arrives. Oh boy. Miss Minchin sees, yeah, Miss Minchin was kind of a lot in the book too. Just very, very strict. Very, very mean. Dutifully, Sarah stared at the illustrated pages in front of her. Le père, the father, la mère, the mother. You look rather cross, Sarah. I am sorry you do not like the idea of learning French. I am very fond of it, but you must not say but when you are told to do things. Oh boy. Yeah, she was a meanie head, yep. Miss Abbott, young ladies should not make dreadful snickering noises like a horse. Yes, Miss Minchin. Sarah, look at your book again. Yes, Miss Minchin. Le fils, the son, le frère, the brother, oh dear. Shortly after, Monsieur Dufarge arrived in the classroom. Already getting bad vibes from the teacher lady. Hi, Golden. Yeah. The French master was an elderly gentleman with a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, and hair that flew outwards in dramatic points. His eyes lit up when he caught sight of an unfamiliar little girl puzzling over a book of French phrases. Ah, is this a new pupil for me, madame? Her papa, Captain Crew, is very anxious that she should begin the language, but I am afraid she has a childish prejudice against it. She does not seem to wish to learn. I am very sorry to hear that, mademoiselle. Perhaps when we begin to study together, I may show you that it is a charming tongue. Omelette du fromage. Little Sarah rose in her seat. She was beginning to feel rather desperate. S'il vous plaît, monsieur, je ne peux pas lui faire comprendre. She began to explain quite simply in pretty and fluent French. Madame had not understood. She had not learned French exactly, not out of books, but her papa and other people had always spoken it to her, and she had read it and written it as she had read and written English. Her papa loved it, and she loved it because he did. Her dear mamma, who had died when she was born, had been French. Oh, so basically, Miss Minchin is dumb. Helping, my mom's helping her wash some coats. Oh, okay. She's just like, I already speak French. I speak it fluently. I read and write it. My mother was French. Like, omelette with cheese. I guess omelette du fromage. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything because I speak French and read and write it. But yes, omelette du fromage is yes an omelette with cheese. What on earth? What is she saying? Is this some form of joke? Ah, madame, there is not much I can teach her. She has not learned French. She is French. Her accent is exquisite. You, you ought to have told me. She tried. You didn't listen, lady. I tried. I suppose I did not begin right. Oh boy. Oh, Miss Minchin slammed her hand upon her desk. Silence, young ladies. Silence at once. And though the other students soon settled back into proper schoolroom behavior, Miss Minchin's lips remained tightly pressed together whenever she looked at Sarah. Uh-oh. Yeah, she's kind of an ass. Let's see. Let's change it up. Let's go for a walk. Okay, we'll read a book. Um how about we play with some toys? Practice dance, maybe two read a books. And then tea party, write in your diary. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. We have to like pick all these different activities like for the week for her to do. Um right, so all the yeah, and then it gives her like the stats. I'm trying to figure out how we can get her belief up. I don't know which one does belief. Converts to knowledge. Oh, converts to +2 belief. Okay. If the French language fell naturally from Sarah's lips, there were other lips from which it seemed it could not escape at all, no matter how long the owner stared at her workbook. Le père, the father? No, la mère, the mother? To Ermengarde, it had seemed almost unbelievable that a girl of her own age could string together so many words of French as if they were mere trifles. Dismayed at her own failings, she was devoting more effort than usual to the trial of understanding her lessons. Her elbows rested on the desk, her hands under her chin, as she repeated the broken syllables under her breath. She stared so hard and bit the ribbon on her pigtail so fast that she attracted the attention of Miss Minchin, who, feeling extremely cross at the moment, immediately pounced upon her. Miss St. John, what is the meaning of such conduct? What? Remove your elbows. Take your ribbon out of your mouth. Sit up at once. Yes, Miss Minchin? Oh boy. How do I say I eat the pear in French? Okay. Oh gosh, they're... What? Ron knows French too. Je mange le père. Matters did not improve for Miss St. John when the French master himself arrived. Good bread, le bon pain. Oh no, it's le bon pain. Oh god. Kindly though he was, Monsieur Dufarge could not help but smile at her pronunciation. That is not quite correct. Écoutez bien. Le bon pain. Le bon pain? Oh no. Oh no. Girls, conduct yourselves. Oh dear. It isn't funny, really. They ought not to laugh. Poor thing. It was a way of hers always to want to spring into any fray in which someone was made uncomfortable or unhappy. However, there was no way for any hero to defend or rescue Ermengarde from the horrors of education, at least not until the lesson period had concluded. I know. Okay, so we can play an event. Oh, should we do Lottie's? I kind of want to see Lottie's. Yeah, let's do Lottie's. Sarah was seated comfortably in the classroom, gazing at the window and thinking. It was not that the seat itself was so comfortable. The long-form benches of the schoolroom were chosen for function and ease of use, not for gently cushioning the tender bottoms of schoolgirls. Sarah's own little cozy little parlor contained far more comfortable places to sit than the classroom or even the dining room at Miss Minchin's. However, sometimes a change of scenery is more conducive to clear thinking. There was something interesting about being in a classroom when all the other students had gone. Is it still a classroom if there's no class inside it? And yet it was not long before someone else did enter that room. Someone who stood at the corner of Sarah's vision, unwilling to speak and interrupt, but merely bouncing on her toes from excitement. Lottie? After looking outside and letting her mind wander for so long, Sarah's eyes seemed to view everything in the wrong colors, and Lottie's round face was overlaid with pinks and greens. She blinked a few times to clear her vision. Lottie clapped her hands together, taking this as permission to speak. May we go and see the doll Emily now, and have tea? All right. Sarah led the way up the stairs, motioning Lottie behind her to stay quiet. We must be careful not to disturb her. Disturb who? If we're very lucky, you might see. The door to Sarah's room stood in front of them. Sarah placed a finger over her own lips, and then to Lottie's. Only after Lottie nodded did she reach for the door. Lottie's very cute, yes. And Sarah suddenly turned the handle and threw it wide open. Its opening revealed the room quite neat and quiet. Fire gently burning in the grate, and a wonderful doll sitting in a chair by it, apparently reading a book. Oh, she got back to her seat before we could see her. Of course, they always do. They are as quick as lightning. Lottie looked from Sarah to the doll and back again. Can she walk? Yes, at least I believe she can. I believe dolls can do things they will not let us know about. Perhaps, really, Emily can read and talk and walk, but she will only do it when people are out of the room. That is her secret. You see, if people knew that dolls could do things, they would make them work. So perhaps they have promised each other to keep it a secret. If you stay in the room, Emily will just sit there and stare. But if you go out, she will begin to read perhaps, or go and look out of the window. Then if she heard either of us coming, she would just run back and jump into a chair and pretend she had been there all the time. Lottie's eyes were magnified enormously as she took in this bewitching new concept. It was a delightful thought. However, Lottie was one of the youngest students at Miss Minchin's seminary, and as such had experience in being told things by older girls that might not be entirely true. Sarah, does she really walk? Do you truly believe it? I pretend that I believe she can, and that makes it seem as if it were true. So it's not true. When you suppose things, when you pretend them with great vigour, that makes them almost real. If you imagine for yourself that there are fairies in the London sky, if you stare up into the sky thinking about fairies and looking very hard for them, you might almost catch a glimpse of one. And you're not sure what you saw. Was it real or wasn't it? Were you pretending? Was it a dream or a vision? Did you actually see anything at all? You know that you are pretending, so it is not so terrible if you didn't see anything. But maybe, just maybe you were right all along. Sometimes stories do come true. Do you understand? I think so. Would you like to hold Emily? Oh, may I? May I really? She is beautiful. And Emily was put into her arms. Lottie smiled down at the doll, cradling her gently and fingering her fair curls. They must move very fast to get out of sight when we come in, mustn't they? I wonder if we could learn to move like lightning. Oh, we couldn't do it. You see, it's a kind of magic. Maybe people can have magic too. That is nice to pretend. But whether we can have magic or not, we can certainly have tea. Hooray! That was nice. It was a nice event. Did you see that darling little blue and yellow bird on the way back from church? It was only a blue tit. They're hopelessly common. I hadn't seen one before. They're country birds. They like trees. You don't see them so much in London. There must be many more birds in the country. Are there any birds in England that are blue all over? I don't think so. Are there bluebirds in India? Well, there are some birds with bright blue feathers, but not all over, and some birds that are blue are all over, but only a bit blue. I thought that perhaps in England I might find the bluebird of happiness. What is that? I shall tell you, all of you. Come up to my room and we shall have tea delivered. You shouldn't give orders to cook. It's not proper for a young lady to go into the kitchen. Oh, I won't go. My maid Mariette will fetch the tea for us. You have your own personal maid to bring you tea. Yes, my father arranged for her to come from France. Come and say hello. Okay. Sarah and her entourage were greeted at the door. Oh my, so many visitors. If it's all right, would you please bring tea for my guests, Mariette? Oui, mademoiselle. Mariette went at once to the kitchens to carry out her little mistress's orders. The head cook of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary looked up at Mariette's approach, her face as pinched as her dough. And now, what's this thing? Afternoon tea for 4. Oh, is that all? I expect you'll be wanting fresh cakes too, never mind that we haven't any made. None, there are biscuits already. Never seen that stop one of those girls from wanting more. Quick as you please. Is it perhaps so with some, but not with my mistress? Elle a l'air d'une façon cette petite. She thanks me for my work just as if she were thanking a grand lady. Giving herself airs, you mean? As you wish it, still I am very pleased with my place. Now, the tea? Wow. Yep, cook was angry. Okay, so what should we do? Should we have her read a book or okay, so I'm trying to remember. Okay, wait. Let me look at the icons. So read a book is gain knowledge. Practice dance. Oh, practice dance gives you belief. Interesting. Play with toys, write in diary. Writing diary also gives you more belief. Then you have tea party. So I guess the events like drain the skills, which is interesting. I don't know. What do y'all think of the story so far? It's definitely an interesting like spin on it, in my opinion. And then like the skill aspect of it, like the different social skills that she has to do every week. That's kind of an interesting angle. Okay, so I guess all right. So I guess what we can do. Okay, so practice dance does that. Play with toys for some reason gives belief, I guess. Yeah, interesting take on it. I guess okay, let's do read a book. I guess let's do play with toys. Okay, then we'll have her write in her diary. And maybe we'll have 2 days of write in diary. And okay, I guess we need to have her go for a walk. Go for a walk. Wait, where did it go? Okay, done. Okay, so there's Sarah. She's like, everything is awesome. That's really cute. All right, so we're trying all the things. Visiting. So it gives you all the stuff for the week. Oh, we have a lot of sympathy apparently, and a lot of knowledge. It's from all those books. Right this way, dear Sarah. Lady Pitkin will be absolutely charmed to meet you. Yes, Miss Minchin? Where is she taking Sarah? Miss Minchin is showing her off to another visiting parent, or maybe a donor. I'm sure I wouldn't know. Dear Sarah must come into the drawing room and talk to Mrs. Musgrave about India. Dear Sarah must speak French to Lady Pitkin. Her accent is so perfect. She didn't learn her French at this seminary, that's for certain. And there's nothing so clever in her knowing it. She says herself she didn't learn it at all. She just picked it up because she always heard her papa speak it. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of how it works because her mother was French. So if you grow up speaking the language, guess what? You learn it. It's simply disgusting the way Miss Minchin trots her out like an ornament. I can't imagine being so good at anything that Miss Minchin should want to show me off. That's learning it, lady. Yup, especially French. Sarah is always imagining she will no doubt grow up to be eccentric. There is one thing about her, though. She's never grand about herself the least bit, even though she easily might be. I believe I couldn't help being proud, just a little, if I had so many fine things and was made such a fuss over. A little? If Miss Minchin brought you in to curtsy for a mayor's wife, you would purr. just like Tybalt. Oh, Lavy, don't be silly. Being a cat might be nicer than being able to speak French. And every bit as likely for you. Wow, I'm just gonna say it. Lavinia's mean. Oh boy. There's no use in waiting here for Sarah. She'll be at tea for hours, I'm sure. We may as well go on our way. Oh boy. It's like, Lavinia is kind of freaking mean. Okay. Alright, I guess we should do the event with Jessie, right? Sarah knocked upon the door. It is Sarah Crew. May I come in? You may enter. Miss Minchin's model student was this day holding court in her rooms. It was a rather small court, consisting as it did of only one loyal follower, Jessie Abbott, but Lavinia's posture suggested no doubts about her right to rule. Hello, Lavinia. I beg your pardon. Your pardon? That is not begging. Jessie tittered behind her hand. I'm sorry, I don't understand. No, it is evident that there are a great many things you do not understand. That is only to be expected, seeing that you have been raised in the savage outlands. However, here in England, we observe manners. Oh, really? Do ya? Couldn't tell. The way you act. She's like, we observe manners. It's like, okay, when do you get some? Like, when do you get some manners? Sarah was perplexed. It was not her desire to be unmannerly, but she could not immediately perceive what breach she had committed. You are too forward, Miss Crew. I have not invited you to use my Christian name. We have already been introduced. Knowing one's name is not sufficient reason to use it. A friend would call me Lavinia. You and I are not yet such friends. Oh, Lavy, she is very young. Children use names freely. It was clear to Sarah that Jessie intended to demonstrate her own superior rank of friendship. Not merely Lavinia, but a pet name. How funny that it should be called a pet name when it is Jessie who acts more as the pet to Lavinia. This is a school for young ladies. Even if she is young enough to be excused, she ought to practice. She will need all the polish that she can get. After all, Miss Minchin has sent me to be her model. It is my responsibility to correct her mistakes. A silly game, these manners, but I do enjoy games. She curtsied then, if only slightly. I pray you will forgive me, Miss Herbert. I was too familiar. Lavinia waved a hand. You are forgiven, of course. Now, what did you wish to speak with me about? Miss Minchin said that your father was stationed in India. I was curious where you had lived, whether we might have seen the same. And now Lavinia held up her hand again. I have no interest in discussing anything whatsoever to do with India. It is not a proper topic for polite conversation. Sarah frowned. From the odd look on Jessie's face, she too seemed to find this answer disappointing. Please understand, Miss Crew. We are here in London, under the shield of Her Majesty the Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India. Everything that matters in the world takes place within these miles. Trade within the city, government in Parliament, and society within the palace. India is a distant hinterland, filthy and rife with disease. It is a jungle out there. Wow, okay. Okay, this kid, wow. Yes, there are jungles, but they are not any more filthy than London is. Nothing could be more filthy than London. A proper lady expresses interest in India only to imagine the thrill of being made to briefly visit such a wild and terrible terrain. You should be very glad that you have escaped it. Thrills are exciting. Hush. Lavinia rubbed one hand over the other as if brushing away dirt. I mean, I know it's bad to hate a kid, but like I really don't like Lavinia. She's kind of a butt. I hope I've made myself clear. We will not be discussing India here. However, I will be very pleased to aid you in learning the ways of the English, Miss Carew. I am certain that is what Miss Minchin had in mind when she directed you to me. That is very kind of you. Not at all. It is my duty, and every good Englishman or woman is keen to do his or her duty. Like my papa, the soldier. Yes, if you must. I still don't understand why she refuses to speak about India. Wasn't she born there? She must know how lovely it can be. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Stay together now, girls. Keep in line and don't step in any puddles. Just because church is over is no excuse to soil your nice dresses. The air smells very different when it has rained. It still smells like London. There are too many people, and chimneys, and horses. I keep lavender sachets in my room so that I can smell the gardens, even when I'm away from home. They're not much. My Aunt Eliza sent me the flowers. I stitched them myself. We have lavender in India too. Oh, but isn't lavender an English flower? No. I thought everything in India would be saffron and spices. Again, no. Perhaps the British soldiers brought lavender with them so that they could smell the gardens too. Do you think that soldiers could be homesick? Yes. Of course, soldiers must be very brave and bear all sorts of dangers and hardships. But that doesn't mean that they don't have feelings. And we must be brave too, even when we are far from the homes and the people that we love. A carriage passed alongside Miss Minchin's students as they walked, seemingly packed to the walls with children. 8 of them, siblings all, and such a giggling mass of blonde curls and rosy cheeks as Sarah had never seen before. Their merriment was infectious, and Sarah found that a smile had come unexpectedly to her face. Hi, Alpha Daddy, how are you? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? I forgot to copy the raid message. Well, that's okay, Shannon. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Alpha Daddy, how are you? How was your stream? Thank you so much. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Mothergamer, and I'm a variety streamer, and I like to play story games, RPGs, JRPGs, indie games, lots of Animal Crossing, sometimes Stardew Valley. So we do talk about mental health in here as well. I live with depression and anxiety, and I talk about those things openly and honestly to show others it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to talk about it. It's okay to need help, and we do our best to be kind, welcoming, and supportive of everyone. So welcome on in. We're glad you're here. Short stream, good stream. Thought of everyone going from one safe space to another. Oh, Alpha Daddy, thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, so we're playing A Little Lily Princess. It's a visual novel. We'll be lurking. Hands not working well, so trying not to type. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you again for the raid. And yes, everyone, go follow our friend Alpha Daddy Pup. Go say hello. A lovely person and streamer. They are playing Kina Bridge of Spirits, which is an awesome game. We played it on stream a while ago. And their community is very safe and supportive and welcoming, fellow LGBTQIA plus streamers. So go say hello, go hang out, go make new friends. Yes, so we're playing a visual novel. Basically, it's a video game, but it's like a book. You read, and it has really cool artwork. So A Little Lily Princess is based on the book A Little Princess, so it's set in Victorian England. So some of the language and some of the colonialism and classist ideas are in the story because considering the time period when it was written. But so far it's been really interesting. Yeah, I know when my hands hurt because of my arthritis, it's a lot. Okay, so basically there was a little carriage full of blonde kids. As such, it came as a slight shock when the carriage moved along and revealed a sight previously hidden on the other side of the street. A little beggar child in a heap of rags, too dirty for Sarah to tell if it was a boy or a girl. Tricked by the sight, Sarah stepped out of line and carried her little coin purse to the child. Sarah, wait! Where are you going? Here is a 6pence. Go and buy yourself something warm. He hurried back into formation, but not before her steps were noticed by Miss Minchin. Yeah, uh-oh. Sarah Crew, you must stay in line. If you go rushing off, you will put yourself at risk. I should not like to tell your father that you were struck down by a cab horse in the road. I only wish to... Generosity is a virtue, but it is not wise or safe to come in close contact with creatures of the streets. Wow, Miss Minchin. You must be careful to clean yourself thoroughly when we return to the school. Yes, Miss Minchin. Sarah looked back, but the beggar child had already disappeared from sight. How strange that one child should be hungry and dirty on the streets, while another rides in a fine carriage and knows nothing but joy and laughter. And all of these things happen quite by accident because of the way that we are born. Yeah, Miss Minchin. Miss Minchin strikes again. She's just like, oh, they're dirty. And it's just like, lady, you really gotta stop. Okay, so I guess let's practice dance for the week. So we have to plan out skills for the week. Activities. And I guess we can go for a walk. Okay, you know what? Let's have a tea party in the middle of the week. Why not? How about, should we practice more dance? I guess I should read a book in there somewhere, but the thing is her knowledge is maxed out, so maybe play with toys, and then maybe write in our diary again. I don't know, because it like takes like a certain amount of skills for things. Okay, so we got that. We have this. Okay, so basically it gives her like some stat boosts, and then each activity costs a certain number of points for the stat boost. Final week's results. Okay, so we got artistry, vigor, patience. Oh, okay, patience, sympathy, and belief. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking Lottie's shrill little voice. I want to hold the kitty! Don't be ridiculous! Sarah came into the room to find Lavinia perched primly in a window seat, looking down at the smaller child whose lip was beginning to wobble. Tybalt is in my lap, and he is perfectly content there. Listen, you can hear him purr. That is because I am stroking him, and he likes me. I want to hold the kitty! Keep your sticky little fingers away from his fur. Wow. Lottie's brow furrowed in fierce determination. Ignoring Lavinia's commands, she reached out to pick up the cat. Uh-oh. Lavinia slapped Lottie's hand away. The sudden movement jostled Tybalt out of his comfortable doze. With a parting squeeze of his claws, he leapt from Lavinia's legs and hurried out of the room. Now look what you've done, you little brat! He scratched me, and if he's damaged my dress, it scratched you because you're mean! Get her, Lottie! Lottie's like, you're mean! It scratched you because you're mean! You won't even let me touch it! It isn't fair, is it? A cat is not a rag doll. You cannot snatch and tug at it as you please, or it will bite your hands. Right? Is that too difficult for a child of 8 to understand? Uh-oh. We cannot help being younger any more than we can help being older. If she is 8, she is 8. But she will be 9 the next year, and 10 the year after that. And in 12 years she will be 20, and that is quite grand. Dear me, how we can calculate. I don't want to be 20. You will be when you are, and you won't be while you aren't. So there is no reason to want or not to want. No. Be quiet or I shall slap your face. Wow, you keep your hands to yourself, Lavinia. That's not cool. You mustn't. Lottie looked into Lavinia's blazing eyes, then ran from the room, wailing at the unfairness of it all. You ought not to baby her, Sarah. She must learn that she can't have everything her own way. Privately, Sarah thought that Lottie was not the only student at the school who might need to learn that lesson. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so we need Grace. Okay, we need 3 Grace. I'm kind of curious about About Ermengarde because she's like kind of quiet around everyone. Ooh, yep. Would you like to sit in front of the mirror while I brush your hair, mademoiselle? Oh, I don't think so, not by the mirror. You see, it is nice to sit and think while you run the brush through my hair. Sometimes I remember stories or think of things I want to say to someone else. Other times it helps me relax. It must be like that for Tybalt when someone is petting him. But if I were looking into the mirror, then the Sarah in the mirror would be looking back at me, and we should have to pay attention to each other, or else we might be thought impolite. Great googly moogly, right? Mariette laughed in the back of her throat. That is as you wish. I thought of doing something different with your hair, and if you could see, then you would know more quickly if you thought yes or no, and I could change it if you did not like it. Well, I think that it's better to look at it when it's finished. If you stop reading a book in the middle, you might have the wrong idea of what it's all about. Then I will show you when I am done. Mariette is so kind. I'd be terribly lonely in these rooms without her. The school is full of other girls, but they are like me, guests of Miss Minchin. We live in the same house, but they are not part of my household. Mariette is the only person who belongs to me. It is nice to sit and think while she brushes my hair, and she has a better way with it than my old Aya did. But I do miss my papa so. If he were here, if he were coming to visit me as some girls' parents do, how happy my life would be. I wonder where my papa is now. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak. No, it is good, mademoiselle. You should speak your thoughts. Your father sailed many weeks ago. By now he's in India, yes? Home and safe, and thinking how different the house seems without your footsteps. Oh, I don't want to think of him sad and lonely. It is right that he misses you, and that you miss him. That is how things should be. But it does not mean your life is nothing but sadness, does it? No, I do not think I am melancholy. I would not wish to be. I enjoy my books and my friends. So you see, your papa, he will be lonely, but he will also feel other things. He will live his life, but he will also think of you. I believe you will hear from him soon. Oh, I hope you are right. No, you must be right. My papa will write me letters as soon as the ships can carry them. I will treasure his words. And I do hope that my papa has a friend to care for him, as Mariette cares for me. Okay, so, it didn't really give us the event with Ermengarde. Oh, I guess I picked Mariette. Okay, so, what gives us grace? What is the icon for grace? Okay, so we have practice dance. I guess we could do... The practice dance gives us artistry. I guess practice dance? And then maybe write in diary. You know what? I am going to read a book in there just because. Just because. Okay, so we can do... I think this time we can do go for a walk. And then we can maybe... I'm trying to see... Okay, Grace, go for a walk. Maybe more practice dance? Maybe more practice dance. I thought I picked Ermengarde, but I guess I picked Mariette, which is fine. Because Mariette seems cool. Alright. All the things. Walking. Okay, up a little more. Okay, so we got some... Okay, +2 Grace. Alright. While Sarah was walking through the school, she heard a great commotion coming from a nearby room. The first high-pitched shriek made her startle, concerned that one of the younger girls might have injured herself. Sarah was a quiet and solemn girl herself, but made no judgment against those whose temperaments led them to cry out loudly when they were in pain. However, the wailing went on, more angry than miserable, and the voice was recognizably Lottie's. Sarah came closer and began to make out the accompaniment of frustrated adult that had been drowned out by childish tantrum. What are you crying for? There is nothing wrong with you. Have it got any mama. Oh no, stop crying for heaven's sake. Haven't got any mama. You ought to be whipped. You shall be whipped if you do not hush, you naughty child. Oh dear. Lottie wailed more loudly than ever. Miss Minchin emerged from the room, her hands pressed to the side of her head, and paused when she saw Sarah lingering outside. Right? Oh, dear Sarah. Miss Minchin's attempt at producing a friendly smile was not at all convincing. Lottie's roars continued unabated, and each burst of sound made Miss Minchin's shoulders twitch. I stopped because I knew it was Lottie, and I thought, perhaps I could make her be quiet. May I try, Miss Minchin? If you can quiet that, you are a clever child. Dreadful thing, we may not be able to keep her. But you are clever in everything, my dear. I dare say you can manage her. Go in. Mind if I practice boxing with your face, miss? I know. When Sarah entered the room, Lottie was lying upon the floor, screaming and kicking her small fat legs violently. Ah! Sarah stood by the howling, furious child for a few moments, and looked down at her without saying anything. Then she sat down flat on the floor beside her and waited. Except for Lottie's angry screams, the room was quite quiet. This was a new state of affairs for Lottie, who was accustomed to hearing other people protest and implore and command and coax her by turns. To find that the only person near her did not seem to mind in the least how she kicked and screamed was unusual, and made it necessary for her to pause her sobbing in order to see what was going on. She opened her tight-shut, streaming eyes to see who this person was, and found that it was only another little girl, but it was the one who owned Emily and all the nice things. Sarah looked at Lottie quite curiously, but said nothing. Lottie sucked in a gulp of air, but the noise she made sounded rather half-hearted. I haven't any mama. Neither have I. Lottie blinked rapidly at this unexpected answer. Her legs and arms ceased their kicking and lay flat against the floor. Where is your mama? She went to heaven, but I'm sure she comes out sometimes to see me, though I don't see her. So does yours. Perhaps they can both see us now. Perhaps they are both in this room. Here? Lottie sat bolt upright and looked around. Seeing nothing, her face began to scrunch up again. We can't see the people who live in heaven, even when they come to visit us. They travel like wind or sunlight. You can only feel them for a moment if they touch you, and then they're gone. They can go anywhere in an instant, but most of the time they stay up above. Their land is full of lilies, fields and fields of lilies, and when a soft wind blows over them, it wafts the scent of them into the air. And everybody always breathes it, because that soft wind is always blowing. Wind and sunlight, and the streets are always shining. I live in hellhole, Satan. Well, she's trying to make her feel better, because she's just a little kid. And little children run about in the lily fields and gather armfuls of them, and laugh and make little wreaths to wear on their heads, or spin cloaks and dresses of soft lily petals. Hi, Night Mage, how are you? The petals never grow dry or brown, but when the children grow tired of them, they toss the petals into the air, and they turn into clouds. Lottie had by now quite forgotten to cry, and was leaning forward, hanging on every word that Sarah spoke. In that shining city, people are never tired, however far they walk. They can float anywhere they like. And there are walls made of pearl and gold all around the city, but they are low enough for the people to go and lean on them and look down onto the earth and smile. I'm good, just taking a break from writing. Nice. From those walls, sometimes they dance down to visit us. Other times, they whisper beautiful messages into the wind and hope that someday we will hear them. Oh, I want to go there. I haven't any mama here. Sarah saw the danger signal and took hold of Lottie's hand with a coaxing little laugh. I will be your mama in this school. You will play that you are my little girl, and Emily shall be your sister. Shall she? Yes, let us go and tell her, and then I will wash your face and brush your hair, and both of us all shall have a little bit more family. Oh, that was nice. The rent is cheaper than in heaven. Okay, it looks like we can do the event with Lavinia. I'm kind of curious. Hello, Sarah. May I come in to visit? Sarah rose to her feet at once. You are very welcome. Please come inside. Jessie stepped into the room, then held out her skirt to drop a delicate curtsy in greeting. I know we have been introduced, but I wish to make your acquaintance more personally, and without Lavi listening in. Lavinia, I thought you and she were the best of friends. Of course we are. I adore her. She's so classic, so elegant and focused. I admire her very much. However, sometimes it is nicer to do things for oneself. Are those real silk stockings you're wearing? Sarah blinked, caught unawares by this change of topic. Yes, I have several pairs. My papa took me to many shops while he was in London. They're darling. Mine are only lisle cotton. May I see the pattern? Sarah sat down in her comfortable armchair, lifting the hem of her skirt slightly, so that the floral embroidery over her ankle was visible. What little feet you have! I never saw such little feet. Are they small? She raised her leg a bit, pointing her toes and moving her foot this way and that. They seem the same size as they have always been, even though I know they must have been smaller when I was younger. I'm sure that Lottie's feet are smaller than mine, and Emily's, of course, are the smallest of all. Emily? Emily is the doll that my papa bought to be my companion. Sarah stood up and lifted Emily into her arms for Jessie to admire. Emily, this is Jessie Abbott, my new friend. The older girl dropped a beautiful curtsy, then laughed. Oh, she has silk stockings too. Stockings with such teeny tiny feet. How cute! But you do have small feet for your height, Sarah. I'm sure you do. Look at mine. They didn't have canola oil. Everything else I has. Oh, I'm sorry they didn't have canola oil, Julius. Jessie pressed her foot up alongside Sarah's for comparison. I just don't know whether larger or smaller feet are better. For dancing, I mean. If you dance with a partner, small feet would be better to avoid being stepped on, and they look very stylish in slippers. Slippers are cuter if they are smaller, but larger feet might be better for holding positions and standing on your toes. Small feet may not be as strong. Your feet have a good shape, though. They arch well. They're very pretty. Can feet be pretty? Colonel Granger's little daughter Isabel in India was the prettiest girl I ever knew. All the gentlemen said she was the beauty of the regiment. She has dimples and round rose-coloured cheeks, pale blue eyes, and long curling hair the colour of gold, and everyone said those things were very pretty. No one ever spoke of her feet. I suppose if feet can be pretty, then perhaps I do have pretty feet. I know the rest of me is not. Making chicken on rice bed today? Oh, that sounds nice, Julius. My hair is too black and straight and short. I am too thin, and my eyes are a strange colour. You do not have the same kind of beauty that dolls are made of, but that doesn't mean that you aren't pretty. I think you are quite interesting to look at. Sarah did not wish to contradict her new friend, who had no reason to lie, but her inner conviction that she was an ugly little girl could not be so easily dispelled. Will you show me the rest of your dolls and clothes? Do all of your petticoats have so many lace frills? Do you think any of them would fit me? I don't know. I suppose we can find out. Oh my goodness. Girls, gather around, if you please. We will be welcoming a special dance instructor today who is visiting us from France. She will be leading you in exercises to increase your grace and posture. Go and change into your leotard-style dancing costume. She swept off to her office, and the girls clustered eagerly together. Special dance instructor? You suppose she might be from the Ballet de l'Opéra de Paris? The Ballet of Opéry? The Paris Opera Ballet, of course. The absolute birthplace of romantic ballet, and they go all the way back to the court of the Sun King. Oh, I am not so fond of ballet as you are. No one is as fond of ballet as Jessie is. It is a sickness with her. Oh dear. I wonder if there really is a sickness that could make you like one thing or one person more than another. And if there were, would anyone wish to be cured? Such things you imagine. In any event, it might not be ballet. She is a special instructor, after all. Perhaps we will be permitted to practice social dances, perhaps even the waltz. My father says the waltz is shocking. Watching you attempt to perform it no doubt would be. If we were allowed the waltz, I will be dancing with Jessie. Oh, perhaps we had better go and get our costumes? Ermengarde is very sensible. It took only as little praise as that to make poor Miss St. John look pleased. Oh dear. The dancing lessons did not progress quite as anyone expected. I think they're having to do stretches. I do not see how this can be described as dancing. It is preparation for dancing. We are learning to stretch and relax our bodies so that we may move more beautifully. It's French. Sarah, is this the way things are usually done in France? I have never asked Mariette whether she took dancing lessons. I want to walk on my hands. Leave your hands on the floor long enough and Ermengarde will trod on them for you. Oh, Jessie, be careful. You are tickling me. Yeah, she's just being a kitty. She's just like, she's like, I want to dance on my hands. The instructor said it was imperative that we rub deeply to warm our muscles. To speak of muscle upon a lady is very unseemly. Your hands are very strong, Ermengarde. Oh, did I hurt you? No, not a bit. It feels nice. It's a little like having my hair brushed. It makes me feel like a cat being petted. I want to be a cat. I want to dance like a cat. Lottie. No wonder she wants to walk on her hands. Cats don't dance. You don't know that. You don't know if cats dance or not. They dance at the court of the king of cats. How do they dance, Sarah? Do they stand on their hind legs? Well, girls, cease chattering and get ready for your lessons. Yes, Miss Minchin. Hold it. Yep, she's like, I want to be a cat. Like, okay, so what should we do? Should we practice more dance? Okay, how about we go for a walk, change it up a little bit, play with toys, go for a walk, write in diary, tea party, maybe a tea party? Write in diary here, and then, I don't know, play with toys? Alright, maybe write in diary some more, maybe more tea party. Oh, can we have 2 tea parties? Go for a walk gives us this. Write in diary gives us this. I guess it's fine. Yeah, so I know Lottie's just like, I wanna be a cat. I wanna dance like a cat. I'm just like, you know what? Live your best life, kid. Like, live your best life, kid. Okay, so basically all of these final week's results. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how we can get more grace. Are you well, ma petite? Yes, I'm only feeling a little tired. The days have been growing warmer, but the air never feels the same way that it did in India. I suppose Ermengarde is right, and it is the smell of London. Even if I cannot distinguish one scent above the others, that will mean London, it must always be there. As I am. Bon courage, mademoiselle. I have something here which will brighten your day. A letter from Papa! Oh, merci, Mariette, merci beaucoup! She did not open it at once, but pressed the envelope to her chest. My papa has sent this. It has been in his hands. If a letter can come from his hands into mine, then we are never so far apart. At last she took out the paper and began to read. My dear little missus, here I am once again in Bombay. I have little to tell you of my adventures, but no sooner did I reach my home than I began thinking of you and putting pen to paper. Therefore I have seen little since I left you other than ships, and you remember those. Sarah closed her eyes and let herself remember the voyage from India, the big ship, the lascars passing silently to and fro on it, the children playing about on the hot deck. There had been women on board, the wives of some young officers, who had invited Sarah to take tea with them and delighted in making her speak her unusual thoughts. But most importantly, there had been her papa. I felt it important to write to you at once so that you would not worry about your poor old papa, all alone on the ocean. All is well. I'm returned, and life here is remarkably unchanged in my absence. Now it is your duty to let me know all that has happened since I left you, all the new friends you have made, the books you have read, and the sights you have seen in London. Do you remember Colonel Grange and his little girl, Isobel? In a year she will be old enough that she must leave for England as well. I'm relying on your advice to tell her what to expect in her schooling. Give my regards to Emily and any companions she may have acquired. Yours always, your loving papa. Sarah held the letter in her hands, already beginning to imagine the many things she might write in response. I love you too, Papa. Yay. Okay. So which one? Which one should we do? We didn't do Ermengarde. Did we? Okay, let's try again. Having made up her mind to befriend the unfortunate Ermengarde, Sarah first had to seek her out. Someone like Lavinia could be easily tracked from a distance by the sharp sound of her voice, or the drumming heels of little girls stampeding away from her presence. Ermengarde, however, kept largely to herself and did not make a great deal of noise. Sarah found her at last, bundled rather disconsolately in a window seat. Forthright and fearless, Sarah walked over to offer a friendly greeting. Hello, what is your name? Her name, of course, was already known, as they had been introduced, however briefly, upon Sarah's arrival at the school. This was, however, a traditional thing that little girls always said to each other by way of beginning an acquaintance. Etiquette of children has its own observances. My name's Ermengarde St. John. Mine is Sarah Crewe. Yours is very pretty. It sounds like a storybook. Do you like it? To understand why she fluttered so nervously, one must recall that a new pupil at school is, for a short time, a very uncertain thing. Cliques and friendships in a small environment can become very firmly set indeed, and leave no room for the excluded, no matter how many years might pass. To the friendless, then, a new student brings with her a breath of hope. Here is someone who is not yet claimed. Perhaps she will like me? And yet, as she is unknown, friendship may not be a possibility. A new girl could equally be snobbish, or foolish, or mean-spirited. The hope is always adulterated with fear. This pupil was even more noteworthy than most. The rumors about her had filled the school even before her arrival. She had her own carriage and her own maid. Her rooms were like no one else's. Her wardrobe was exquisite. She had the adventure of a voyage from India to discuss. It is no wonder that Ermengarde was somewhat tongue-tied upon being addressed. I like yours. Your name. She bit her lip in chagrin at her own stumbling. Sarah held out her hand, not as a grand lady might for a gentleman to touch it, but as if greeting someone who was already a friend. After only a moment's hesitation, Ermengarde took it. I'm very pleased to meet you. Me too. Oh, you should meet Emily as well. Who is Emily? Come up to my room and you shall see. All right. They jumped down from the window seat together and went upstairs. Is it true that you have a whole playroom all to yourself? The ordinary pupils at Miss Minchin's select seminary had only small bedrooms of their own, enough space to sleep and dress and read if they were inclined, but for most activities they must venture out. Yes, Papa asked Miss Minchin to let me have one. She opened the door and beckoned Ermengarde inside. See, there is the sitting room through that door. Oh, it's beautiful. Sometimes when I am playing, I make up stories about the things that I am doing and tell them to myself, and I don't like people to hear me. It spoils it if I think people might listen. Does that sound too selfish of me? I do tell stories for others as well. It's only that some stories, particular new ones that I am only just making up, are private. They are too delicate to be shared. Ermengarde had paused, her eyes wide. You make them up. How can you do that? Hi Golden Dragon fan. I'm good. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy the lurk. Um, why, anyone can make up things. Have you ever tried? But where do the stories come from? Inside my head? Don't you ever imagine things that might happen that haven't? You must have dreams when you sleep at least. Ermengarde shook her head, her braids wobbling. I try not to think about things like that. They are too confusing. I try to think only about what I'm supposed to be learning at school. I try very hard, but it doesn't seem to help. Sarah found the concept of a girl with no imagination at all too difficult to grasp. Surely you must read storybooks about things that aren't real. Oh no, I hate to read. Oh God, she hates to read. Ermengarde, please. She's like, I don't like it. It's like, what? You don't like to read? Seeing that this response disappointed Sarah, she fished for a better explanation. I don't read well, I can't concentrate. Okay. The words run together, and it's so hard to remember anything that I'll read in a book. I'm meant to read a great many books for Miss Minchin's classes, but I'll get them all mixed up. When we read poems after history, I thought that Christabel was the daughter of the King of Spain. It sounds like it, yeah. I don't want to read anything more than I absolutely must. I only make a muddle of it. And if I try to make up a story, then how would I remember what was real and what wasn't? But it's good that you can. What if you read stories about fairies or dragons? Surely you wouldn't get those confused with things at school. Well, I might. You are very like a fairy, and you are here at school. I'm sorry, I'm very dull and slow. Everyone says so. Oh gosh, Ermengarde. Understand if you do not wish to spend any more time with me. Sarah patted Ermengarde on the shoulder in a companionable fashion. Everyone is different. I'm only sorry that means I cannot share my favorite books with you. I have so many favorites that I love, and I wish that you could love them too. Oh, I have an idea. Perhaps if I read them to you, then you will not get them confused with other books. I don't know. Hesitantly she smiled. Well, I could try? Good. Yeah, she's not slow, like dang. Yes, I hear Sarah coming. Quickly, step aside. Don't let her see us. But why? Shh. Oh, okay. Lavinia took hold of her friend's shoulders and pushed her back against the wall. Oh, I think, does she have a crush on Lavinia? Because I'm getting kind of a vibe from her. Wait a moment. There, she's gone. Why are we avoiding Sarah? Ever since she got that letter, it's been nothing but India this and India that. If I have to hear her say that word again, I'm afraid the hair will fly right off my head. I like her stories. Do you know her father has faced down a tiger? He shot the one whose skin Sarah has in her room. That's why she likes it so. She lies on it and strokes its head and talks to it as if it were a cat. That is simply disgusting. If it were a cat, it would be the one that he had killed. What next? Will she drown Tybalt and then have him stuffed for a pillow? I don't think it's the same thing at all. Sarah says the tiger was attacking an outpost and he had to shoot it. Yeah, so it sounds like the tiger went rogue, which happens sometimes. They get a taste for blood, for human blood, and unfortunately, yeah. Um, Sarah tells stories. You know that. Well, I think her father sounds very interesting, and so does India. It's a filthy, disgusting place, rank with foul humours, and don't you forget it. Come along now. All right. Lavinia led, and Jessie followed. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, yeah, remember it's Victorian England. But Lavinia's from there too. Like apparently she was born there, and like she's British, but she was born there. So I don't know what the deal is. She really doesn't like it. Okay, play with toys, go for a walk. I guess let's do write in diary. We need to do something. I guess we can do practice dance, and then okay, maybe go for a walk. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so the hearts are sympathy, the crosses are obviously belief, and then I'm not sure what the clock icons are. And let me see. Oh, we have icon help. Let me see. Icon help. Okay, book becomes knowledge. Okay, palette becomes artistry. Oh, the clock is patience. Oh, okay. Okay. And then the hearts are sympathy. Okay, that makes sense. Um okay. So go for a walk, play with toys, write in diary, practice dance. I guess we can practice dance. Go for a walk gives us grace in diary. I guess practice more dance. Okay, and tea parties give us patience. Well, the patience is maxed out. So sympathy was hearts, right? Hearts, practice dance, read a book. Read a book, go for a walk. Tea party, I guess tea party. I guess we're having a tea party. Uh I guess we're having a tea party. Alright. So now visiting. Alright. Oh, we only got like one belief? Oof. Rough. Heaven God, what do you have there? A new book? The plump girl sighed, showing none of the delight Sarah would have found in such a possession. My father sent it to me to be enriching. I don't see how books have made me any richer so far. May I see it? He took the volume from Ermengarde's hands and examined the gold lettering on the cover. Poems Antiques by Le Comte de Lisle, a book of French poetry. Sarah's excitement only deepened the other girl's dismay. Would you like me to read it with you? I'm certain that if... What's this? Oh, Sarah, you have a new book. French poetry? Very improving. As long as it isn't one of those shocking new decadent poets. A proper lady should not read such works. I'm sure it's nothing of the sort. What would you know about it? I was speaking to Sarah. Wow, it's her book, butthole. Actually, the book belongs to Ermengarde. What? Don't be silly. She can't even read it. I really don't like Lavinia. She's kind of a mess. I know, right? Ermengarde grabbed the book. It's mine. Turned and walked away. You ought not to tease her so. I didn't say anything that isn't true. What good is a book of French poetry to someone like her? Such a waste. She'll probably never even open it. She should have simply given it to you. Admit it, you know that I am right. You may be right, but it was a gift from her father. I'm sure she will treasure it. Not every girl is as devoted to her father as you seem to be, Sarah Crewe. Wow. Yeah, she kind of does, huh? It's just like, dang. Okay, there's an event. Oh, there's another character. I guess it isn't available yet. I guess I kind of want to see more of Lavinia because I want to see where this is going. In her room, Lavinia was displaying her favorite framed print for Sarah's perusal. Even though it is only a print and not an original painting, I keep her on my wall to serve as my inspiration. She is the quintessential English rose, you see, not the daring and fashionable Gibson girl, but a more traditional beauty, delicate and fair. You see how white her skin is, with only the faintest touch of rose at her cheeks and lips, and her hair, that light ash brown, so unassuming and untouched by artifice? Do you see how she reclines, how she sighs, modest and tender as a petal? That is true beauty. You will never measure up to that standard, of course. I know. Neither will you. I'm not fair-haired or soft or rosy-cheeked, but your hair is as straight and black as mine, and your skin is darker. Wow. However, you could certainly make some improvements. Your clothing is so queer and old-fashioned. Wow, okay. What makes the difference between old-fashioned and traditional? One is better than the other. That's not an answer. Where did you get such a wardrobe? What was your mother thinking? My mother is dead. Oh. Oh wow, that shut her up real quick. She's like, oh, I stepped in that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Just, oh. And it's like, what was your mother thinking? It's like, my mom's dead, thanks. I'm just like, dang, okay, well. Like, good job, Lavinia. It's like, maybe you want to kick a puppy on your way out, huh? She's like, what? I would never. It's like, really? Because, like, oh. Very little ever seemed to make Lavinia uncomfortable. This subject, however, shook her composure. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be... I didn't know. It's all right. I never knew her, so it doesn't make me sad. She died when I was born. Well, anyway, it's just not done to talk about the departed, and especially not to criticize them. That is a piece of English manners which you should learn. So, I ask that you forgive me for what I said. Of course I forgive you. I wonder if her mother is dead too, but if she says it's rude to talk about it, she would probably be upset if I asked. Hello, Governor, what's all you saying? Hi, Skylark, how are you? In any case, I suppose that explains your clothes. Your poor father was left to outfit you all on his own. Men have no head for fashion. Perhaps you will develop your own style when you are older. What do you think, Miss Crew? Will you become a new woman? Oh my god, Lavinia! Lavinia, please. I do not know what a new woman is. Is there an old woman? What is the difference? I suppose every woman will become an old woman eventually, but every girl must become a new woman at some point first. I still feel terrible, hoping it doesn't last much longer. Oh, Sky, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, you do tie yourself in knots. If you aren't careful, you will become known as a blue stocking. Sarah looked down at her stockings, which were quite clearly white with blue embroidery. Lavinia sighed noisily. An overly intellectual woman. She turned back to regard her inspirational print. The ideal English lady is accomplished and well-read, but only enough to make polite conversation, not enough to be challenging. Yeah, can't have the men scared that you have ideas, right? She's like, be smart enough that you, but not too smart, because oh no, they don't like that. The misogyny is coming from inside the house, right? It is like, Victorian England. Just like, good grief. I think Lavinia will always be a challenge, right? Manners, accomplishments, and of course, a good fortune can go a long way to make up for a less than ideal appearance. Still, there will always be a benefit in looking one's best. That Lottie with her little golden curls is likely to become something of a beauty when she is older. If she ever ceases to be an irritatingly spoiled brat. Oh dear. I suppose none of us see ourselves as we see others. I am sure I have quite obvious flaws that I completely overlook. Is it all right then to call her Lottie and not Miss Lay? Oh yes, she's a child. And really, it is tiresome being so formal all the time. We are all practically family here, aren't we? We live under the same roof. We share with each other like sisters. Oh, now we're sisters? Therefore, you may call me Lavinia. Thank you, Lavinia. Oh, and you may call me Sarah. Lavinia nodded earnestly. Yes, that's just so. Failing to reciprocate would be impolite. If you want to show more enthusiasm, you can be more insistent. You must call me Sarah. Oh my god, please somebody come get Lavinia. Somebody come get her. However, too much enthusiasm seems clumsy fawning. It cloys. I will remember that. It does put a good deal of thought into how a lady should behave, but if she must play a part, why not choose a more enjoyable one to play? Good point. Good question. Well, sheesh. Hello, yes, whole Victorian lady disposal services? Yes, the whole lady. Harriet, are you... Oh, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I know, it's just like Lavinia is just... She is too much. It's quite alright. Are you reading? Wait, that book? I've seen it before. It was the same familiar copy of Poems Antiques. Your friend Ermengarde Saint Jean made a gift of it to me. He thought I might appreciate a volume de poésie française to feel more at home. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think of it. Would you like me to buy you more books in French? I don't mind. Non, mademoiselle, I am content. But it was a very kindly thought of Ermengarde's for such a young girl to notice and think of a maid, one who was not in your employ. Many would not. Ermengarde is very nice. I did not even consider Mariette. I wanted that book for myself, but Ermengarde has seen the person who would benefit from it most. I mean, you know, it happens. I'm trying to figure out how we get the other things. I guess we have to read a book. Wait. Read a book. We have to pick the week's self-improvement schedule. I don't know. Play with toys? Go for a walk? Practice dance? I guess we could do write in a diary? Okay, write in diary. Okay, Wednesday. What should we do on Wednesday? Should we practice dance then? Yeah, sounds about right. Uh, I guess we have to do some play with toys. Okay, tea party? I don't know. I guess we can just leave it at tea party. Okay, so it's like, self-improvement, reading, hooray, gain all that knowledge. Writing, okay. Double all, dancing, okay. Gain, playing, hooray. Final week's results. Okay, so we got +3, +3. Okay, so +3 knowledge, +3 artistry. That's interesting. I guess. Okay, here we go. Sarah was resting in her room with a book when there came a quiet knock on the door. Sarah, Mama? What is it, Lottie? Have you come for tea? Harriet has promised us a special treat. Apricot sandwiches. Oh, yes. No. Sarah, Mama, you like school, don't you? I don't know. It wasn't something she had previously spent a great deal of time deciding. After all, whether I like it or not, I am here now. I don't think I could say that I don't like it. Everyone is kind to me, and my rooms are pleasant. No, I'm at school with books and numbers and remembering things. Oh, yes, I like books very much. Will you help me with my lessons? Because it's hard to pay attention, and then Miss Minchin scolds me. I don't like it when she says my name like that. Miss Lay! I don't like it. Oh, okay then. Well, you make everything interesting. Of course I'll help you with your schoolwork, but you still have to learn it. Alright. Like, oh, okay then. I don't know, okay, so there's Lottie. Okay. Oh, we missed an event with Jessie. Dang. I know we can do it again, like if we miss something. Darn it. I guess let's do the event with Lottie, because Lottie is very cute little kid. Sarah's room was a bright little jewel in the sometimes drab nest that was Miss Minchin's select seminary. It remained a bright jewel even when Sarah was not inside it, which could be seen now by the small figure that crept in through the open door. Uh-oh. Lottie closed the door behind her and climbed up onto Sarah's bed. She placed her legs just a little bit apart and carefully patted down her skirt to ensure that the petticoats were shown exactly as much and as little as intended. I'm a dolly. Then she laid her arms at her side, tilted back her head, and waited. A minute later, Sarah and her maid Mariette entered the room. A flower that looks the same upside down as it does right side up, but I can't think of. Her voice paused briefly as she came into the room, and Lottie knew she must have been noticed. Quickly, she closed her eyes. She would never be able to keep a straight face if she looked at Sarah. After that moment, Sarah continued. My goodness, Emily must have been busy today. I think she was in such a hurry to get back to a seat when we came in that she didn't quite reach the same position. I see, mademoiselle. Will you tell us what you've been up to, Emily? No? You are very good at keeping secrets. I think we ought to change her clothes and get her ready for bed. We must be very tired. Do not forget the new doll. Lottie fought not to giggle, imagining Sarah picking her up next and changing her clothes like a doll. But she had to keep her eyes shut or she would spoil the joke. Oh, I'm sure she'll be fine. Dolls have to know how to be still for very long periods of time. A doll in a shop window where everyone can see her must stand for hours and hours without even blinking. I would not like to try it standing so long. Uh-oh. Here, take Emily's shoes and put them away safely. It would be terrible if she lost them. She needs to be able to run quickly. Yes, mademoiselle. Lottie began to realize that no one intended to pay attention to her. Sarah and Mariette continued to fuss over Emily, adjusting her nightgown and her pillows. The new doll was utterly neglected. Lottie couldn't help herself any longer. She whined. I know, right? What was that? Oh, Lottie, when did you come in? I thought you were a doll. I don't want to be a doll. Being a doll is boring. Well, I think it's interesting enough for a doll to be a doll, but it's not so much fun for a girl to be one. Don't you think, Mariette? As you say, mademoiselle. She's like, how dare! Girls, gather around, if you please. As the weather is particularly pleasant today, we will be taking carriages to the park for extended riding lessons. Please dress accordingly. Okay. Oh, thank goodness, it's been too long. I have never greatly cared for horses. It is fashionable and the lady should know at least the basics, but it is simply not comfortable. Translation, Lavinia's bad at horse riding, and she doesn't want anyone to know. Do you ride, Sarah? I would not truly say that I ride, but I have met horses and been in the saddle once or twice. Well, I'm sure you'll learn. You learn everything after all. I do try. I like riding. I wish we could go further than the park, though. It's more pleasant to be on horseback than in the countryside. Okay. Oh, I agree. It is much lovelier. Imagine being on horseback, galloping across the wild moors, long hair streaming behind you like a warrior queen of old. Riding astride like some hoyding. Even Boudica rode in a chariot. I think I should like a chariot. She's like, chariot or go home. It's like, okay then. But just then, their discussions were interrupted by the sound of a wailing child. Miss Minchin was attempting to bring little Lottie together with the older girls, much to her displeasure. I won't go! I won't! What a ridiculous noise you are making! Stop that at once! That you are more than old enough to begin learning. Every student at this school is expected to. I hate horses! I won't! I won't! Oh dear. Lottie's freaking out again. Flinching and covering their ears with their hair, the other girls slipped away to change into riding dress. Only Sarah remained. If you don't behave, you shall be whipped, just as a horse would be. Come on, you can't keep threatening her with that. No! To Sarah's surprise, Lottie suddenly broke free of Miss Minchin and rushed to Sarah, cowering behind her and pressing her wet face into the fabric of Sarah's dress. Is this more than just a tantrum? Miss Minchin, please, could you let me talk to her alone? Dear Sarah, you are very kind, but we simply do not have time for these shenanigans. If you can make her mind swiftly, then do so, but it must be done. Shaking her head, she walked away. Lottie wiped her grubby hands across her face. Her shrieks had quieted, but her eyes were still little fountains. Lottie, are you afraid of horses? Yes. Well then, no wonder that you are upset. This cheerful justification startled Lottie enough to leave her frozen in mid-sniffle, mouth hanging open. Sarah nodded and continued. It is normal to be upset about things that frighten you. Only, I think it is also normal to try and make yourself less frightened if you can. You wouldn't want to be afraid forever. Horses are very large, but they can also be kind and sweet. They like apples and carrots and being petted just like cats do. Lottie now seemed more confused than distraught. Perhaps today you should just go and meet the horses? Then you can come back and play with Tybalt. What if Lavinia won't let me? Then we shall wait until she starts looking, and while we wait, I will tell you about the horse who rescued a lost prince. And oven is on and chicken is in. Yay! She held out her hand, and after a moment, Lottie took it. Hooray! A new weekday activity is available. Okay, Sarah can use her free time to help the younger students with their schoolwork by choosing the tutoring option. Okay, so we can tutor. Who are we going to tutor? Should we tutor? I guess we should tutor. Ooh, tutor gives us patience and knowledge. Okay. All right, let's try. Should we write in a diary? Yes, probably. Should we read a book? We should probably read a book. Oh, wait. Okay. Go for a walk, maybe? Maybe we go for a walk. And then read a book, practice dance. Practice dance there, I guess. And then we can do more tutoring? I don't know. Believe. Looks like we need like a ton of grace. Practice. I guess let's do 2 days of practice dance. I don't know. Done. Okay, so gotta, yeah, because it's like apparently it takes the points that we earn during the week for each event. Okay, there we go. So do we have enough? When Sarah came down the stairs, she found Jessie holding a most curious item. It resembled a long wooden spoon, though somewhat thicker in the shaft and with a solid round end instead of a bowl. What are you doing with that? Jessie turned the object over in her hands. Oh, Sarah, isn't it interesting? It's from India. I know. I've heard there are societies for gentlemen and ladies, separate of course, where they all have wooden clubs like these and swing them to strengthen their arms, or even throw them at each other. Isn't that quaint? Are you sure they throw them at each other? In India, the jugglers throw them up into the air and catch them again. Oh, I don't know. She looked at the solid wooden shape she held, then up at Miss Minchin's painted ceiling. Perhaps I ought not to try that. Where did you get it from? Lavinia gave it to me. For a moment she cradled the club in her arms as if it were a doll. Uh-oh, right? She wouldn't tell me anything about it, though. She told me to take it if I was so interested, and she would say nothing more. Jessie let the length dangle down from her hand and swung it gently back and forth. It doesn't seem like such hard work. Her eyes glinted for a moment with strange emotion. Imagine the blow if you struck a man with this. What? Why? Oh, it was a foolish thought, nothing more. I was thinking of chariots and queens. We are not soldiers and have no need to defend ourselves. There are brave men for that job. Like my papa. Yes, you are lucky to have such a father. Sarah smiled, pleased to accept any compliments for her beloved papa, and thought no more of it. I mean, I don't know how I missed the event with Jesse though. I guess we should have picked Jesse next. I guess. For believe. I guess let's do one with Lottie. Come and see, come and see. Oh, mademoiselle, you do not need to tug at me. It is a promise. I will follow. Her hand still held in Sarah's, Mariette stepped into the classroom. I'm very sorry. I was too excited. That is quite all right then. Now, what was it that you wished to show me? Well, as it happens, it is more what I wished for you to show me. Miss Minchin keeps a globe in the schoolroom. I was hoping that you would show me where in France you were born. Ah, if it please you, mademoiselle. I do not think it will make much impact for you, though. The distance between one city and another, compared to the world, it is not so much. Beautifully, she turned the globe to bring France into view. Somewhere near here, I would believe, would be Limoges. Okay? Sarah followed Mariette's finger, then smiled to herself. You are right. It does not tell me anything more than I already knew. Would you show me where you lived in India? Here, I think, or somewhere nearby. It's hard to be sure, but this is where the ship took us. Sarah tilted her head and considered Mariette curiously. You are very different from an Indian servant. My ayah was always kind to me, but she would never tell me if I were doing something wrong or making a mistake. Even if I asked for her opinion, she would always say that I was right. It was very confusing sometimes, until I learned to ask my papa when I needed to know something. Your papa will tell you that you are a clever and curious child who is eager to learn, and who would appreciate having the reasons explained to you. Yes, that is just so. It was another sign of how much her papa had considered her needs and well-being, and it made Sarah feel warm to think of it. Every time Mariette speaks to me, it is a gift from my papa. I do miss my ayah sometimes, and the other servants from our home. They were always a part of my life, even the ones that worked directly for my papa and did not speak to me. They were familiar. I wish that I could see them again. All of my life, I suppose my life hasn't really been that long, has it? But for all my life, I always knew that I would have to go away like other children did. The climate of India is very bad for British children, so we must return to England and go to school. That is what everyone says. I wonder, is the climate of England very bad for Indian children also? Perhaps that is why none of them travelled with us here. Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Yep, yeah, that's the reason. Perhaps that is so. If, as you say, the climate is very different, then it could be very difficult to adjust. However, mademoiselle, it is also very possible that they do not wish to travel so far from the homes and families that they love. Oh, yes, I didn't think of that. I would not wish to leave either if I had the choice. I would rather be at home with my papa. It is very difficult to leave behind all that you have known and travel to a foreign land. But this is a foreign land to you. Wasn't it difficult to leave your family and your home in France? Mariette's smile was enigmatic. Who can say? Perhaps it is for the best, in the best of all possible worlds. Maybe? Okay. Oh, now we're outside. Once again, Miss Minchin prepared to lead her students back from church to the safe confines of the seminary. However, it so happened that on this Sunday, caught sight of someone with whom she had business to conduct. Keep together now, girls. Form a line and wait here. Lavinia, dear, I am counting on you to maintain order. I will be only a few minutes. Yes, Miss Minchin. As Miss Minchin walked away, Lavinia raised her chin with pride. She did not notice the conversations going on around her. Look, Sarah, Mama, why is that tower so high? That is where they keep the church bells. They lift them up high so that they can be heard from far away. There is a man who lives up there, the tower keeper. It is his job to watch over the bells and keep them clean and ready to ring. He lives there? He never comes down? Sarah did not know how the tower keeper spent his days, but she had heard of wise men in India who kept vigils, and of Christian stylites who lived atop pillars. No, never. The priests bring him food and water so that he never has to look down. He tends the bells and he thinks about God. Because he's so high up in the sky, sometimes, if he is very lucky, clouds part and he can almost catch a glimpse of the land beyond. The shining city in the fields of lilies. At this point, Lavinia noticed the two of them standing with their necks craned back. Sarah Crew, whatever are you doing? You are gawking like foreigners. Sarah and Lottie lowered their heads, though not in Lottie's case without protest. We are looking up at heaven where our mamas are. They live in a city with golden streets and fields of lilies that everyone gathers. And they watch over us and whisper to us, and they visit the men in the bell tower. Sarah told me. You wicked thing, making up fairy stories about heaven. There are much more splendid stories in Revelation. How do you know mine are fairy stories? You're lying. You didn't get that story from the Bible. Read it for yourself. Streets of gold and gates of pearl and many more things besides. Perhaps the lilies are my own invention and perhaps they aren't. But I can tell you, you will never find out whether they are or not if you're not kinder to people than you are now. What? Uh-oh. But Sarah, perhaps feeling a bit ashamed of her burst of unheavenly temper, turned her head and refused to respond. Oh dear. Called her out. She's like, you're not gonna go if you're not nice to people. It's just like, oh dang. Dang. Okay. So play with toys, go for a walk, write in diary. I guess we'll do a tea party on Monday. And then we'll do some tutoring on a Tuesday. And then what should we do? I don't know. Write in diary. It's kind of weird that we have to like plan out the events. Okay. Play with toys. Tea party again? No, we already have a tea party. How about we go for a walk? Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, done. All the things, visiting. Dang, Lavinia's kind of a lot. Like she's very angry about things. Something's going on with her. Sarah had been out in the town buying a new book, and as she rode in the comfortable carriage back to Miss Minchin's school, her mind was filling up with stories and histories. Quite unconsciously, she descended the carriage steps with the grace of a queen, looking much grander than she might have imagined if she were the sort of girl to think in great detail about how she looked. As Sarah crossed the pavement, she caught sight of a dingy little figure down on the servants' area step. A girl with a soot-smudged face peering up at her with wide eyes. Oh, okay. Hello? Something in the eagerness and timidity of that smudgy face made Sarah look back, and when she looked, she smiled because it was her way to smile at people. Oh. The eyes went even wider, as if afraid that she ought not to have been caught looking at a pupil of importance. The maid, if that was what she was, turned and scurried back into the kitchen, vanishing as quickly as a reversed Jack-in-the-Box. Poor little forlorn thing. I wonder who she is. I don't know. I guess... I don't know which one we should play. I guess... Skip this weekend? No, I don't want to skip. Maybe the one with Mariette? Sarah lay on her bed, resting her cheek against the cool fabric of her pillow. The light of the mid-morning sun gleamed, bless you, where it touched the surfaces in her room, gilding them with a fairy's brush. Perhaps if I lay still long enough, I will catch sight of a fairy coming to visit me. The next face she saw was not that of a visiting fairy. Do you try to catch your dreams, mademoiselle? I can leave you to sleep. I have tried in the past to go back into the same dream, but it never seems to work. Or if it does work, I can't remember it. You don't always remember in dreams. Bless you, says Norrell. Chicken still raw? You better cook it, Julius. Cook it properly. She shifted position, curling onto her side. I just don't feel like getting up today. I'm sorry. Let me see. She laid her dark hand against Sarah's forehead. You may be a little warm, I cannot tell. Does your throat hurt? No, I'm only tired. It is better to prevent than to heal. I will fetch you some porridge and soft water. He bustled out of the room, leaving Sarah to contemplate in silence. I do hope that I am not ill. It would be most unpleasant. I do not quite feel ill. As long as I think nice thoughts and don't feel ill, then I am not ill. I think. Many young people would have difficulty remaining in their beds all day, unless they were too ill to do otherwise. It was easier for Sarah, who enjoyed spinning fancies in her mind. You had the pilot dream again, huh? I do not truly need to leave my bed in order to play out stories. That with Mariette to bring me food, I might never need to leave these rooms at all. Like a princess bricked up in a tall tower, prisoner of a wicked regent who means for her to be forgotten so that he can steal her kingdom in peace. She would be diligent at her studies, even within her tiny bedroom, so one day when she was rescued or escaped, she would be ready to take back her rightful lands. That was a diverting fantasy, but it led Sarah to a more practical curiosity. There was, after all, someone close to her who did spend most of her days within these rooms. When Mariette returned with her tray of tonics, Sarah asked, Mariette, what do you do during the days while I am away? Yeah, I remember you telling me about that, Julius. Since she is my maid and not Miss Minchin's, she should not be made to do other work, but she was always here when I need her, so she must not go anywhere else. Oh, many things. She set the tray down. I look over your wardrobe and check for anything that might need mending. I might do a bit of embroidery on my own. And I do read your books. That is how you wished it, yes? I did not think to ask each time that I... Oh no, I am glad that someone else reads them. I have many books, and some of them I only read once, and I worry that they might feel neglected. Sarah looked around the room at all of her pretty things, the gifts from her papa. They were all precious to her, but... If you wish to, it is all right if you play with my toys while I am in classes. I know that I can trust you not to break them. But please make sure to leave Emily a little bit of private time when no one is watching her, so that she can sleep and relax. If Mariette wished to laugh, she was too polite to do so. Merci, mademoiselle. Now sit up if you please and have a bit of breakfast. If you are too weak, then I shall have to spoon the porridge into you myself. I'm well, I'm wonderfully well. She laughed, for it was true. She did feel better. Okay, cool. 2 week. Oh, okay. The weather was warm and fine. The skies of London unusually clear. As such, Miss Minchin had decided that the proper Sunday outing for her girls was a long walk through parks and gardens. Keep up, keep together. A lady's health is also an important accomplishment. While the temperature outside was not so great in itself, the ceaseless beating of sunlight upon little heads slowly made their Sunday dresses a difficult burden to bear. Oh my goodness, ooting, yes, and ooting apparently is very hot. This is abominable. My complexion will be ruined. I may have to write to my father and complain. She adjusted the position of the parasol on her shoulder and sighed. No proper young lady should be forced to trudge about on foot like this. Is that not why we have horses? Minchin said that horses should have a day of rest on Sundays. As if a horse would know or care what day it is. I deserve a carriage. It is the due of my rank. Lavinia was not the only girl complaining about the walk. Sarah, Mama, I'm tired. Everyone is tired. Sarah, Mama, won't you carry me? You have to walk for yourself. You're too big for me to carry for long. Oh my goodness. Besides, it would be undignified. Our Sarah may be many things, but she is not a horse. Perhaps you should ask Ermengarde. Lavinia. What did I say? I was only pointing out that she seems to be handling this walk better than Lottie is. Sarah looked at her friend. True enough. Though Ermengarde's cheeks were as flushed as anyone else's, she She appeared to be walking steadily along without slowing or complaining. Aren't you tired and hot? Yes. I always feel tired and hot when we walk back from church, so I'm used to it. But this walk is so much longer. It all seems the same to me. Ermengarde has great endurance. It is a virtue. A soldier must have great endurance and be able to carry on through much more difficult circumstances than this. A soldier might have to walk miles in the sun in uniform and carry a heavy pack besides, and be ready to fight when he arrived. Our lives are so much easier. We must be good soldiers as best we can. Ermengarde can bear it, then I can bear it. If Jessie can bear it, then I shall have to bear it. What's that supposed to mean? What did you mean? Nothing. I don't want to bear it. I want someone to carry me. You have legs. Use them the same as we are. I don't want to. No one is going to carry you, so if you don't walk, you'll be left here all alone. I know, right? Then it will get dark and the tigers will come out and eat you up. Uh-oh. There aren't any tigers in London. You oughtn't to make up things up like that. Well, she likes it when Sarah makes things up. Sarah spoke quickly to head off the threat of Lottie deciding to cry and fuss. We will all have tea later in my rooms and I will tell you stories. But first we must return to the school, which means we must walk. Lottie sighed and carried on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and so the thing is, in Victorian England, a lot of the paintings, you see of like women, they have parasols because, yes, they considered it bad if you had a tan because like the beauty standard was to be very pale, very pale, like very, very white. And yeah, colonialism. So they'd have to make sure they had their parasol to keep the sun from shining on them. Yeah. So yes, that's why. Okay, let's practice dance on a Monday. On a Monday. Okay, and then we'll go for a walk. And then we'll do a tea party here. And let's put tutoring here. And then maybe maybe we'll have 2 practice dances. I don't know. Maybe 2 dance practices. Why not? Why not? Foolishly pale, yeah. Tutoring. All the things. Dancing. Okay. The greatest power Sarah possessed was her power of telling stories, and of making everything she talked about seem like a story, whether it was one or not. It was that power which Lavinia and certain other girls were most envious of, and at the same time most fascinated by, in spite of themselves. And it was in service of that power that so many of Miss Minchin's students had gathered in Sarah's jewel box rooms, seating themselves on chairs or cushions or rugs to listen. The princess sat on the white rocks beside the lagoon with a shining white lily in her hands, and as she turned it this way and that, she watched its reflection dance across the water below. The waters of the lagoon lay still, crystal clear and green as glass, but the princess could only see her flower in the reflection, and never herself. So she looked and she looked until at last she saw a face in the waters. Not her face, but the face of a merman. Ah, I crave cheddar. Sarah went on to tell the courtship between the princess and the merman prince, and the girls who listened sighed sweetly and leaned their cheeks against their hands or each other. As they listened, the door to the room swung silently open, and that same dirty figure Sarah had glimpsed before crept into the room, carrying a heavy coal box. The maid was cleaner than she had been on that other day, but seemed just as frightened. Hunched by the fire, afraid even to look at the other children or appear to be listening. She put on pieces of coal cautiously with her fingers so that she might make no disturbing noise, and she swept about the fire irons very softly. But Sarah saw that she was doing her work slowly, in the hope of catching a word here and there, and realizing this, raised her voice and spoke more clearly. The princess took her seat in the great, clear bubble carriage, and a team of 6 seahorses pulled her into the ocean, their harnesses woven with pearls. Down into the sea they dove. At first, water grew dark, and the princess was afraid. But then, far below, fluttering and rippling through the depths, there shone a light. A small drudge before the grate swept the hearth once, and then swept it again, and finally forgot to play at sweeping at all. The brush hung idly from her fingers as Sarah described winding grottos beneath the sea, paved with silver sand and lit by glowing sea stars. It was the choirs of mermaids singing that proved her undoing. The forgotten brush slipped from her fingers to clatter against the hearth and drew Lavinia's attention. What? That girl has been listening! The culprit snatched up her brush and scrambled to her feet, grabbed the coal box, and simply scuttled out of the room like a frightened insect fleeing for cover. I knew she was listening. Why shouldn't she? She isn't one of us, Sarah. It isn't proper to talk with servants. Unless they are upper servants like your Mariette. That's all right. I wasn't talking with her. I was telling a story. I do not know whether your papa would like you to tell stories to servant girls, but I know my papa would like me to do it. My papa, I don't believe he would mind in the least. He knows that stories belong to everybody. Nothing belongs to everybody. If it did, they'd all have to fight over it. Only loyal Ermengarde took Sarah's side. I think Sarah should tell stories to whomever she wants to tell them. You wouldn't think it wrong if she told stories to Tybalt, would you? I should think it rather odd if she were telling stories to a cat. Oh, please, Sarah, Mama, finish the story. Sarah looked at the room full of eager, upturned faces. No one wished to follow and harass the fleeing maid, but no one wished to go and invite her back again either. To continue her fairy story, but she would not forget. Okay, so we did Mariette's story. I don't know, I'm kind of mad that I missed Jesse's event. I'm trying to get them all, but I think you missed them depending, like, you can't get them all, I think, in one go. So I guess let's see Lottie's. Sarah, Mama, can you tell me more about your Mama? What was she like? Oh. Sarah set her cup down. I never met her, not really, though I only know what my papa and his friends have told me. You never met her? No, she died when I was born. You remember your mother? A little bit, but not very much. I'm afraid I'll forget. You must have been very young. No one expects you to remember everything perfectly. Well, isn't it bad if all I have is a little and I'll lose it? You don't have to remember it all yourself. You can ask other people who knew your mother to tell you about her. My head is being stupid. That's okay, Norl. I'm sorry you have a headache. Sarah had a faraway little smile on her face, the sort that she developed sometimes when she was supposing a story. My mother was from France. She had long dark hair and a sparkling laugh. That is what my papa said first caught his attention. I don't think that I have a sparkling laugh. I believe I am more like my papa that way. I'd like to hear someone else sparkle. Do I have a sparkly laugh? Don't know. What does it sound like when you laugh? Lottie's eyes went back and forth and her little forehead wrinkled. I can't laugh with you looking at me. Well, maybe I will hear it someday when I am not looking. Tell me more. Was your mama beautiful and perfect? I don't think any person is perfect, but everyone says she was beautiful and calm and kind. Have a good night, Alpha Daddy. Lottie fidgeted in her seat. She scooped up one of the little sugared biscuits, popped it into her mouth all in one go. It required a good minute of chewing before she could speak again. Do you ever think about if you'll be like your mama when you grow up? Not very often, no. In truth, while Sarah was certainly aware that she had once had a mother, and her natural curiosity had brought about a few questions and answers, it was not a matter that greatly occupied her thoughts. Never having known her, Sarah had never had reason to miss her. Her absence was not a cause of sadness or reflection. There's nothing like the pain of being separated from her beloved papa. I suppose that I must become like her in some ways, as children do. But she died. When she became a mama, she died. Well, then I am already different, because I am already Emily's mother and yours as well. Reminded of her duties, Sarah fetched a handkerchief and brushed at Lottie's face. You're getting crumbs everywhere. You should be careful not to get your dress dirty. Your sister Emily is very good at keeping her clothes clean. You should look to her as your example. She is a model daughter. That's what Miss Minchin always calls people, a model or a show. Uh, before a bed, okay. Lottie could not help but giggle. Okay, so new week. All right. We'll continue this, but I gotta take a break. I gotta take a stretch break and get some water. And Ron's going to bed too, so we'll sing Soft Kitty to Norl before I go.
Told me. I'm allowed to tell you now.
All right. So Soft Kitty for Norl.
Yeah.
Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr. Jake!
Good boy, Jake. Good boy. Nora loves you. Yeah, she really loves you.
She's just like, for real, real. Like, yes, for real, real. I know, silly puppy. All right, well, good night, Ron.
Yes, good night, everybody. I love you all. Have fun with Mama. Church.
All right. Okay, so Mac was sleeping and lifted her head when Jake started howling. She's like, "What's that?" She's like, "Who that? Who there?" All right.
Big devil.
Yes. All right. So we do run an ad break when I take a stretch break. So you're not missing anything. We're on a stretch break, right? Chances wondering why I'm in the bath. Oh my goodness. Yes. So if you need to take a stretch break, if you haven't moved in a little bit, take a stretch break. You know, if you're hungry, get some food, get some snacks. If it's time to take your meds, make sure you take your meds. Make sure you take care of you. Yeah, that's all right, Norl. Have a good night. I hope you feel better tomorrow. All right. So I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Chance fell in. Oh dear. Chance fell in. Oh no. Well, I'm glad he's okay. Poor kitty. Okay. So, thank you. Alright, so we're continuing the story. Alright, so looking at the hearth in her room, Sarah was reminded of the little servant she had seen before. In truth, she had looked for the girl earlier, but had been unable to spot such a person anywhere in the school. If not for the disagreement with her listeners, Sarah might have thought she had imagined her. Sarah understood that it would cause disruption if you barged into the kitchens to ask questions. She had only one bridge to rely on. Chicken is ready? Oh, good. Mariette, who is that little girl who makes the fires? Ah, Mademoiselle Sarah, you might well ask, that poor little one. She has just recently been taken on as a scullery maid, for scullery is the least of it. She is sent to do every task that no one else wants. She blacks the boots and grates, she carries the coal, shuttles up and down stairs, she scrubs the floors and the windows. Oh, I think she has not had enough to eat for years. She is older than her height would tell, and so timid. I tried to speak to her. Her little eyes looked to pop right out of her head. What is her name? I hear that called often enough. Becky, do this. Becky, do that. Everyone below stairs orders her about. Becky. If life were a story, Becky might be the ill-used heroine, and perhaps a fairy godmother might come to her rescue. When your phone reboots itself, oh no. You have a kind heart, mademoiselle. Your papa would be proud. Now stand up straight. Let me have a look at you. All right. Just as I thought, you are growing taller. I am? Sarah looked down at herself. I don't feel any different. How much have I changed since I've been here? You are at that age after all. I will have to alter a few things. How tall I will grow before I see my papa again. I don't know. How tall will you be? Alright, so I guess let's do okay, let's change it up. Let's go for a walk here. And let's do a tea party here. Right? And then we can do some tutoring and maybe write in our diary. And should we play with toys, practice dance? I guess we'll keep practice dance there. Right, see how we go. Okay, so let's see how we got walking, visiting, yep. Things are going up. Things are going up. Okay, here we go. Sarah, come and see. A number of students were drawn to the sound of Ermengarde's excitement. It was not often that a girl would call for such attention in her bedroom, particularly not quiet Miss St. John. What is it? Look through the window there, that tree outside. Can you see it? From the door to the room, Lavinia smirked. I should hope that she can see the tree outside, or else she needs eyeglasses. Hush! What do you want me to see, Ermengarde? The nest in the branches there, and there are eggs in it. Soon there will be baby birds. That's darling, isn't it? Babies? Where? Must everyone come into my room? If you do not wish to attract attention in the future, do not bellow. Oh dear. Where are their babies? They're still inside the eggs, Lottie. There will be baby birds sometime in the future. And baby birds see inside eggs? Don't know. No, I think they're asleep. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a bird for a pet? You could feed it from your hand and it would sing to you. Baby birds are not wonderful. They're horrible pink-skinned monsters with no eyes. Disgusting. Monsters! No, they aren't very pretty when they're born, but they change as they grow up. A lot of things do. Soon little birds are covered with fuzz all over. Fluffy chicks are adorable. But then they grow up and learn to fly. Even if I tried to keep a bird as a pet, it would probably fly away. There were people in India who kept parrots as pets. Not even in cages. They can be trained to ride on someone's shoulder. My papa knew a man who gave his bride to be a parrot that taught to recite love poetry to her. How romantic. I don't think a bird is a very romantic gift. What if she didn't want a pet? What if it pulled her hair? Lavinia reached out and tugged at a strand of Jessie's long red hair. Babies, I know, right? Quack, my beloved is mine and I am hers. She feedeth among the lilies. Quack! Stop that! She swatted Lavinia's hand away. Are you going to take one of the eggs out of the nest to raise it? Oh no, that wouldn't be right. Little birds need their parents to survive. Jessie combed her hair back into place with her fingers. At least until their parents shove them out of the nest. Birds do that, don't they? Do they, Sarah, Mama? Only when it's time for the young ones to learn to fly. After all, they can't stay eggs forever. I mean, true that. Oh yeah, so I missed Ermengarde's event too. So yeah, so some of the things I looked up on Golden Dragon Friends here now and then, yeah, Jake and Loki would like to play with my hair. So the event expired. So from what I gathered, like, you are gonna miss a couple of events when you play this game because it's meant to be played through again, so you can get the events you missed if you want to. Okay, I guess. I'm not sure who we should go with. I guess, you know what? Let's see Lavinia's. Sarah, might I come in? Of course. Lavinia walked through the door to Sarah's rooms, her hands primly clutching a notebook as an older woman might carry a handbag. I wish to speak with you on the subject of Monsieur Defarge, the French master. You did not correct him when he said that you were French. Sarah blinked, not expecting questions in this direction. It seemed a very small thing to bring up again so suddenly. She tried to remember what had actually been said. I believe he meant it as a compliment. It would have been impolite to protest. Besides, I'm every bit as much French as I am English. My mother was French. Lavinia cut her off at once. You are not your mother. That is, I'm not saying anything against your mother, of course. But whether she was a Grand Paris lady or a common merchant's daughter, that should not matter. She is not you. You are an English girl being given an English education. There is no need for you to be marked as anything less. Marked? I don't feel marked, and I don't think that being French is anything less than being English. We are in England. Gentlemen wish good English girls. Anything other is by definition less. Oh boy, welcome to colonialism in Victorian England. I don't think that's true, but I do think Lavinia believes it, or else that she thinks society believes it. It would be very different if you were foreign nobility, though even that would be suspect in some circles. To succeed in society, you must be English to the core. Lavinia took a seat upon one of Sarah's comfortable chairs and looked around the little room with all its important treasures. I know, right? Lavinia just keeps being full extra. Right now, because you are young and not expected to know the language so well, it makes you a novelty. A charming ornament like your tiger skin rug. A well-bred English lady should speak at least a little French to show that she is cultured, but not to be French herself. All of a sudden, Lavinia gave a wicked smile, relaxing her perfect posture. Did you know Miss Minchin can't speak French at all? Not even a little bit? What? Oh, yes. I dare say she's just as hopeless as our Ermengarde, although she's desperate to hide it. What a flaw for the proprietor of a school for polishing young ladies. How do you know? My French is not anywhere near as good as yours, but I can put a few sentences together. I have said certain things in her hearing, and she has shown no reaction. Lavinia insulted Miss Minchin in French? No, surely she wouldn't dare, not when she's concerned with being proper. You should have seen her face when you began speaking so fluently, Monsieur Defarge. Miss Minchin started in her chair as if she'd been jabbed with pins. I did not mean to jab her with pins. You'll never admit that she resents you, of course. That would be far too ill-bred. I do not wish for her to resent me. I do not wish to make an enemy of anyone. You can't be friends with everyone, Sarah, especially not with those who are beneath you. They will always resent you for what you have and they do not. Miss Minchin will always praise us in all our endeavors because we are young ladies from good families and she benefits from our wealth. It doesn't mean that she cares for us. I think that is a very lonely way of seeing the world. Lavinia shook her head slowly, with a smile that was decidedly smug about her greater experience of society. That is how things are. She leaned forward in her seat, lowering her voice. You should be careful with Monsieur Defarge as well. He seems very fond of you, but if an unrelated man takes too much of an interest in a young girl, it might look inappropriate. Do not be alone with him. You should always have a chaperone to protect your virtue. Satisfied, she returned to an upright posture. You understand why I'm telling you all these things, don't you, Sarah? I am your role model and you are my responsibility. I want to help you be happy and successful in your life as an Englishwoman. We are two of a kind, you and I. Once you've settled in, I think we will be very good friends. Sarah smiled, but her heart was not in it. I do not wish to be a successful Englishwoman. I wish to return home to my papa. Even when Lavinia is trying to be friendly, I am not certain that I like her. Right? She's kind of an ass. Girls, gather around if you please. Today I have arranged a special outing for your edification. We will be attending the British Museum of Natural History. Oh good, you can see everything they stole from other countries and cultures. I know, right? She's like, we're gonna go see the British Museum of Natural History. It's like, gonna go see everything the British Empire stole? Yeah? Yeah? You're like, wait, what? It's just like, yeah. You want to see everything that got stolen? Go to the Natural History Museum in England. You're like, how dare? It's just like, it's the truth. Oh, and they should give those things back. But of course they, like make excuses. Including get this. Including a piece of the Parthenon. They hacked it. Okay, like the English nobleman that did it, like, hacked it out of the wall. Okay? The Parthenon in Greece. And then one of the curators was like, well, if Greece can't take care of their culture, then we'll just take care of it for them. It's just like, you freaking stole it. It literally got hacked out of the wall. The man hacked it out of the wall with a freaking sword. Okay? So it's just like, y'all need to give that back. Like, it's not yours, right? And of course the excuse, it was a different time. It's like, doesn't mean it was right. So they're going to the museum. It's just like, oh good, you can see everything they stole. Like, natural, does that mean plants? It does not mean plants. Ugh, I hope not. There's nothing edifying about plants. It could be interesting to attend a museum of plants with people who know all about them and can tell their stories. You mean gardeners? Maybe we'll get to play in a garden. Right now, form up. Let's go. Oh dear. Aha, there we go. Ah! It's going to eat me! Can't eat you, Lottie. It's not a real dinosaur. Okay. It's a former dinosaur. It's dead. It's going to fall on me! I don't think it will fall. It's really rather interesting. It's amazing find. It's disturbing. It's a monster. It's marvelous. Jessie shivered and took Lottie's hand in hers. Come on, let's go find something to look at that isn't dead. I think that everything in the museum, maybe? And we will look at the walls. They are rather pretty walls. You'll look at the exhibits with me, won't you, Sarah? Yes, of course. Are you coming, Lavinia? No, I want to look at this one a while longer. I'll catch up with the two of you in a few minutes. Two? You are here, aren't you? Right. Sarah wondered if this was the first time that Lavinia had ever preferred Ermengarde's company to Jessie. Oh my goodness. So Lottie didn't like didn't like the dinosaur. Lottie was just like, no, thank you. I can go without it. Thanks. Okay. We need some art. We need some art and some belief, I think. So we'll do write in diary. Let's do a couple of days of write in diary, and then I think we can do. I think we can go for a walk, right? And then we can do practice dance, and maybe we do some tutoring. Okay, so that's the activities for the week. We didn't ask for a role model. I know it's because Miss Minchin like told her you have to be a role model. I was just like, okay, all right. Sarah was awoken from her sleep by the sound of knocking. Ah, it's a Bastille. It's all right. I'll get the door. Lottie? Sarah, Mama! Younger girl clung to Sarah. I had a bad dream, and the monster was going to eat me, and then I woke up and it was dark, and I thought I saw something. Bones, there were bones in my room. Monster bones! It's all right. Harriet, where are my slippers? The maid brought the fluffy white shoes for Sarah to slip her feet into. I will walk you back to your room and show you that it's safe. They went into the hallway together, two little girls in the dark. You're not mad? I'll woke you up. Well, I want to sleep, but you want to sleep too. If you're too afraid, you can't sleep, but if I help you, then we both can. Lottie blinked her eyes a few times, but said nothing. Hi, Red Lotus, how are you? There we are. See? No bones, just a tree's shadow. Right. He paused at the door. Sarah, Mama? I didn't really think there were bones in my room. I mean, I thought it, but I didn't really believe that was true. I knew that it wasn't. I just wanted to feel better. I'm sorry. Sarah nodded slowly. Found out I have arthritis? Oh, I'm so sorry, Red Lotus. I know arthritis person myself, and I know it can be really difficult and really challenging. All you can do is just do your best to, just listen to your body, when you have a bad day with it. Because it can be a lot. Like right now, yeah, when I was on my break I had to take some Advil for my arthritis pain, because yeah, it's rainy and cold, which makes it, flare up a little more, makes my joints hurt. It is manageable, just, but there are going to be some days where it's going to be difficult to move and do stuff. So, well, I'm sorry that you have arthritis too. Okay, so Sarah nodded slowly. Sometimes when you pretend things, even if you know behind the doors in your mind that they're not quite real, they still feel as if they were. It isn't wrong to believe in what you pretend. Lottie smiled. I'll pretend that I'm going to have good dreams. That is a very nice thing to pretend. I believe I will too. With that, she returned to her bed. Okay, so we missed Ermengarde's event and Jesse's event, so we have, yeah, the other one isn't yet available, so I guess we'll do one with Lottie. Lottie had climbed up into the window nook, her little nose pressed against the glass, but what she was looking at, Sarah could not see. Lottie, are you watching something? Sarah, Mama! Little girl ran stumbling to Sarah's embrace. Wasn't watching, I was thinking. What were you thinking about? Horses? Oh, yes. Sarah brushed Lottie's curls with her hand in a comforting manner. Lottie, is there a reason that horses frighten you so? Perhaps she was bitten by one once? But if that is not the reason, I don't want to suggest it to her. Horses have very large teeth, but almost never bite people. It's because they can turn into monsters. Like the one that killed my mama. Oh no. Oh, that's why she's scared of horses? Uh-oh. A horse killed your mother. Lottie nodded, her eyes wide. Well, my papa shot it like yours with the tiger. Was it a wild horse? Seems a somewhat morbid topic of conversation, but Sarah could not help being curious. There were not many stories of monstrous horses in her repertoire. Wild stallions might stampede, and a fairy horse might take off with a rider on its back never to be seen again. But monsters? It was her horse. I don't want to talk about horses. Oh, I suppose you don't. Oh, the horse must have thrown her. It must have been a riding accident. A horse can't live with a broken leg. If the poor horse fell, that could be how Lottie's mother was injured and why her father had to shoot the horse. Yep. Yep, it was probably a riding accident. And yeah, unfortunately, back then, yeah, they shot the horse. Lottie doesn't seem to understand, but understanding wouldn't make her any less afraid of riding. Well, I am sorry if I upset you. The look Lottie gave her was surprisingly mischievous. You made me really sad, Sarah Mama. Will you tell me a story now to cheer me up? Is she not upset then? Well, if I am to play the Mama, have you finished all of your schoolwork? Oh, if we look at some books together first, then I will tell you a story afterwards. Perhaps you would like to practice a bit of French? I'm too little to speak French. Oh, I see. The poor horse, yeah, and her poor mama. That explains why she's scared of horses now. She paused then, tapping her finger against her chin, saying nothing, till Lottie could not bear it and burst out with, What are you thinking? Must be very quiet in French schools if none of the children can speak. Oh dear. Mom and the horse, yep. Mademoiselle, hold out your hands like so, if you please. Sarah extended her arms, letting them drift into ballet's second position. Now over your head so I can see the fabric stretch. Mariette was making the final adjustments to Sarah's new pink dancing frock, after pointing out that Sarah's change in height meant her old ones no longer fit just so. Just there. Take it off again if you please, and I'll have it done before your next lesson. Sarah wriggled free of the soft fabric and handed it over. It's such a beautiful color, and the skirt is so light. Dancing in that I shall feel like a pink butterfly floating on the breeze, or a fairy princess with wings like rose petals. Roses, that is what is needed. A wreath of roses for your head. I will find some buds at the florist. The mental picture of herself decked out in a pink dancing frock with a crown of flowers was so delightful that Sarah laughed aloud. Sometimes life is so beautiful. I wonder if I have pretended it into being. Mademoiselle does have a very good imagination. No, it is the magic. Magic shapes our lives and makes everything wonderful. Sarah's heart was lighter than a feather. Oh, now we have to select more activities for the week. Okay, so we need sympathy, tea party maybe, write and diary, tea party, maybe tea party, and then, okay, I guess we can put tutoring here, right? And then we need something with belief, I guess, okay, write and diary. Now we could go for a walk maybe. Or we could, we could have her read a book, right? Read a book. Okay, and then I guess go for a walk. More of, okay, and then more of that. Oh my goodness. Okay, tutoring done. Okay, done. This makes me want to play Long Live the Queen again, which is also a story game. Yeah, so this is called A Little Lily Princess. It's based on the book A Little Princess. Has a bit of a different spin with it, where we have to like basically pick activities she does for the week that up her social stats because like the different events cost like a certain amount of points. Yeah, and then when we do this one, the next one we're going to be checking out is a visual novel called Strawberry Vinegar. Sarah's rooms at Miss Minchin's seminary were not like the rooms of ordinary pupils who were meant to be satisfied with simple necessities. There were pictures and books and curious things from India. There was a sofa and a low, soft chair. Emily sat in a chair of her own with the air of a presiding goddess, and there was always a glowing fire and a polished grate. Because the room was such a nice, bright, pretty place, the little scullery maid known as Becky liked to save it until the end of her afternoon's work. If luck was with her, she could snatch a few minutes to sit alone in the soft chair and look around, thinking about the wonderful good fortune of the child who owned such surroundings. On this afternoon, when she had sat down, the sensation of relief to her short, aching legs had been so wonderful and delightful that it had seemed to soothe her whole body, and the glow of warmth and comfort from the fire had crept over her like a spell. Her hard-working young body was tired past the limits of endurance. As she looked at the red coals, a tired, slow smile stole over her smudged face. Her head nodded forward without her being aware of it, and her eyelids drooped. Thus it was that when Sarah returned to her rooms, her mind full of song and dance, found an empty coal box on her floor, and a maid so deeply asleep that she might have been an enchanted princess. Oh, that poor thing! Oh, Becky looked nothing like any illustration of Sleeping Beauty. Her gown was stained, her face smeared with soot, and her poor little kerchief hung half off her head. Even her face, beneath the dirt, was a plain one. She looked only like an ugly, stunted, worn-out little scullery drudge. But Sarah was not cross to find such a figure in her own favorite chair. Ill-used heroine of the story. Now at last I can talk to her. When she wakes. Crept closer to the chair, walking quietly on raised feet, and stood there, looking at her. I wish she'd waken herself. I don't wish to waken her, but Miss Minchin would be cross if she finds out. I'll just wait a few minutes. She took a seat on the edge of the table and sat, swinging her slim legs. Miss Minchin came looking for Becky. She was sure to be scolded. But she is so tired, so tired. At that moment, Sarah's indecision was interrupted by a popping sound from the fire. A piece of flaming coal had broken and shifted. Becky did not realize at first that she had fallen asleep. She only remembered sitting down for a moment, and the gentle glow. Now here she found herself staring in wild alarm at the wonderful pupil who sat perched quite near her like a fairy. Becky sprang to her feet, clutching at her kerchief to set it right. Oh, miss, I asked your pardon, miss. Oh, I do, miss. Sarah put her dainty feet on the ground and stood. Don't be frightened, it doesn't matter the least bit. I didn't go to do it, miss. It was a warm fire, and me being so tired, it weren't impertinence. Sarah broke into a friendly little laugh. You were tired, you could not help it, you are not really awake yet. Ain't you angry, miss? Ain't you going to tell the missus? No, of course I'm not. I know I shouldn't have touched the things, miss. Sarah shook her head. Why, we are just the same. I am only a little girl like you. This is an accident that I am not you and you are not me. An accident, miss? Have you done your work? Dare you stay here a few minutes? Here, miss. Me? If your bedrooms are finished, perhaps you might stay a tiny while? I thought perhaps you might like a piece of cake. Cake? Me? Yes, of course. The next 10 minutes seemed to Becky like a sort of fever dream. The show pupil opened a cupboard and produced a thick slice of cake, all for her, and actually seemed enthusiastic about watching Becky eat it. In between bites, Sarah managed to get answers to a few questions. A few weeks ago, you were watching me through the area railing, weren't you? Yes, miss. Once I saw a princess. I was standing in the street with the crowd outside Covent Garden, watching the swells go into the opera, and there was one everyone stared at most.
They says to each other, that's the princess. She was a grown-up young lady, but she was pink and lace all over, and flowers and all, as pretty as anything. That's what you looked like, miss, that day. You look like her. I've often thought that I should like to be a princess. I wonder what it feels like. I believe I will begin pretending I am one. Ain't you all ready? From elsewhere in the school, there was the sound of a door slamming. Oh, miss, I've got to go. Come back someday when you have more time and I can finish that story you were listening to. I'm always putting new bits to it in my head. Oh, miss, if you do that, I won't mind how heavy the coal boxes were, or what cook done to me if I might have that to think of. She bobbed an awkward little curtsy, grabbing for her kerchief when it slipped again, and then hurried from the room. Okay. Well. We need 8 bigger. Okay, there's an event with Marie. Oh, we need 5 sympathy for Becky now? Okay. Well, darn it. Okay, so let's play the event with Lavinia. Sarah was curled up in her soft, comfortable chair with a book, while Mariette moved around the room, cleaning cushions and setting items on shelves into orderly alignments. It was a book detailing a life in faraway America and 4 sisters who were growing up into women. Sarah found it well written, but less exciting than the histories and fantasies she preferred. It's unfair for me to judge them too quickly. Perhaps they will have adventures when they are older. I have not had so many adventures myself yet, but I hope that I will some day. As she turned the pages, she became aware of a faint musical sound elsewhere in the room. Mariette was humming to herself. I wonder if she realizes she is doing that. Distracted from her reading, Sarah listened for a while, trying to follow the thread of the tune. Miss Minchin Select Seminary aimed to create well-rounded young ladies, but Miss Minchin herself did not place so much emphasis on music, and singing masters visited only infrequently. On the streets of London, one might see performers of various sorts: fiddlers, organ grinders, sometimes even singers, although the city noise made it difficult for such to be heard. These street musicians, however, were more commonly found in parts of London through which a refined young lady passed through quickly and did not linger. Her ear tempted by the possibility of a new source of music, Sarah asked, "What are you humming?" "Ah, pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle." "No, you don't need to stop. It sounded pretty. I was hoping that you knew the song and could sing it to me." I am not certain that I can remember all the words, but I will try." In a breathy voice, Mariette began to sing what must have been a children's nonsense song about a beautiful lady who was in fact a beautiful slice of bread living in a palace of butter. The lyrics were, of course, all in French, and 1 or 2 words referred to things Sarah was unfamiliar with, like roquignol, but she assumed they were another kind of pastry. "Perhaps I should have Mariette buy some for us if she can find them in London. There are likely to be more French bakeries here than in India." Mariette's voice trailed off amidst a pile of confection. "Ah, well, you see how it is, yes? I am sorry, it is not a proper song." "I think it is a darling little song. Where did you learn it?" "Oh, nowhere important." "It must be a common song in France. I wonder if it is something that my mother knew when she was a little girl." "You look sad, mademoiselle. Was my singing so terrible?" "No, not at all. It was very sweet of you to sing to me. I was thinking about my mother." "I am sorry. I did not mean to stir up painful memories." "But I don't remember her, not at all. That is what I was thinking about." This seemed a serious subject, and so Sarah rose from her chair and stood with her hands clasped behind her, as if she were giving a recitation. "I never knew my mother, so I cannot miss her. I do not know what having a mother is like. My father picked you for me because you were kind and French as she was, so I wondered for a moment if he meant for you to be a kind of mother to me as I am mamma to Lottie. I could pretend it was so, if it pleased you, or if it pleased my papa, but it does not seem right somehow. You are not my mother, you are Mariette, and that is something all its own." Mariette covered her smile with her hand. "You are filled with thoughts, ma petite princess. Ma petite princess, You do not need to worry. I do not wish to be your mother. Sarah nodded quite seriously. That is good. I would not wish to disappoint her. I'm sure she comes out from heaven sometimes to watch over me. It might make her sad if she thought she had been replaced, especially when I cannot see her or speak with her to explain. Would you like to see her? What? But how? Come here. Maria drew Sarah close in front of her. Close your eyes. Blind, Sarah allowed herself to be guided by Mariette's hands. She was not afraid. She knew Mariette would take care of her. Now, turn and look. Sarah opened her eyes to be faced with the full-length mirror that always stood in her room. There is your mother. Did you see? Your mother, your father, they made you. They are always inside you. Sarah stared at her reflection for a moment, then smiled. Mariette, I believe you are filled with thoughts too. Then we are a pair. New week. Okay. Sarah was sitting, all curled up in a lovely soft chair by the fire. Same chair in which she had found Becky asleep, not so long ago. Stockinged feet were folded up beneath her, her elbows on the chair arm and her chin in her hand. If I were a princess, a real princess, I could go among the populace in a grand coach and scatter largesse. Everyone who was tired and poor and hungry, I could make their lives better. That's what a princess ought to do. Even if I am only a pretend princess, I can still invent little things to do for people. She thought back to Becky's amazed delight at being warmed and fed. It took so little to make a difference for her. She was just as happy as if it had been largesse. From now on, I'll pretend that to do things people like is scattering largesse, and I can truly be a princess. Thought that swelled up inside her, making her head feel quite light. Before she knew it, Sarah was sitting up straight in her chair, her arms at her sides, and her feet hanging down, just like a little princess on her throne. Okay, so now I wonder what we should do for the week. Okay, so we dropped some knowledge. Okay, so let's pick read a book, and then I guess we could do a tea party. And then we can do tutoring in the middle. I think. Maybe another tea party, and then maybe we go for a walk. Maybe. Okay, and then we're done. So let's see how she did. Okay, visiting. Hoping it gives her a little more of what we need. Okay. Mademoiselle, there is a letter for you. A letter from Papa. She took the paper into her hands, not without the faintest twinge of dismay. She was glad, beyond glad, to have word from her beloved Papa. And yet, such a letter made her realize she had not much thought about him for days and days. Papa would be glad that I had found so many things to fill my days. I should not feel upset. Banishing guilt, she drew out the letter and began to absorb its contents. My dear little Mrs. The letter was far more fulfilling than the early missive from Bombay. He told her of many things he had seen and done, how people that she had met in India were getting on, and all quite agreeable. And then, the most exciting news. A friend of mine from my schoolboy days came to visit me here in India, quite unexpectedly, to let me know of a piece of good fortune. There was a large tract of land, too large to have seen every detail of it himself, but recently has made a remarkable discovery, a deposit of diamonds. He is now engaged in developing the mines to bring out these diamonds. If all goes as he most confidently expects, he will become possessed of such wealth as makes one dizzy to think of. And because we were fond of each other in our school days, he thought of your old Papa and offered me the opportunity to share in this enormous fortune and becoming a partner in his scheme. Diamonds! Oh dear. What is that? Is your father sending you a gift? You are too young to wear diamonds in English fashion. Diamond mines! Sarah's mind was filled with images from the Arabian Nights, deep caverns beneath the earth, Sparkling stones thudded into the walls and ceilings, dark-eyed dwarves digging them free with heavy picks, heaps of discarded treasure shimmering with enchanters. Can such marvelous things really be true? It was all too much to put into words. She handed the letter to Mariette to read, then picked up Emily from her chair. You ever seen a diamond cavern, Emily? Have any of your fairy friends been there? Perhaps they could say hello to my papa for us. She hugged the doll to herself, her eyes glimmering crystal bright. Someday we will see them together, my papa and I. Okay, so, oh, we need 6 sympathy for Mariette. But we have just enough for Becky. Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's do the one for Becky. Had Sarah's father invested in any other business adventure, it would have held little attraction for the rest of the students. Diamond mines, however, captured the imagination, and the girls could not stop whispering. They knew little about the details of mining in faraway lands, but fairy tales they understood, especially with a teller such as Sarah among them. Tell me a part about the dogs again, Sarah, Mama. Deep underground beyond the passage with the lamps, there were 4 doorways, and each led to a different kind of treasure. Copper, silver, gold, and diamonds. The first was the room of copper. Copper lanterns hung from the ceiling, copper pots lined the walls, and over the floor was spread a blanket of copper coins. The guardian of this room was a dog with copper eyes, big as saucers, and a mouthful of rough-edged copper teeth. Not everyone was quite so caught up in wonder. It's a silly fancy like everything else Sarah says. I don't believe such things as diamond mines actually exist. Well, people have to get them from somewhere. Of course they find diamonds in the earth, but one at a time, surely. Not whole mines filled with diamonds. Do you know what a diamond ring costs? Not even a big one. If there were mines full of diamonds, people would be so rich it would be ridiculous. Perhaps Sarah will be so rich that she will be ridiculous. She's ridiculous enough already. Lavinia, do you hate her? No, I do not, but I don't believe her. Oh dear. Conversation died as Miss Minchin walked into the main hall. Girls, gather around, please. I have an announcement to make. We have had some very exciting news regarding a parent of one of our pupils. Starting from today, Sarah Crew will be leading the procession whenever we leave the school grounds. You will look to her as your example. Uh-oh. Lavinia could only stare, her mouth agape, her eyes not quite as big as saucers. Looks like Miss Minchin believes in the diamond mines. How dare she? Lavinia clenched her fists against the fabric of her dress and forced a tight smile onto her face. She walked up to take her new place in line. It appears that I will now be walking behind you, Sarah. Oh, it wasn't my idea. Wasn't it, though? She said nothing more. Oh dear. Okay then. Well then. I guess should we do, you know what? Let's just get a lot of tea party. We need more tea party, right? In diary. I guess maybe some book reading too. Some book reading too. And then maybe we can go for a walk. Alright, we're donezo's. Oh my goodness, I think Lavinia's gonna do something bad. Alright, there we go. Final week's results? Okay. Sarah found Ermengarde in the main hall, wiping tears from her eyes. Right? Total jealousy. What is it? Is something wrong? Oh, Sarah, do you remember the nest of eggs we saw on the tree a while ago? Oh, did they hatch? Yes, 2 weeks ago, but it's dreadful. What's dreadful? Tybalt, Miss Minchin's cat. He got out and climbed the tree and killed the babies. Oh my god, the cat ate the babies? Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What? Oh no! They were too young to fly. They couldn't fly away. I don't know if he got them all, but those poor little things.
Sarah's sorrow was more for Ermengarde's disappointment than for the birds. She'd only ever seen them as eggs in a distant nest, never as living creatures, and expected them to fledge and be gone before her thoughts returned to them. But Ermengarde had spotted the nest from her own window, had clearly returned to that window time and again to watch over them, had imagined for herself the companionship they might have shared as pets. Ermengarde had made the baby birds a part of her life, without disturbing their freedom, and for her it was a true loss.
It's not Tybalt's fault.
What?
It's not Tybalt's fault. He's just a cat. Cats bite sometimes.
I didn't. She wiped a hand over her wet face. I didn't say I was angry at Tybalt.
People can be sad when bad things happen without having to blame anyone for them. Sometimes it isn't anyone's fault. So you won't hurt Tybalt?
Of course not. Why would you think that I...
Because I heard Cook say that if Tybalt got into the kitchen and ate her chicken again, she'd have him drowned. So I thought you might think like that too.
Ermengarde blinked at Lottie, too confused to be upset. She really said she'd drown him?
I'm sure she was joking.
Cook does have a temper.
Cook's not very nice to Becky.
Cook's not very nice to anyone.
We don't know that. She might have friends or family elsewhere. She's probably nice to them.
Sarah didn't think it was right to condemn a woman she barely knew, even if everything she'd heard from Becky and Mariette was less than flattering. She's probably nice to Miss Minchin. Miss Minchin loves that cat, though. She'd be very angry if anything happened to him.
There, you see, Lottie, Cook wouldn't hurt Tybalt. No one's going to hurt him.
Sarah hugged Ermengarde close. I know, right? Just like,
I'm sorry about your birds. Why don't you both come up to my room for a while?
Sarah led her friends away, prepared to pamper them and distract them from their worries, like the perfect hostess. Okay. It looks like... Okay, so let's do the Becky event. I know, right? Sarah came upon the little maid, hard at work in the school corridor.
Becky? Oh, Miss!
So startled was she at being addressed that she fumbled a bucket of sooty brushes she carried, nearly dropping them. Sarah rushed forward to grab the handle and prevent a spill.
Missy Orton, you'll muck up your dress, you will. It's all right. I'm being careful. Please, Missy, surely it's not right.
Well, you are the expert, of course, so I will leave things in your hands.
Expert? Aren't you? I'm sure you're good at your work.
Never heard it put that way, miss. Mariette says that everyone below stairs takes advantage of you and asks you to do too many things. They ought to thank you and tell you that you are doing a good job. Becky looked so baffled at the idea of being thanked for her labors that Sarah could not let the matter rest. Is Miss Minchin very unkind to you?
Don't say nothing about the missus, miss.
Sarah looked up and down the hall, listening.
No one is anywhere about.
Okay. Come into my rooms if you feel safer that way.
Oh, I shouldn't, miss. It's my first job, miss. First job or real house lot. It's all work, but not I got my own room, my own bed. Never had that at the workhouse, miss.
You didn't have a bed.
Rooms full of beds, miss, but more full of girls. Everybody squeezes. It's good in the winter, and it keeps you warm.
Sarah did not lack for imagination, but she simply did not have the frame of reference to picture a workhouse dormitory with its rows of narrow beds crammed together. The smallest sleeping quarters she had ever seen were those on board the ship which brought Sarah and her papa to England.
Yeah, sometimes it gets real spooky up top with wind, but it's still my room, so it's not so bad. If the missus hadn't given me this job, I don't know what I'd do.
He was grateful for so little.
Listen, are you done with your chores for a while? Would you like to come and have cake again? Oh, miss, I like that, but I've got these other rooms still to do with the curtains and...
He looked absolutely crestfallen at the idea of abandoning the cake, but still determined not to give up on her duties.
Such unrewarded diligence. Miss Minchin does not deserve her. It's all right. I promise. I will keep the cake and wait for you. You can come by whenever you are finished for the day. Even if it's evening, miss. There's all we've been cooked sour today. You work so late, then you need a treat even more, don't you? I'll stop getting in your way now. I don't want to get you in trouble for talking to me. I will see you later when you can. I promise. Thank you, miss. Aw. Alright, well, here we go again. Oh no. Lavinia strode through the halls, Tybalt clasped to her bosom, crooning little songs to him and paying no attention to any fur that might be shed onto her dress. He's been carrying that cat around all day. Gossiping about your betters, Ermengarde. Oh dear. You had better be careful. Bad little birds who squawk and squeal get gobbled up whole. Lavinia threw her head back and laughed. Oh my God, she let the cat out. Tybalt stirred in her grasp, yowling faintly. Shh, my prince. Yes, you are good kitty. Shh. That's what cats do, you know. They eat the weak. The sound of her humming marked her passage as she moved out of sight. I think she set that cat on the birds on purpose. I'm sure she wouldn't do that. You heard what she said. She was laughing at me. That doesn't mean that she... No, I won't believe it. She said what she said to taunt you, and that was very unkind of her, but she isn't a wicked person, not really. It would be wrong to accuse her of something so dreadful. You are too charitable. Lavinia is horrid. I know you're always kind, and I'm glad that you are, but she doesn't deserve it. It isn't so much about what she deserves. Kindness isn't something you should have to earn. Let me add her. I mean, Sarah has a point. It's like, yeah, is Lavinia mean? Hell yeah. Did she set that cat on the birds? Yeah, probably, because that seems like the kind of dick move she would do. But Sarah also has a point. There might be a reason she acts that way. Doesn't make it right, right? But, you know, Sarah's right. Kindness isn't something you should have to earn. Like, maybe something's going on with her that's bothering her. A princess should always be kind, whether it's to a noble or a peasant or a witch. Sometimes being kind to a wicked witch is the only way to break her spell, or to make a friend. I wish Lavinia would be kinder to others. So do I. Yeah, she's not nice. So it's just like, girl, like, what are you doing? Okay, so let's try go for a walk. And, okay, let's do some tutoring. And I guess, let's see, play with toys, practice dance. Practice dance! Or maybe we can have a tea party and another tea party. And read a book, read more books. Wait, actually, let's do practice dance here. Okay. We done, okay, so new week. Let's get all of the things. Walking, tutoring, things. Dancing. All of the things. Okay. Let's see what we got. Sarah, may I come in? Of course. This may be a foolish question, but do you know where Lavinia has gone? Is she not in her room? No. Then I don't know where she is. Perhaps she went out to have an ice? She must have gone out somewhere, but she didn't tell me that she was going. I feel like, in the past weeks, she's spoken more to Tybalt than to me. She's obsessed with that cat. She's even taking it into her room to sleep with. I'm supposed to be her best friend, and... Jessie looked down, hugging her arms around herself. Sometimes when you're feeling sad, it's easier to talk to someone who can't talk back. Someone who just listens. Looked over the doll displayed in pride of place. Emily is a very good listener. You think Lavinia has trouble she isn't telling me about? I don't know. You know her better than I do. I would turn myself into a cat if I could, if that would make her happy. It doesn't usually go well in stories when a princess is turned into a cat. That means she's under a curse. Oh, I'm no princess. You could be if you wanted to. Anyone can be a princess if they're willing to work hard at it. That's only pretend. I think I think princesses who live in castles are kind of pretend too, because we pretend that they're different than we are, just because of where they were born. You're a queer sort of girl sometimes, Sarah Crew. Maybe you're the one who was born different. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so believe, 5 believe, 6 sympathy. Haven't seen Lottie in a little bit, huh? Okay, maybe let's do one with Lottie. Hurry up, Sarah, Mama. I want to show you the best gingerbread. It has sugar flowers on top. Don't run ahead. Lottie was still too young to leave the seminary and explore London on her own, but Sarah's company was considered sufficient guidance and protection. It was a warm and pleasant day, and Sarah had seen no need for a carriage. Instead, the two of them were stretching their legs along the streets of London on their way to the shops. Unfortunately, Lottie was an inconstant traveling companion, did not care to walk hand in hand, but instead would leap from point to point, ducking through gaps between passerby where Sarah could not follow. Sarah was not an inactive child, but neither was she one who enjoyed a high-speed chase, particularly one peppered with human obstacles. It did not suit her dignity. Lottie, please walk slowly. Fine. She stopped in place, allowing Sarah to catch up. But as Sarah passed her, she remained still on the sidewalk. Lottie? I'm walking slowly. I'll be behind you. All right. Sarah proceeded on their intended route, making a few quick checks behind herself to be sure that Lottie was actually following and not staying in that one spot forever. As long as I'm in front and walking at a normal pace, she can see me easily so she won't get lost. So she thought, until at last after crossing an intersection. She looked behind her, and Lottie was nowhere to be seen. Lottie? She waited in place for a while, hoping that the smaller girl was simply lagging on her shorter legs. But minutes passed, and there was no sign of her. Thus began a frantic search. First, Sarah rushed back along the streets to the last place she had seen her. In case Lottie had decided to stop, or had fallen and injured herself. Nothing. Then, remembering that Lottie knew the way to the bakery and might have taken another route there as a surprise, Sarah rushed in that direction. Her worry was now such that she demanded passage between people with only the briefest of pardons, and she was quite out of breath when she arrived. But Lottie was not there, and the baker had not seen her. What will I do? I was supposed to protect her. I cannot return to Miss Minchin's without her. I won't. She's my daughter. I have to find her. However, she had no clear idea of where else to search. Sarah walked up and down the streets, clutching at the fabric of her skirt in distress. Adults often smiled at Sarah as she walked, charming and well-dressed as she was. Seeing her worried face, those same interested souls would pause to ask her what the matter might be. Unfortunately, no one remembered seeing a little girl of Lottie's description, at least not clearly enough to indicate where she might be. No better option, Sarah returned again to the bakery, still no Lottie, and then, once more, retraced her steps back in the direction of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary. At last, she heard a sound that simultaneously made her heart leap and her ears cringe, the wailing of a distressed little girl. Lottie! Sarah, Mama! Lottie clutched desperately at Sarah's sleeve, bawling until it seemed that her entire face would melt away. Oh no. It took some time to get a clear explanation out of her. She had been lagging behind for the fun of it, keeping Sarah in sight up ahead, but fell too far back and had to hurry to keep up. Lottie had followed a distant head, which she thought was Sarah's, down a wrong turning. When she finally caught up to that figure, she discovered that it was a stranger, and did not know what to do. She had stood in place waiting for someone to find her for some time, but no one came, and at last she succumbed to tears of despair. I thought you went home and no one would ever find me again. So I tried to go home. It's a good thing that she did. If she hadn't gone back on her own, I might never have found her. She did find her way here. She might have been able to retrace her steps all the way to Miss Minchin's seminary. I'm not sure I should say that and encourage her to go off alone. Instead, Sarah rocked and cuddled her daughter and petted her curls. This was not a tantrum for attention such as Lottie had sometimes created. She needed the comfort. Now that we've found ourselves, let's go and find some gingerbread, all right? Will you carry me? You're too big for that. I am not too big. Then I am too small. It would be nice if I could carry Lottie in my arms the way that I carry Emily, but it would not work for long. I can't hold you up the whole way to the bakery, but I can hold your hand. See? Your hand here, and don't let go, and then you won't be lost. Yes, Sarah, Mama. Oh, goodness. All right. Squeak. Here we go. The sound of angry voices drew Sarah into the hall. You've been touching my things, haven't you? No, miss, I hadn't. Didn't you clean my rooms? Yes, miss. Then you touched my belongings, didn't you? Oh, no, please, your pardon, miss, I didn't. Let her be. Sarah found herself feeling quite cross with Lavinia. Lavinia's moods had been mercurial for some time, but to take them out on Becky, who could not defend herself, it was too much. Of course she's been in your rooms to clean them, and she may have moved something to dust. It's not doing anything wrong, and you've no reason to scold her. No reason! No reason if she moves my books so that I cannot find them, and knocks items off my tables, and puts her filthy fingers on my underclothes. The impertinence of it! As if she had any right to handle a young lady's possessions. Please, miss, I'm sorry. But Lavinia's eyes were on Sarah now. Perhaps you're the reason she can't keep her hands to herself. Don't think I haven't noticed. Noticed what? That girl spending extra time in your rooms. What have you been teaching her in there, hidden away? Telling stories again? What would Miss Minchin think of that? Yep, I know. I have given Becky extra duties. It wasn't entirely a falsehood, Sarah told herself. She had requested that Becky stay and speak with her. The request from a student was something like a duty for a servant. If you told Miss Minchin, she would wonder why you were interfering. You already have a personal maid. Is every servant in the school meant to be at your beck and call? There are many things I need done, and it is none of your concern. You think you're very special, don't you? You might have a surprise coming for you yet. Lavinia whirled about, passing through the door to her room and slamming it behind her with much force. Hi, Cat. How are you? Oh my goodness. Oh, miss, I didn't mean to cause... You didn't cause anything, Becky. Whatever's wrong with Lavinia, it isn't your fault. Yeah, Lavinia... Something's up with Lavinia, man. Tired and sore? Oh no. Okay. Oh, we're out of vigor. Oh no. I guess we have to go for a lot of walks. Go for a lot of walks? Go for a lot of walks. Lots of walks. Okay. Okay, and then we gotta, I guess we gotta do some tutoring, right? Read a book. Maybe practice some dance. Practice some sweet dance moves. Oh my goodness. Okay, done. First day back at work was rough. Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry, Kat. You know, I hope it gets better. Hope it gets better soon. Alright, final week's results. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh boy, Lavinia's on the warpath. Where is that girl? Where is she? Lavinia, what are you doing? Where's your little pet, Sarah? Look what she's done now. Lavinia held up a pair of shredded stockings. That isn't her. That was probably Tybalt the cat. Because cats do stuff like that. Ruined, completely ruined, and she did it out of spite. Where is that girl? She ought to be whipped. I'll have her. You will not. What did you say? You've been letting Tybalt sleep in your rooms. He got at your stockings, not Becky. That's claw marks. Run for your life, right? Yeah, no worries, cat. And and you can't blame him either because he's just a cat, and that's what cats do. You stupid fat-faced fool.
Wow, this girl. This girl is wow, she just okay. Uh-huh. Go off, I guess, Lavinia.
Girls!
Uh-oh. Lavinia's enraged tones had attracted extra attention.
Lavinia, I am surprised at you. Shrieking and carrying on like a fishwife. What a way to behave. You ought to follow Sarah's example. Sarah is always a model student. You could learn a great deal from her.
Lavinia's head jerked as if she had been struck a blow. The ruined stockings drifted, forgotten, from her numb hands.
Yes, Miss Minchin.
It was like, well, you got in trouble, huh? Damn. Alright, let's see if we can get to Becky event. Becky leaned back in the soft, comfortable chair and listened as Sarah spun a story for her. This tale involved a king who had 2 daughters but no sons, and who was under a terrible curse that only a hero who traveled the witch's road could lift. Each daughter swore to do her best to save her father, and thus they each outfitted themselves and went on their separate journeys.
The elder had hair of gold, and she wore bright silver armor and carried a thin-bladed sword with a hilt like a bell. The younger had hair of midnight and wore a dress of soft flowing blue. She carried no weapon other than her words and her kind heart.
Becky was so entranced by Sarah's voice that she forgot for minutes at a time to keep eating the slice of cake she had been handed.
The elder princess chose the fiercest horse in the royal stables and galloped along the witch's road at great speed until she came to a metal bridge over the river. When the horse's hooves pounded onto the metal, they made such a clang that the horse was startled. The eldest daughter was flung from her saddle. The younger princess did not want to tire her favorite pony by making him carry her, so she walked down the witch's road holding his reins. They went much more slowly, but at last they reached the bridge. The gentle pony didn't want to touch the metal bridge, but he trusted the youngest daughter, and she soothed and petted him, and together they crossed the river.
As Sarah's story continued, the kind younger daughter encountered a monster which terrified her and required her bolder sister's approach to chase it away. Eventually, the 2 princesses learned to work together and progressed to the end of the road.
And there, inside the twisted brambles of the witch's hut, they found their father. Was the curse broken? I was cursed, he said, because I had no sons to rule after me. I built this road myself as a test. But now the 2 of you have learned your strength, and I know that you can rule together.
Oh. Becky folded her hands under her chin and let out a fond sigh.
The 2 princesses really rule the kingdom, miss.
I don't see why not. Our queen was a princess once.
Yes, it's so.
All of a sudden she sat bolt upright in the chair.
Blimey, the time! Sorry, miss. It's all right. I suppose you ought to go.
Becky looked dolefully at the thick slice of cake, still half uneaten, that sat before her.
And can I take it with me, miss? I got my pocket here, you see.
Hid beneath Becky's apron was a stained old cloth pouch, the surviving half of a discarded pair of pockets from some lady's wardrobe. Sarah did not imagine that any cake held in such a pocket would be pleasant to eat afterwards, but scolded herself that it was not her decision to make.
Of course you can. Thank you, miss.
She happily tipped the plate into her pocket.
I'll go eat this later up in the attic, miss. I've got to eat careful, because if I leave crumbs, the rats will come out and get 'em. Rats? Are there rats there?
I just wanted to hop on a ship, not go to a creepy forest where the kid is laughing. Oh yeah, that part's always bad.
Lots of 'em, miss. There mostly is rats and moss in attics. You get used to the noise they make scuttling about. I got so I don't mind 'em as long as they don't run over my pillow. Oh, you can get used to anything after a bit. You have to, miss, if you're born like I was. I'd rather have rats than cockroaches. Oh, so would I. I think I might manage to make friends with a rat in time, but I don't believe I should like to make friends with a cockroach.
Friends?
Well, they are creatures just like cats and dogs. They could be friendly. I think Becky needs that food more than the rats do, but I wonder if the rats are hungry too. Perhaps if there are any crumbs in your pockets, you should shake it out somewhere away from your bed, so that if the rats come out to eat, they won't bother you. That's clever, miss. Perhaps I'll try it. Okay. Play 1 and 2 when I'm up at 3. Oh, yeah, Mass Effect 3. Yeah, I think we're going to be playing through that series again. As little Lottie walked past the classroom, which should by any rights be empty at such a time, she heard a most curious sound. Uh-oh. The noise was faint enough that most ears might have overlooked it. But even in its quietness, it was a sound with which Lottie was intimately familiar. It was the sound of a girl crying. And so it was that Lottie, who had never before been known for her sympathy, padded into the classroom and found, seated on the floor with her arms hugging her knees and her eyes streaming with tears, Lavinia Herbert. What's the matter? No way! Lottie herself enjoyed being fussed over far too much. Imagine that anyone else might truly mean it when she demanded to be left alone. Lottie came closer and laid her plump little hand on Lavinia's shoulder, petting the older girl as teachers had petted her. There! Don't touch me! He lashed out, arm and elbow striking the smaller child full force and knocking her away. Ah! Caught off balance, Lottie twisted and fell hard upon her knees, skidding slightly on the floor as she landed. Ah! Lavinia's tears had been quiet. Lottie's were anything but. Sarah was, at that time, in another room entirely, curled up in a window seat and enjoying a recently acquired book. Between one word and another, concentration was disrupted by the sound of distant howling. For all the stories she told of heaven, Sarah would be the first to admit that she herself was not an angel. She felt obligated to leave her book and look after her adopted child, but she was not pleased about it. Thus, when she stomped into the classroom and found Lottie on the ground nursing her bended knee, and Lavinia standing over her, Sarah felt herself quite snappish and unreasonable. Stop this minute, you crybaby! Stop this minute! I'm not a crybaby, I'm not, you are! You nasty little spoiled thing, I should like to slap you! Sarah! Sarah whirled on Lavinia, who appeared to be the root cause of the disruption of her reading, and whose face was now quite dry. Well, I should like to slap you! Immediately ashamed, she struggled to restrain herself. But I don't want to slap you. No, I do want to slap you. I should like to slap you, but I won't, because we are not little gutter children. We are both old enough to know better. Ah, yes, your Royal Highness. We are princesses, I believe. At least one of us is. It stung. It stung more bitterly than either of them could have expected. For Sarah to hear her beloved fancy mocked in such a tone, felt the blood rush up into her face and tingle in her ears. But she stopped herself. A princess did not fly into rages. True, sometimes I do pretend I am a princess. I pretend I'm a princess so that I can try and behave like one. Dear me, how grand! I hope when you ascend the throne that you won't forget us. I won't. She's like, don't worry, I won't. I was like, dang, Sarah. Oh gosh. You think you're the only one who's special. You're wrong. Just you wait, Sarah Crew. You'll see. Lavinia left the room, her neck stiff, her head high. Sarah, Baba, she... Hush, hush, Lottie, it's all right. Never mind. Come and sit in the window seat with me and I'll whisper a story to you. Will you? Will you tell me about the Darmingmons again? Of course. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, so looks like we need some extra belief. I guess we can do write in diary. Right, and then we can... Oh, I guess we need the tutoring. Tutoring gives us knowledge and patience. Guess we'll have to do the tea party. Okay, and then can we practice dance, maybe? That gives us some art. That gives us some grace. I guess, okay, and then we can do a little more write in diary.
And maybe some tutoring, maybe more tea party. More tea party? More tea party. Okay, done. Dancing Queen, yep. Alright. Oh yeah, we're trying to get her stats up. Mademoiselle, there is a letter for you. Oh, another letter from Papa. It does not seem so long at all since his last letter. A longer wait might make me feel quite lonely and neglected, or risk him fading from my thoughts. But this is just right. I wonder if he has explored the diamond caves yet. My dear little missus. The letter did not seem to be written in such boyish high spirits as usual. He was not very well, was evidently overweighted by the business connected with the diamond mines. You see, little Sarah, your daddy is not a businessman at all, and figures and documents bother him. He does not really understand them, and all this seems so enormous. It gives me a splitting headache even to consider these matters. Perhaps I am the one who should be away at school again, learning how to manage things. Ah, if I was not feverish, I should not be awake through one half of each night, tossing about, spending the other half in troublesome dreams. If my little missus were here, I dare say she would give me some solemn good advice, and put my mind at ease. What wouldn't I give to have your little arms round my neck this minute? God grant that these matters be soon resolved, and grant me leave to return to England for a visit. A visit? Oh, Mariette, my papa may be coming for a visit. Are you sure, mademoiselle? It is a long way to travel. I do not wish you to be disappointed. Well, he doesn't promise that he can, but he does say that he would like to. Read a little further along. He's also asking about what I want for my birthday. Wouldn't it be lovely if my papa were here for my birthday? Oui, mais je ne compte pas trop. I know, I mustn't fasten my hopes on it, but it is a beautiful thing to believe. He looked down at the letter and smiled. Papa is asking if a doll would be an acceptable present. I told him I didn't want a lot of dolls, but he says a special doll might be a companion for Emily while I'm busy with classes. That is a pretty thought. Yes, she must be a very special doll. You see, I'm getting very old. By the time of my next birthday, I do not think I should be given dolls any more. This will be my last doll. There is something solemn about that, don't you think? Of course, mademoiselle. I could write poetry. I'm sure a poem about a last doll would be very nice. But I cannot write poetry. I've tried, and it made me laugh. It does not sound like Watts or Coleridge or Shakespeare at all. Perhaps when you are completely too old for dolls, you will have more of a talent for poetry in exchange. Do you think it could work that way? I never know how I will change, even though I am different every day. Sarah set the letter aside and knelt to address Emily. I should respect the last doll very much, but nothing could ever take your place. I hope you do not become jealous of each other, and can be very good friends. I am sure they will. Okay, so, okay, we missed, apparently the event expired. I wish it would tell you, like, when an event is going to expire, but it doesn't tell you. Emily's scary. But it doesn't tell you, which is kind of weird. So, okay, but we'll do the event with Lottie. The knock at the door was quiet, but clear. Sarah, Mama? Caught her fingers in her hem, swaying on her toes. Sarah, Mama, can I sleep in your room sometimes? If I'm scared, or if I don't want to be alone? Oh dear. It was not that Sarah disliked Lottie or wished to avoid spending time with her. She was a naturally motherly little person, and Lottie's worshipful affection gave her a cozy feeling. However, as Lottie's mama, Sarah felt she had the responsibility to instill not only good behaviors, but also some growing maturity into her young charge. Tantrums and nightmares were expected from infants, not from young ladies. Minchin had already hinted that Lottie's place at the seminary might be forfeit if her temper did not improve. Everyone has their own room here. Isn't it proper for students to sleep alone? Oh, you don't. You have Emily and Mariette already. Can't you have me too? They each have their own beds. They don't share mine. And you have your own bed in your room. But I'm all alone in there. What if I get scared? I don't believe that you're that easily frightened. I've seen you with the horses. They don't scare you as much as they used to. And that is a good thing. It means that you are growing up.
just as you should. For Lottie's chin wrinkled up as she pinched her lips together in a sulk. Your room is so pretty and nice. I want to live here with you. Why can't I? I'm little. I can fit in the corner. I don't need much space. You can sit in a corner, but all of your things can't. You would miss your clothes and your toys. Lottie scowled. Am I being too hard on her? She's not used to being thwarted, and I don't want her to be sad. Lottie, I don't believe that you need a guardian in the night for your bad dreams, because you're too clever for that. I don't want you to live in my room all of the time. Lottie's lip began to quiver threateningly. But I do like having you visit me. Wish to stay in my room once in a while as a special visit, then that will be all right. Tonight? Can I visit tonight? May you? May I, Sarah Mama? Yes, you may. Okay. Well, it was odd, Sarah mused, having another girl in her bed. Odd, but not entirely unpleasant. Aw. At first it had seemed that Lottie would never settle down to sleep. She wiggled in place, touched Sarah's legs with her cold feet, wanted to talk about everything she'd eaten for dinner. A child such as Lottie was filled from head to toe with restless energy, but head to toe was not such a great distance in one so young. After an enormous yawn that seemed to expel all air from her body, Lottie fell silent at last, and minutes later was lost in sleep. There had been another little girl at home with my papa and me, a sister or playmate. We might have snuggled in together like this. Lottie's lips parted, emitting a sound too incoherent to be called a word. Her plump little fingers flexed and clutched, catching a hold of the fabric of Sarah's sleeve and clinging there. Encouraging her in the wrong ways, or the right ones. She's a little kid. She's so small and so soft. She fits nearly into her lap to be cuddled. It would be a waste if she grew up too quickly. She's already too big to carry around. She's not a doll, not like Emily. She can be very troublesome, but somehow she does belong to me. Kissed Lottie's forehead, too softly to wake her. Good night, Lottie. Stay together now, girls. Keep in line. It was Sunday, and the girls of Miss Minchin's select seminary walked together on their way back from services. All right, yeah, it was a nice moment with Lottie. Air was warm, and the foggy veil of London thin enough for sunlight to pass through. It seemed a day designed to inspire rest and relaxation. In that indolent atmosphere, only Sarah heard the fruitless cough of the beggar child. She could not have said whether it was the same child as before, nor did she take the time to consider the likelihood of such. She moved without thinking, her coin purse in hand. Here is a sixpence. Go and buy yourself some fruit and something to drink. After passing on her bounty, Sarah returned to the formation of girls, fully expecting to be scolded by Miss Minchin. Such was not to be. Did you all see that, girls? Sarah has given you a very fine example of Christian generosity and kindness. We all know the importance of these virtues, but we often find it difficult to put them into practice into our daily lives. That's our Sarah. Yes, our marvelous little princess. How strange. Have I changed so much in the months that I have been here, or has Miss Minchin? Or could it be that we are both exactly as we always were, and something else has changed instead? Probably diamonds. I don't know. Okay, so we took all our sympathy. Oh my god. Okay, so we need a lot of sympathy, and it looks like we need to go for some walks. Go for some walks. Dun dun dun. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Lots of things. How do we do? Okay, not so bad. Thank you for having me to tea, Sarah. No, you are always welcome. Yes, but I still appreciate it. I don't think I should stop thanking you when you do nice things just because you've done them before, and I've thanked you before. You are very sweet. Sarah looked down at her tea. The sugar had already completely dissolved into the hot water,
Its sweetness was not something that could be seen. Ermengarde, do you know why Miss Minchin treats me differently? She does? I feel that she praises me every day, whether it's for being quick to finish my lessons or something so small as having an amiable smile. But you have a lovely smile, and you are very clever at your books. More than anyone, everything she says is true. I must believe that if you say that it is so, but I don't feel that I am any more clever or amiable than I was some months ago, and I do not think she liked me so much then. Maybe it took Miss Minchin a while to realize just how wonderful you are. Some people aren't as quick at understanding things as you. Sarah sighed to herself and took a sip of her tea. A lot of nice accidents have happened to me. It just happened that I always liked lessons and books, and I can remember things when I learned them. It just happened that I was born with a father who was beautiful and nice and clever and could give me everything I liked. Perhaps I've not really a good temper at all. If you have everything you want and everyone is kind to you, how can you help but be good-tempered? I don't know how I shall ever find out whether I am really a nice child or a horrid one. Perhaps I'm a hideous child, and no one will ever know just because I never have any trials. Lavinia has no trials, and she is horrid enough. Sarah rubbed the end of her little nose reflectively as she thought the matter over. Well, perhaps that's because Lavinia is growing. Aren't we all growing? Lavinia is one of the eldest. I have heard it said that that age makes girls especially disagreeable, though I don't know why. I hope that I don't have to become angry all the time only because of growing older. Oh, I'm certain that you won't. You are a kind friend. I mean... Okay. I guess... Okay, let's do another one with Becky. Cough, teenagers, yes. Sarah sat at her desk, unmoving. A pen kept poised between her fingers in preparation for the words that had not yet come. You are studying that paper very intently, mademoiselle. Are there secrets written upon it? It was a kindly teasing over the still blank page, but Sarah considered the question seriously. Not that I can read, and I haven't written any of my own, not yet. It would be an interesting sort of magic to write words on paper that only some people could see, but it might be even more interesting if you could read words that hadn't been written yet. But then, I suppose if you could read them first, you wouldn't be the one that was writing them. That was a sound Sarah had learned, a polite acknowledgement without understanding. I'm preparing to write a letter to my papa, you see. I want it to be just right, so I keep telling the words over and over again in my head. I don't want to send him a page full of blots and scratchings if I change my mind. I am sure he would love any letter from you, even if it were nothing but scribbling. Yes, I suppose he would. Still, I want to do my best. Package retrieval operation in progress. Yay! Sarah thought a bit longer and then asked, have you written to your family in France, Mariette? None. Do you need paper or ink? You can use my desk when I am out. If you would like me to leave you some time without interruptions, I could... Mademoiselle, you should not worry about such things. I know how it feels to be far from the place you knew. You must miss your family very much. It is perhaps so. Then, Mademoiselle, I did not leave ma famille en France. I had already lost them many years ago. Sarah breathed out hard. The sudden pang of sympathy knifed through her breast. You are an orphan. Of that I do not know. Seeing the concern on her mistress's face, Mariette was compelled to explain herself. Mademoiselle, it is very difficult for a woman in service to raise a child. You cannot work with a babe in your arms. My parents left me in the care of a couple who owned a small inn in Limoges. That is where I grew up. My mother visited me as a child when she could. It was not often. Then, one day, I realized she would not come back. I do not know what happened. There was no word. She only did not return. I believe that she must have died. I do not think she would have abandoned me by choice. Sarah had been older and Mariette younger. She would have hugged and comforted her.
For Sarah was a tender-hearted soul. It was more difficult in this situation to know what to do. Mariette did not seem to be greatly wounded by her loss, only wistful. Perhaps it was so long ago that, as with my own mother, she does not much remember or miss her. Or perhaps it is because she's an adult now and she thinks that she must be strong. Whatever the case, I think you are right. Your mother must be in heaven now watching over you. I'm certain that she was a kind and loving woman and that she would never forget you. Ah, how do you know this, mademoiselle? She rose from her desk and stood straight. Because you are a kind and loving person who looks after others. You are not like my mother, but you are like a mother should be. So I am sure your mother was just the same. And then Mariette did something unusual. For no particular reason, she reached out and laid her hand atop Sarah's little dark head. It felt warm. Merci, mademoiselle. Oh, that's nice. Right, now Lottie, hold on to my hands. Now you pick me up. Not like that, your wrists are not strong enough. Hold my hands like so. Now pick one foot above the ground. Stretch it out behind you. I feel wobbly. That's why I'm holding on to you. Press on my hands and try not to lean forward as you stretch. This feels strange. Sarah came into the room to find Jessie and Lottie engaged in some manner of dance practice. Oh, Lottie, I can see your petticoats. Sarah, Mama! He let go of Jessie and rushed over to Sarah to demand a hug. Will you play with us? Hey, I thought you were dancing. We weren't exactly. I had an idea and wanted to see if she could do it. But I would be happy to dance with you, Sarah, if you would like it. Where's Lavinia? I would have expected her to be with you. Lavinia has not been herself lately. She sighed, twisting up her beautiful long hair and then letting it fall again. Oh, Sarah, it's been so difficult. I've always admired Lavinia so very much, but now... Admired? Quite unexpectedly, Lavinia swept into the room. Jessie's eyes went wide, her hands flying uselessly to cover her mouth. Yes, you admired me, didn't you? Only now there's a little diamond girl for you to admire, isn't there? You're nothing but a useless sycophant, Jessie Abbott. Yes, I know what that word means. I know a lot of things, things that nobody else does. Not even your precious Princess Sarah. Okay. A haughty tilt of her chin, she strode away. Jessie's eyes darted frantically back and forth, her cheeks taking on a lilac hue. Then, without a word, she crumpled the fabric of her skirt in her hands and hurried after Lavinia. Sarah, Mama, what's a sycophant? A sycophant is someone who flatters an important person that they don't really like. Why? I don't know. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Something going on. Okay, so we can either read a book, practice dance, play with toys, go for a walk. I guess, okay, we're gonna need some beliefs. We're gonna write in a diary. Okay, we're gonna have some more tea party things. And I guess we can either go for a walk or practice dance. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Dun dun dun. Okay, so let's see what we got. Visiting, sympathy, dancing. Okay. Alright. Uh-oh. My dear Sarah, how good it is to see you today. Thank you. As you know, your birthday will be upon us in only 2 short weeks. Yes. I am planning a grand celebration for you. We will decorate the entire schoolroom and have a little party with activities for all the students. Then you will open your gifts with great ceremony, and after they have been seen and admired, you will proceed to a glittering feast where I will arrange some unusual treats. Is there anything particular that you would like for your special day, Sarah? Will my papa be there? What was that? Oh, I only hoped he had written me that he would like to be present for my birthday, and I hoped that you might have had word. I'm sorry, if Captain Crew has made such plans, he has not informed me. I was told only to have your gifts made ready for you. Oh, Now do not lose hope, my dear. Messages travel so slowly when the ocean is involved. It is always possible that ships are in motion even as we speak. However, even if your father is unable to attend the festivities, I hope you will have a simply marvelous time and write to him all about it. Yes, Miss Minchin, thank you. Well, my dear, if you have no other special requests, then you may wish to return to your friends. There is another gentleman I need to speak with. Thank you. Good day. Upon leaving Miss Minchin's office, Sarah briefly crossed the path of a sharp-featured, dry little gentleman who wore a neatly tailored suit and eyeglasses. Good day. He nodded at her quite as if he already knew her name and saw no need for the two of them to be introduced once again. Good day. Something about his manner seemed mildly unsettling to Sarah, but as he soon vanished into Miss Minchin's office, never to be seen again, she quite forgot all about him. Out of sight, Miss Minchin greeted her visitor. Ah, Mr. Barrow, here are the next set of bills for Miss Crewe's celebrations. I have it on authority that the Parisian dolls is nearly complete. The Parisian doll is nearly complete. It will be delivered next week. The strange gentleman took the papers she handed him, regarded them with a sniff. You do not think this a trifle extravagant for such a young girl's birthday? Captain Crewe expected the very best for his daughter. I don't see how it is your place to judge. Ordered that your firm would pay all expenses, did he not? Yes, yes. You are very fond of the girl, then? She is my most important pupil. I see. Very well, I shall take these and add them to the receipts for disbursement when the next payments arrive. Good day to you, Miss Minchin. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so Marriott, Becky. Which one should we do? Okay, there's Lottie. There's her. I guess, 7 knowledge, 5 patience, sympathy. We haven't seen Becky in a little while. Let's see if we can get some. Sarah picked up her doll and smiled at her. You are looking a trifle tired today, Emily. You must have been very busy while I was out of the room. Gave the doll's curls a careful brushing, then tucked her into her own little cradle bed, arranging her hands to lie over the fabric cover. I think you'll feel better after a nap. I'm hoping that Becky will come to visit today, but we'll try to be quiet so that we don't disturb you. With the air of an expectant hostess, Sarah moved around the room, running her hands over shelves and turning cushions to be just so. The room was already perfectly neat, of course. Sarah was not an untidy child by nature, and anything she might have disarranged since Becky's last visit would have been set straight by Mariette. Still, it seemed the sort of thing a princess ought to do. Looking your best shows that you care about your visitors. Having reassured herself that everything was just so, she settled in at her desk with a sheet of sums to work for the classroom. £2, 12 shillings, 8 and a quarter pence, plus £1, 14 shillings, 5 and a quarter pence. That's 2 farthings, 8 and 5 pence makes 1 shilling and 1 penny. Addition and subtraction were simple tasks, but the complications of British currency were such they needed to be practiced over and over again to be certain one did not forget. Becky's arrival was even more delightful when it meant putting those repetitive worksheets away. Becky! Come in, please sit down. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Millie is resting today, so we must be calm and quiet for her sake. That's all right, miss. I'm tired today, too. I made a wonderful discovery to share with you. I was out at the shops looking in the windows for things that might fit neatly into your pocket and not fall into crumbs. Look! With a proud smile, she produced a tray of 3 little meat pies sealed up tight with glazed crust. Becky's eyes quite sparkled. Oh, miss, them will be nice and filling. It's filling that space. Sponge cake's evenly thing. Sponge cake's a heavenly thing, but melts away like, if you understand, miss, it'll just stay in your stomach. I don't believe it will be a good thing if a pie stayed in your stomach for always. That line of thinking led somewhere indelicate, so she quickly abandoned it. I do hope they will be satisfying. I wish you had told me before about the cake, I could have brought something else before this. Beef sandwiches, perhaps, or rolls, and bologna sausage. All that for me, miss. Of course, why not? I like to share food with you. I'd like to see you enjoy yourself. None of the girls here ever enjoy cook's meals half so much. But I might never have guessed you wanted something other than cake. Why didn't you tell me? Oh please, miss, no one's ever been so kind to me before. Not even my own mum. How could I ask you for more? How could I? Were you afraid that if you asked me for something and I said no, that I would be angry with you? Oh. Yes, no, miss, but you done so many nice things for me, and you still weren't happy that we rot sour me, you see? You would want somebody sour. Oh, Becky, you are never sour, not one bit. But we are friends, you and I. Friends, miss? Of course we are. And a friend isn't upset when a friend asks her for something, even if she might have to say no. I could have done this for you sooner if you hadn't kept it a secret what you wanted. Let's promise never to keep secrets from each other ever again. She held out her hand to seal the pact. Becky started to reach for it, then hesitated. Never at all, miss? What if some secrets are not, like surprises? Oh, I didn't think of that. You are very clever. Becky smiled in nervous agreement. I will make a better promise then. Let's promise each to always trust each other if we need help. All right? All right. They clasped hands. The scullery maid's palm was rough and calloused, but her fingers curled sweetly around Sarah's. Good. Okay. New week. Dun dun dun. Sarah was playing hostess to Jessie at a tea party in her rooms. Upon this occasion, Jessie's interest seemed more drawn to Sarah's French maid. Truly, of course it is no longer at the height of fashion. Not in Paris, mademoiselle. It is quite good enough en Provence. In London, the curved back and large bosom still dominates. But Paris must always be at the front of things, you see? Isn't it a lovely idea, Sarah? To be free to move and breathe, to have a small chest, and to still be beautiful? If it is beautiful in Paris, then it must be beautiful elsewhere, even if people don't see it that way. The fashions of Paris are emulated all around the world, but it does take time. Marie Antoinette devised the fashion of shepherdesses, didn't she? It was not quite so, mademoiselle. As I have heard, the queen grew tired of the stiff brocade and jewels of court dress and wished something more light and simple. Designed gowns of soft thin muslin, much gathering and ruffle. Gowns that could be both beautiful and comfortable. Yes, that design in its own way may have led to many of the dresses young ladies such as yourselves wear now. Paris before all. I thought that the queen wasn't very popular in France anymore. There are many who hate the royalty of the past and all that they represent. Hi, Tom. Love you too. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So, and others who hope that the Sun King will come again. Oof, no. Perhaps the crown will be restored one day. I do not know. It is not for my hands to decide. As for Marie Antoinette, some mock her memory. I've always had my own sympathy. I believe I was named in her honor. Oh, how charming! As conversation turned from Marie Antoinette to the Celtic origins of Jessie's own name, Sarah's mind wandered into recollections of a book she had read recently. Dom, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for 3 months. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I hope you've been well. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, so I guess it makes sense. Mariette, I guess, kind of like a mix of Marie Antoinette. It was not entirely unrelated, for it had been a book about the French Revolution. Specifically, the prisoners of the Bastille, men who had spent so many years in dungeons that when they were dragged out by their rescuers, their long gray hair and beards covered their faces. After so many years trapped underground, they had forgotten that the outside world existed at all, and to them, walking into freedom was not so much waking from a dream as entering into one. To doubt the sun, to forget that there was such a thing as stars, those poor souls, and yet over time, They must have learned to believe in their new world. England was very strange to me after living in India, but now it seems as real or even more so than my memories. Sarah? Hmm? Oh, please excuse me. My thoughts began to run away on their own. A pity that they can't carry us with them. I guess so. Okay, so we need what else do we need? So we have to do the activities for the day. I guess we should go for a walk. Okay, so tea party, tea party, tea party. Maybe okay, maybe practice dance and then maybe write in diary. Yeah, that should work. That should work. Okay, because I'm not sure what activities are left. Okay, dancing, writing, dancing. Okay. Okay, we're back to Becky again. Miss. Oh! Sarah was startled when Becky caught her arm in the hallway one day. The scullery maid was usually too timid to be so insistent. If Sarah did not call out to her, Becky would more often pass by unnoticed. What is it, Becky? Oh, miss, I heard... Is it your birthday soon, miss? Yes, it's next week. That's what I thought I heard, miss, but I weren't sure. When is your birthday, Becky? Don't know, miss, never had one. But you must have a birthday. Everyone does. You were born. I don't rightly remember that part, miss. But if you don't know when you were born, how old are you? Not so sure of that either, miss. The workhouse reckon I were past 14 and old enough for service. She doesn't look over 14. Harriet said she thought Becky was older than she appeared. Poor Becky, who have never had a birthday. Well then, if you have no birthday of your own, you shall share mine. Miss Minchin asked if there was anything I wanted for my party. I want my papa to be there, but she can't fix that for me. But she can let you come to my party. I'm sure she will if I ask her to. Oh, miss, are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Every little girl deserves birthday parties. Maybe you're older, or maybe you're not, but you're still a little girl. Becky made a small noise like a laugh, half swallowed and tucked away. Oh, I'll got to scupper now, miss, but I hope you're right. Okay, Well, let's see. Event expired. I guess let's go see Lottie. Look, Sarah, Mama, look what my papa sent me. It was a necklace strung with tiny beads of pink coral. A nice bit of jewelry for a child, not overly ornate. That's very pretty. Does your papa often send you presents? If I say I want them. The last time I wrote him, I told him we had a new suit with a pretty room and a tea set, a dolly, and dresses and shoes. So I knew he'd give me something nice. Held up the necklace. It's not as pretty as Emily, though. Oh dear, she is rather spoiled, isn't she? It isn't very wise to ask people to give you presents all of the time. In fairy stories, stepsisters who ask witches for too many gifts end up with curses instead. I didn't ask. Folded her arms stubbornly. I'll just say how sad I am so people give me things. And very kind, especially if you are not truly sad. I am sad. I haven't any mama. That makes me very sad. But you do. You have me, remember? Lottie frowned, caught in a trap of logic. If she denied it, she might lose her precious companion. But if she accepted Sarah's statement, she might lose her excuse for pouting. Yay! I haven't any mama at home. My papa is all alone. That makes me sad. The result was not quite what Lottie had expected. Sarah was herself quite concerned about her papa, left all alone in India without her company. That makes me sad as well. Lottie stamped her foot. You're not supposed to be sad. I don't want you to be sad. She scowled for a moment, then brightened with a thought, held out the necklace of coral beads. Here. That was a present from your papa to you. You should keep it. It isn't kind to give away presents that were given to you with love. I suppose I'm bad kind. She paused as another idea occurred to her. In logic, yup. If you were really my mama, you could take care of me always and make me better. If you married my papa, you could be my real mama. Married? Rare as it might seem, Sarah was a young girl who had never once contemplated married life. She had few examples of marriages in action to draw upon. The servants of her old house kept their families at a distance. Even here, Miss Minchin was unmarried. What then was marriage to Sarah? Hold up. That's going way too far. Yeah, she's an 8-year-old kid. I am sure your papa is very charming, but I do not wish to marry anyone. When I complete my schooling in England, I will return to India to be with my papa. Oh, maybe I shall marry your papa so I could go with you. I do not think my papa has any desire to marry either, and you are far too young. I'll get older. I love Lonnie. She's like, no. She's like, I'll get older. She's like, I'll grow up. Whatever. It's cool. You know, I got time. Now Lonnie's over here like, I got time. It's like, Lonnie, no. I'll get older. Yes, you will. Not you will grow up, but you will always be younger than I am. I know. Go and put your necklace away. You should write to your papa and thank him for the present. Yes, Sarah, mama. Oh my god. Just the way she's like, I'll get older. I was like, girl, no, nah. Mademoiselle, you must hold still so that I can see the new dress on you correctly. I am sorry, Mariette. I heard the horse's hoofs and the sound of wheels, and then they slowed, and I thought perhaps it was a carriage come to call. A carriage with my papa. Mademoiselle, hanging your head will not make your papa come any faster. Nor will it help me adjust your dress for the party. Cute? Yeah, it's a very cute dress. Is it wrong to keep hoping, Mariette? I know he never sent word that he could come, but he never sent a letter to say that he absolutely couldn't either. I do not think I can answer that, mademoiselle. Hope is something very personal. Then I think I will. It will be sad if my birthday comes and my papa is not here, but if I give up hope, then I would be sad now. I think it will be easier to be a little sad then, while I'm having a nice party with my friends, than to be sad now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it more difficult for you to finish my dress. Sarah raised her head and spread out her arms like a little doll. If my papa is to see this, then it must be lovely, and if my papa will not be there, it should be just as nice to keep up our spirits. Isn't that right, Emily? Mariette laughed to herself but would not say why. Okay. Alright, so we have a new week. Oh gosh, our belief is gone. Okay, so we need like a certain amount. Okay, I guess we're gonna have some writing diary times. And then a couple of tea parties. And then I guess we gotta go for some walks or practice dance. I guess practice dance. So we get that cardio in. To get that cardio in, cardio and creativity. Right, visiting, dancing, things. Okay, how do we do? It was at last the day of Sarah's birthday party. There had been no further word from her papa, but at this moment, Sarah was too carried away with anticipation to feel disappointment. Oh, Miss Minchin, may I not go into the classroom yet? Everyone is already there waiting. Not until the preparations are complete, my dear. This is not an ordinary occasion. I do not desire that it should be treated as one. And so she was required to wait in the hall, breathless and fidgeting until Cook emerged from the classroom. Everything's ready, Mum. Very well. Take my hand, Sarah, and let us enter. Sarah entered the holly-hung schoolroom as the head of a sort of procession. First there was Miss Minchin in a grand silk dress, and Sarah herself guided by her hand. Birthday! A manservant followed, carrying the box containing the last doll. Cook carried a second box, and Becky brought up the rear carrying a third box and wearing a clean apron and a new cap. All the students in their seats stared at this little parade, older girls touching each other's elbows and nodding, youngest squirming with excitement. Faced with so many eyes, Sarah felt herself unaccountably shy. Not since her first introduction at Miss Minchin's select seminary had she been quite so much the center of all attention. She looks like a magical girl. Yeah, she does. Silence, young ladies. The room itself was not quite transformed, but certainly made far more festive. The desks had been pushed away, and the long form benches covered over with red cloth. A large table had been set in pride of place, its surface scattered with flower petals. It was here that Miss Minchin directed her entourage. James, place that box upon the table and remove the lid. Emma, put yours upon a chair. Becky? Becky had quite forgotten herself in her excitement, and was exchanging grins with Lottie when a disapproving voice nearly startled her into dropping her box. Yes, ma'am. She bobbed a shaky little curtsy of apology. With the box still in her arms, the positioning was quite awkward. Both tittered at once and then looked at each other in startlement for falling so easily into their lost rapport. It is not your place to look at the young ladies. You forget yourself. Put your box down. Yes, you may leave us. She waved her hand, and the servants began to walk away. If you please, Miss Minchin, mayn't Becky stay? Becky? I want her because I know she will like to see the presents. Here's a little girl too, you know. James Bond. Miss Minchin was scandalized. She glanced from one figure to the other. My dear Sarah, Becky is the scullery maid. Scullery maids are not little girls. But Becky is, and I know she would enjoy herself. Please let her stay, because it is my birthday. Minchin took a slow breath and replied with much dignity. As you ask it is as a birthday favor, she may stay. Rebecca, thank Miss Sarah for her great kindness. Becky had been backing into the corner, twisting the hem of her apron in delighted suspense. She came forward, bobbing curtsies. Out of Miss Minchin's sight, she passed a friendly wink to Sarah. Oh, if you please, miss, I'm that grateful, miss. I do want to see the doll, miss, that I did. Thank you, miss, and thank you, ma'am, for the liberty. Go and stand there, not too near the young ladies. Becky went to her place grinning. She did not even mind when Miss Minchin cleared her throat ominously and spoke again. Now, young ladies, I have a few words to say to you. Going to make the speech? I wish it was over. You are aware, young ladies, that today is dear Sarah's birthday. Dear Sarah? Oh boy. Sarah's birthdays are rather different from other little girls' birthdays. Right? When she is older, she will be heiress to a large fortune, which it will be her duty to spend in a meritorious manner. The diamond mines! When her dear papa, Captain Crewe, brought her from India and gave her into my care, he said to me in a jesting way, I'm afraid she will be very rich, Miss Minchin. My reply was, her education at my seminary, Captain Crewe, shall be such as will adorn the largest fortune. I wish she would stop. Saying these things make me feel hot all over, and everyone is staring. Sarah has become my most accomplished pupil. Her French and her dancing are a credit to the seminary. Her manners, which have caused you to call her Princess Sarah, are perfect. Her amiability she exhibits by giving you this afternoon's party. I hope you appreciate her generosity. I wish you to express your appreciation of it by saying aloud all together, Thank you, Sarah. I know, it's a lot. The entire schoolroom rose to its feet and chorused Miss Minchin's words. Lottie even jumped up and down. Sarah looked rather shy for a moment, then made a very nice curtsy. Thank you for coming to my party. Very pretty indeed, Sarah. That is what a real princess does when the populace applauds her. Lavinia, the sound you just made was extremely like a snort. You are jealous of your fellow pupil. I beg you will express your feelings in some more ladylike manner. Or now I will leave you to enjoy yourselves. Instant she had swept out of the room. Right? The web-like aura that had held the girls down dissipated, and they rushed from their seats in a babble of excitement. It was the boxes that drew the most attention. Sarah was bent over one. There are books, I know. Does your papa send you books for a birthday present? Why, he's as bad as mine. I like them. Books aren't exciting. I want to see the doll. For everyone present, through whispered rumors, had come to know that a quite magnificent doll was due to appear. Yep. Even so, when Sarah finally produced the last doll from her box, a number of the girls were struck speechless. It did not seem possible that she could be a doll. She looked only a bit smaller than the youngest students, as if a beautiful child had lain asleep in that box. She's dressed for the theatre. Look, her cloak is lined with ermine. Oh, she has an opera glass in her hand, a blue and gold one. Sarah drew out the doll's trunk and the little golden key which unlocked it. Inside were tray after tray of delightful things. Oh God, not more scary dolls. There were lace collars and silk stockings and handkerchiefs. There was a jewel case containing a necklace and a tiara, which looked quite as if they were made of real diamonds. Sarah picked up a black velvet hat to perch on the last doll's curls. Suppose she understands human talk and feels proud of it being admired. You are always supposing things. Her air was very superior, and yet the words were less vicious than Lavinia's outbursts in the past weeks had been. Perhaps the aura of celebration had brought even Lavinia some happiness. There is nothing so nice as supposing. It's almost like being a fairy. If you suppose anything hard enough, it seems as if it were real. At that moment, the door opened. Ladies? Brooke drew herself up as if attempting to speak in Miss Minchin's dry tones, but the effect did not quite become her. Miss Minchin has a meeting, so she say you all should all have your refreshments now. Refreshments? Becky, who had seen the preparations ahead of time, could not help blurting out. Tell them what you got. Brooke shook a heavy hand in Becky's direction. The colored girl closed her mouth and ducked away. Special treat from overseas, all the way from America. It's some kind of beans and spiced tomato sauce, and they put it in cans. How quaint! In her office, Miss Minchin was meeting with a familiar visitor. Good day, Mr. Barrow. Have you come to see the goods? I can assure you the doll is just as I expected. £100, all expensive material, and made at a Parisian modiste. He spent money lavishly enough, that young man. Captain Crewe is a man of fortune. The diamond mines alone. Diamond mines? There are no such things. Never were. Miss Minchin stood up from her chair in confusion. What? What do you mean? At any rate, it would have been much better if there never were any. Any diamond mines? I don't understand. Diamond mines spell ruin oftener than they spell wealth. When a man is in the hands of a very dear friend, and is not a businessman himself, he had better steer clear of the dear friend's diamond mine, or gold mines, or any other kind of mines dear friends want his money to put into. The late Captain Crewe. Uh-oh. The late Captain Crewe? You don't come to tell me that Captain Crewe is... He's dead, ma'am. Died of jungle fever and business troubles combined. The jungle fever might not have killed him if he had not been driven mad by the business troubles. And the troubles might not have put an end to him if the fever had not assisted. Captain Crewe is dead. Miss Minchin dropped into her chair again. What were his business troubles? Diamond mines and dear friends and ruin. Ruin! That young man had too much money and spent too freely. The dear friend was mad on the subject of the diamond mine. He put all his money into it. Then the dear friend ran away. Captain Crewe was already stricken with fever when the news came. The shock was too much for him. He died delirious, raving about his little girl, and left her not a penny. He left nothing. Uh-oh. Yeah, I wondered when this part of the book was coming. Uh-oh. Do you mean to tell me that the child is a beggar? That she's left on my hands as a little pauper instead of an heiress? She is certainly left a beggar, and she is certainly left on your hands, ma'am, as she hasn't a relation in the world that we know of. She is sitting in my rooms at this very moment, dressed in silk gauze and lace petticoats, giving a party at my expense. She's certainly giving it at your expense, madam, if she's giving it. I was always so sure of his payments that I went to all sorts of ridiculous expenses for the child. Her maid, her carriage. I paid the bills for that ridiculous doll and her ridiculous fantastic wardrobe. I sent you the receipts. Barrow and Skipworth are not responsible for anything. There never was a cleaner sweep made of a man's fortune. Captain Crewe died without paying our last bill, and it was a big one. Now Miss Minchin understood. and never had she received such a blow in her life. She felt as if she had been outraged and robbed, and that Captain Crew and Sarah and Mr. Barrow were equally to blame. Her show pupil, her prize patron, her income, all had been snatched away. Instead, she was burdened with an extravagantly brought up child, one who had cost her a great deal and might continue to cost her even more. Right? What am I to do? What am I to do? There isn't anything to do. Captain Crew is dead. The child is left a pauper. Nobody is responsible for her but you. I am not responsible for her, and I refuse to be made responsible. If you think she is to be foisted off on me, you are greatly mistaken. I have been robbed and cheated. I will turn her into the street. Mr. Barrow turned and moved towards the door, showing no concern. I wouldn't do that, madam. It wouldn't look well. Reflects poorly on the establishment. Pupil bundled out penniless and without friends. Other parents might object. You and I are people of business, madam. You can be sensible about these matters. Better to keep her and make use of her. She's a clever child, I believe. You can get a good deal out of her as she grows older. I will get a good deal out of her before she grows older. I am sure you will, madam. I am sure you will. He gave a little sinister smile and departed. For moments, Maria Minchin was incapable of doing anything but standing and staring at the closed door. Yup. During the past months, the story of the diamond mines had suggested all sorts of possibilities to her. Even proprietors of seminaries might make fortunes in stocks with the aid of owners of mines. And now, instead of looking forward to gains, she was left to look back upon losses. Such money as she herself had advanced was lost and could not be regained. Instead of a jewel of a pupil, she had only a friendless, beggared little girl. The Princess Sarah, indeed. The child has been pampered as if she were a queen. She did not realize at first that she had spoken aloud, and then scowled at her own loss of control. What was lost could not be recovered. She would see to it that she lost nothing more. Yup. You wanted to see me, Miss Minchin. The older woman ignored Sarah's presence completely, turning her gaze to the young Frenchwoman who served as Sarah's maid. Mariette, has the girl a black frock in her sumptuous wardrobe? A black frock, madame? She has frocks of every other color. Has she a black one? Mariette's face stiffened as the awful suspicion grew. Yes, but it is too short for her. She has only the old black velvet, and she has outgrown it. Miss Minchin, what has happened? You do not speak until you are spoken to. Bring the black dress out at once, whether it is short or not. He is done with finery. Yes, madame. Sarah did not speak. She could not. Her entire body was frozen in place. Her eyes seemed to get bigger and bigger, and she went quite pale. Captain Crew is dead. He died without a penny. The spoiled, pampered, fanciful child is left a pauper on my hands. That is not the way to tell a child that their parent died. Like, seriously, that is not the way to do it. You, Sarah, take off that preposterous gauze, change into the black dress, and meet me in my office. And you, Mariette, you were employed on the authority of Captain Crew, and your wages were his responsibility, not mine. As he has left us with nothing, there is nothing left for you. Your employment is hereby terminated. Remove yourself from this establishment at once. Oh boy. Mariette walked heavily down the stairs. A bevy of frightened, confused faces looked up at her. The students of the party, which had been so suddenly called to a halt. Oh, Mariette, what has happened? Hors de mon chemin. What? I don't understand. Sarah's papa is dead. She has nothing. I have nothing. What? Nothing? It is all over. I am leaving. Uh-oh. The girls who remained were too shocked to prevent Mariette's angry exit. Sarah, Mama! I can't believe it. There must be a mistake. I will speak to Miss Minchin at once. Lavinia? Get out of my way, you clod! Lavinia shoved the other girl aside. Ermengarde could not find the will to resist her. It was all too terrible, and too certainly true. Right? Yeah, no money. What will happen now? Will Miss Minchin make her leave too? Becky's legs would no longer hold her. She fell into a heap on the floor, her kerchief sliding loose, and sobbed as if her heart would break. It's exactly like the ones in the stories, the poor princess ones that was drove into the world. Oh no. Uh-oh. When Sarah Crewe came into Miss Minchin's office an hour later, her face was white and her eyes had dark rings around them. She did not look in the least like the rose-colored butterfly child who had flown from one treasure to another in the decorated schoolroom. Without Mariette's aid, she had put on the cast-aside black velvet frock. It was too short and tight, making her legs look drawn out and spindle-thin, where they showed beneath the skirt. She clutched Emily tightly in one arm, doll's face covered by a scrap of discarded black lace for a mourning veil. Put that doll down. What do you mean by bringing it here? It should have been left in the room along with all the other things that are no longer yours. It is all I have. My papa gave her to me before I came to the school. I will not put her down. You will have no time for dolls in the future. Uh-oh. Everything will be different now. Do you quite understand matters? Yes, my papa is dead. He left me no money. I am quite poor. You are a beggar. It appears that you have no relations and no home, and no one to take care of you. Oh boy. Okay, lady. Wow. What are you staring at? Are you so stupid that you cannot understand? I tell you that you are quite alone in the world, unless I choose to keep you here out of charity. I understand. That ridiculous French doll and all her nonsensical, extravagant things. I actually paid the bill for her. The last doll. Last doll indeed, and she is mine, not yours. Everything you own is mine. Please take it away from me, then. I do not want it. Don't put on airs with me. You are not a princess any longer. You will keep only your oldest and plainest clothes, and the rest will be sold. You are like Becky. You must work for your living. What can I do? You can do anything you are told. If you make yourself useful, I may let you stay here. You will run errands and help in the kitchen as well as in the schoolroom. If you don't please me, you will be sent away. Remember that. Don't forget. Come with me. Wow, what a putana. Miss Minchin led Sarah along the hall past her own beautiful, comfortable rooms, stopping at a narrow staircase leading upwards. Your rooms will be given to another boarder. You are to sleep in the attic next to Becky. Sarah stood still just a moment, looking at her. Without a word, she turned to the stairs. Stop! Don't you intend to thank me? What for? For my kindness to you, my kindness in giving you a home. Sarah made 2 or 3 steps toward her. The thin little chest heaved up and down. You are not kind. You are not kind, and it is not a home. Before Miss Minchin could stop her, she turned and ran up the narrow stairs. She's right, though. It's just like, that is some shit. When she reached the attic door and opened it, her heart gave a dreary little thump. It was another world. The room had a slanting roof. It was whitewashed, but the whitewash was dingy and had fallen off in places. There was a rusty grate, an old iron bedstead, and a hard bed covered with a faded coverlet. Some pieces of furniture, too worn to be used downstairs, were stored here, out of sight. Under the dull illumination from the skylight in the roof, there stood an old, battered, red footstool. Sarah went to it and sat down. She seldom cried. She did not cry now. She laid Emily across her knees and stared at her impassive doll face. I wish she could talk. If she could speak. If she could speak. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the way she told her that her dad died was really freaking effed up. But Emily did not make a sound, and neither did Sarah. Sarah sat in silence for some time, until there came a low tap on the door, such a low, humble one that she did not even hear it. Attention was not roused until the door was timidly pushed aside, and a poor, tear-smeared face peeped around it. Oh, miss, would you allow me just to come in? Sarah lifted her head and looked at her, tried to begin a smile, and somehow she could not. Faced with the loving mournfulness of Becky's streaming eyes, her own at last began to water. Oh, Becky. She held out her hand. Becky ran to her, clasping it tightly. I told you, didn't I? That we were just the same, just two little girls. You see how true it is? There's no difference between us now. I'm not a princess anymore. Becky knelt beside her, hugging Sarah's hand to her chest. Yes, miss, you are. Whatever happens to you whatsoever, you be a princess all the same. And nothing couldn't make you nothing different. Aww. Excuse me while I smack the mean lady, right? Miss Minchin's the worst. That first night she spent in her attic was a thing Sarah never forgot. During its passing, she lived through a wild, unchildlike woe of which she never spoke to anyone. There was no one who would have understood. My papa is dead. It was perhaps for the best that as she lay there, her mind was forcibly distracted from its anguish by the strangeness of her surroundings and the physical discomfort of the hard bed beneath her. My papa is dead. Turned over and over again in search of rest, while all around her pressed a darkness more intense than any she had ever known, and the wind howled among the chimneys like a living thing. Some noises were worse than the wind. There were scufflings and scratchings and squeakings in the walls, and behind the skirting board. Sarah knew what they meant, because Becky had described them. Rats. Once or twice she even heard sharp-toed feet scurrying across the floor in her attic room and startled up from her bed. But there was nowhere for her to go, and nothing for her to do but lay her small form down again and cover her head with the bedclothes. Sleep, what she had of it, came only in those moments where exhaustion overwhelmed confusion and despair. Sarah could sleep only a few minutes at a time before her awareness forcibly resurfaced. Papa! Oh gosh, poor girl. In the morning, her already pale face had been haggarded by the night of torment. Passed through the hallway where the students slept. The door to her room stood slightly ajar, enough for Sarah to see that everything had been changed. Ornaments and luxuries had been removed, and a bed had been placed in a corner to transform it into a new pupil's bedroom. Her presence had been completely wiped away. When she went down for the morning meal, she saw that her seat at Miss Minchin's side was now occupied by Lavinia, who refused to meet her eyes. You ought to have been down earlier, Sarah, if you wanted any breakfast. You are not a student here, but an employee. You have duties. You must begin as you are to go on. Take a seat with the younger children and see that they keep quiet and do not waste their food. Yes, Miss Minchin. I must do the best that I can. I must not talk back. It is all that I have. Sure. Now that Sarah is no longer a student, her time is filled with chores, and the kinds of icons she can gather have changed. Becomes hunger, chill, sorrow, pride. As before, icons are only converted at the end of the week. Until then, they can be changed or lost by other activity. Plan the order of your activities in order to get the best results for the week. Oh, great. This is fine. Okay, so let's see what the icons are. Okay, so hunger. Okay, really? Okay, fine. So we have to. Okay, I mean, what are we supposed to do? I guess kitchen duty, and then we have to. I guess we'll do a mix. Dust rooms. Run errands. I don't know, 10 fires? Seems real messed up, but okay. Oh boy. This is horrible! Oh no! We just incite rebellion and decapitate the headmistress. Right? Like, this seems like so much. Oy. This is pretty bad. Yeah, look at you then, a fancy girl all made such a fuss over. Not so high and mighty now, are you? There'll be no more tea cakes for you, missy, and don't you forget it. Wow, Cook's kind of an ass, too. She's got a good defense, that's for sure. Always expecting us folk to say over this small, aren't she, ladies? Never thought about how much else we might have to be getting on with. No, it's always you. Well, see how much you like it then. Nothing now, missy, do you hear me? Nothing. Wow, okay, that's rude. Right? Say something, why don't you? Please, ma'am. Don't you mind me? Ain't none of us ma'am or miss not down here. That's for the upstairs folk. Please, I came to see if you had any duties for me. Oh, hoping I wouldn't, and you could duck away and leave me to take the blame if you're caught. Look at your hands, soft as porridge. Soon crack and bleed if I gave you any real work, and then you ruin what you touch. Uh, Hi, Soul. I hope you have a good day at work. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, Sarah was never, like, rude to her, so I don't know what her problem is. Here, girl, take these rags out back and wash them, and if you bleed on them, wash them again. Oh boy, okay then. Yes, cook, I mustn't complain. I must show her that I am trying to earn my living. Well, good luck, I guess. The route is locked. Oh, right, because no money. Ha 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 ha. I guess we can check on Lottie. Hope I have a short day at work. Oh my goodness. A hard bed would never be a comfortable place to sleep. But after struggling through her unaccustomed labors day after day, Sarah could not help but collapse into exhaustion. Sometimes when she woke, she would not at first remember where she was or what had happened. It would be as if she had been snatched from her old room and trapped in a gold gray prison. Do not make me cook you back, right? Memory, when it resurfaced, brought no relief. The prison was the world. There was no escape. That morning, Sarah was roused from her slumber by the squeak of hinges. Someone was entering her room. Becky? It's all right, miss. Come to help you get ready, that's all. You've been such a rich young lady, you've been waiting on hand and foot all your life, and what would you do now without no maid? Them dresses of yours is meant for a maid to button. Now you're poor, you got only me to wait on, you won't take a minute, I can do it right quick. But you shouldn't. I just want to say hi, have a good stream, have a good day, so I'm not any different from you. Of course you're different, miss, you're brought up different, not like this, it weren't never meant to be like this for you. The missus could have broke it to you more gentle. She's like one of them wicked stepmothers in your stories. It wouldn't change anything. I would still be a pauper. My papa would still be dead. Let me help you get dressed, miss. She already has so much to do. She shouldn't be wasting her time pampering me. I'm not any better than she is. By that twinge of guilt, Sarah lacked the energy to protest further. Becky was right. It was much easier to get dressed when she let someone else help her. There, you see, that's much better. Sarah essayed a smile of thanks, but her face struggled to find a happy expression. Don't you worry about it, miss. You helped me lots of times. You gave me food and told me stories and made it all seem so much nicer. It's my turn now, isn't it? I can't get you cakes and books, but I can do your room and your dress and anything else you need. I know all you need to know about eggs and washing and all kinds of things. I'll help, I will. My loyal handmaid. Oh, Becky, I don't deserve you. Sarah's eyes gleamed with unshed tears, but she did not speak. Becky patted her shoulder, more sure of herself now that she had asserted her expertise in scullery-maid life. Don't you worry if you don't feel much like talking right now. I know sometimes a heart in trouble should be left alone. But if you do need me, I'll be right next door. I'm sorry we can't talk much while we're working, but Mrs. boxed her ears for loitering. So don't mind me, miss, if I don't say nothing polite during the day. Someone'd be down on us if I did. Always means please, thank you, beg pardon, but I doesn't do take my time to say it. All Sarah could do was nod. Oh, Becky, if not for you, I think my heart would break for loneliness. Okay, new week. Oh boy, here we go. Do make an effort, Ermengarde. The classroom is inches from the dining room. Even you should be able to manage. Oh, back to her old self, huh? That's not fair. I had to go back upstairs for my book. Stung by Lavinia's teasing, Ermengarde hurried through the door and closed it behind her. They're going to class. They have books. She stood there for a moment, biting her lip and staring at the wood of the door, when suddenly it opened again. Sarah, come with me. Sarah lowered her gaze and followed Miss Minchin into the kitchen. Emma, the basket? Here, ma'am. Very good. Sarah, here is a list of things we need from the market, and here are some coins to pay for them. When you are done, bring your purchases to Emma, and any leftover coin to me. I know what such items should cost. Do not attempt to pocket any of the coins for yourself, or you will be whipped for theft. Becky Vesbine, yes. Yes, Miss Minchin. On with you, then. Sarah kept her head down and walked out of the room without protest. At least her education is not completely wasted, and Becky can scarcely read her name. I certainly couldn't give her written instructions. No, mum. Well, get back to your work. Yes, Mum.
Wow. Wow. Jeez, I don't know what we should do. Okay, wait. What was the icon held? Okay, so sorrow is like a gray cloud. I guess 10 fires? 10 fires, dust rooms. I don't know if it matters. Kitchen duty? I guess wash clothes. I don't know if it matters what we do. I mean, like, I know it was Victorian England at the time, but good God, this can't be legal. Alright, here we go again. Oh boy.
Ouch, Lavi, you're sitting on my hair. Perhaps you ought not to spread it everywhere then. Please, won't you move? I am reading, as you can see. Why don't you move instead? It's not like you're paying attention to your books. You never do.
Sarah, dusting shelves along the wall, tried not to react to the mention of books.
It is none of my business. I must finish this task and return. I can't move because you're on top of my hair. Please, Lavi.
Oh, very well. Lavinia stood and moved over slightly before sitting again. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed.
I think there are one too many shadows in this room.
What?
Oh no, I was wrong. It is only the scullery girl.
Sarah turned her head just a bit and looked at Lavinia, saying nothing.
To think that she was the girl with the diamond mine. She does look like an object, doesn't she?
Hush.
And she's queerer than ever. I never liked her much, but I can't bear that way she has now of staring at her betters without speaking, as if she was supposing something nasty happening to us. I would not waste my time imagining bad things happening to other people. I watch people to find them out and try and avoid any mischief they might make for me. If Lavinia tripped me or shoved me, no one would care. No one would punish her.
Continued to stare at the two girls until Jessie nervously clutched her friend's hand.
Come on, let's go and sit in my room instead. The atmosphere would certainly be an improvement.
And Sarah said nothing. Wow, she kind of a dick. Okay. Oh, we need 3 sorrow. 3 sorrow sets root? Really? Okay. Guess we have to get a bunch of sorrow.
Emma, where is Sarah?
Held up in the corner there, slacking no doubt.
You girl, go get to your feet so the lady can see you.
Sarah, who'd been crouched on the floor scrubbing the inside of a particularly stubborn pot, pushed herself up. She rose too quickly for her dizzy head, and then had to fight not to wobble where she stood.
Yes, Miss Minchin? As you are so gifted with the French language, you will assist the younger students with their lessons. However, you are not to linger about with them. Remember your place and your duties. You are not a friend to those girls. You work for the seminary. You are here to serve them, nothing more. If I catch you telling stories or shirking to gossip with the students, you will be punished. Is that understood? Yes, Miss Minchin. Good. Now get upstairs and air out the bedroom.
Sarah nodded and left quickly before any other unpleasant words could be spoken.
There is something distressingly impudent about that girl. I do not trust her. I will not have her forming intimacies and talking to the other children. Girls that age love a grievance, and if she begins to tell romantic stories about herself, she will become an ill-used heroine, and parents will be given a wrong impression. It is better that she should live a separate life, one suited to her circumstances. I am giving her a home, and that is more than she has any right to expect from me. Don't worry, Mum, those little misses don't look much past their noses. They see how she's dressed, they don't want to think about her, talk to her more, and out of my way or fetch my tea.
Minchin looked at her. Begging your pardon, Mum.
Have the tea brought to my rooms when it is ready.
Yes, Mum. Seriously? She's like, I don't want the parents getting the wrong impression. Like, you know what? I think the parents are going to have the right impression of you, lady. You're not a nice person. Why are you running that school? Like, why is she even running that school? Because it seems like she doesn't even like kids. And yet here she is being like, you know, just all over the place. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Okay, so run errands gives us sorrow. So run errands, run errands, run errands. I guess dust rooms. And I don't know. Dust rooms.
I mean, that's like really weird. It's just like, does she even like kids? It seems like she kind of hates them. Oh no, not the chills. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, wait. Darn it. I think we're out of sorrow. Girl. Yes, cook? Take this message into town. The address is printed on envelopes, eh? Take it and go. Sarah picked up the envelope and hesitated. What are you waiting for? It's raining. Oh, you have eyes and ears, do you? Mind you keep that letter dry as you go. I haven't a carriage anymore. Better walk faster then. What? And the tongue you found as well. Wondered how long that would take. Without warning, Cook lashed out with the wooden spoon she was holding, striking Sarah hard upon the arm. Ow! That's what you get for talking back to me. Dogs aren't afraid of the rain. You're an animal the same as them, so you deal with it. I don't think the dogs like to go out in the rain either. Are you going to get moving or am I going to have to school you again? There was nothing else to be done. Sarah bowed her head, hiding the pain in her arm and the stinging in her eyes, and walked out into the rain. Like, dang, lady's hitting her with a wooden spoon? Jeez. I was like, who are you, a Filipino mom? Damn. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, so apparently this sets... Okay. So, if we go up here... Right, there... Okay, so we're gonna play the Becky one. Quiet tap at the door caught Sarah's attention. You need anything, miss? Oh, Becky, please come in. You want me to fluff your pillow, miss? Don't know if there's enough left of it to fluff, but I can give it a good punch. No, it's fine. What I want most of all is your company. That's easy to give. Becky took a seat on the attic floor, not minding the dirt, gazed up at Sarah. The wooden spoons hurt like crazy. Yeah, they freaking hurt. You look a bit better, miss. Do I? Not like you used to, but better than you were the other week. Talking more again. I like to hear you talk. Oh, now that you say that, I don't know what to say. I don't think I have any stories in my mind anymore. That's all right. It takes time, it does. When my pa died and we had to go to a workhouse, I was sad for a long time. What, your father? I never knew anything about Becky's father, alive or dead. I never thought to ask. I'm sorry, I did not know. Becky shrugged carelessly. It was a long time ago, miss. He was good and big and strong, never mean not like some. He was best to take care of us till he couldn't. That's about all I remember. What did he do? Worked down at the docks. Hard work. My mum couldn't cope without him, so we lost a room and it was off to the steel for us. The steel? The workhouse, miss. That's what folks call it sometimes. Oh, it must be from the Bastille. She explained to a wide-eyed Becky about the French prisoners trapped in the dark for years, while their tangled beards grew around them. Oh, I'm glad I can't grow a beard. I never knew it had anything to do with the French, miss. No one said. If I still had my books, I could show you more about the history of what happened there. She sighed faintly. I miss so many things that there seems no point in dwelling on all of them. I miss my room and my books. I miss my papa most of all. But I do miss classes. I loved learning. I had so much left still to learn. I wasn't finished yet. I don't understand everything the way I was supposed to. If I can't go to classes anymore, I'm afraid I'll forget everything and my mind will be empty. Do you know what I mean? Not really, miss. Guess I never knew anything much to forget. Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. You are clever. I'm sure you can learn just as much as anyone if you were taught properly. They taught us bits in the workhouse, miss. We were meant to learn good habits and Christian virtues and writing and arithmetic. Only not much of those last two, in case they got in the way of the first. Sarah recalled the message on the pincushion which Becky had made for her so lovingly. That's right. Becky is literate, even if her spelling is worse than Lottie's. But your teacher's very helpful and encouraging. Becky laughed. If you take the missus as harsh, miss, you ought to see what the masters at the steel do to boys who ask questions. But you can't learn if you don't ask questions. You learn what they want you to learn, that's all. I reckon it would be different if you were a teacher, miss. Sarah's eyes lit with the idea. Becky, that's it. I can teach you the things I know, and then I won't forget them. That is, if you're interested. I don't know if I can do it, miss, but I can try. I shall have to think of what would make a good lesson. Right. She stood up and brushed off her skirt. I've got to go to sleep now, miss, but glad to see you feeling better. She bobbed slightly, then hurried out of the room. Am I? Sarah lay back on her bed and contemplated her feelings. The darkness was not gone, not even mostly gone, but perhaps with a good friend at her side, it might begin to lift. Do we? Sarah? Yes, Miss Minchin? Take this. A Latin book? Did you want me to put this away for you, ma'am? No, that is for you. Am I going to be allowed to return to classes? Perhaps that was a mistake. Perhaps my papa lives and... Of course not. You are still an ignorant child. Be grateful that you are being given the chance to make something better of yourself. Study that in the evenings. You will be examined on its contents to see how you are progressing. When you have learned that book satisfactorily, then, and only then, I may grant you another. Make a chore what should be a delight. But I am hungry for books, and she knows it. Thank you, Miss Minchin. I am pleased to see your attitude has improved somewhat. Remember, you are in my debt for all that was spent on you that your father never paid. That does not mean that you can never be redeemed. Show a good Christian work ethic, serve as you are told, cause me no more trouble, and perhaps when you are an adult we will be able to come to a new arrangement. He keeps reminding her that she's in her debt. He's a kid. You think you are a good Christian? Exactly, right? Now on with your chores, and she's not even a good person. Like, dang, she's not even a good person. Like, what the heck? Like, good grief, this lady. She is just a whole mess. Okay. 10 fires, 10 fires. Okay, I guess we'll do, I don't know, wash clothes and maybe some kitchen duty. Like, she whiz. This lady is just extra AF. Oh my gosh. Alright. Well, how do we do? Okay, so, yep. Fatigue, pride, pain, oh no. Sarah's life was just as filled with people as it had always been. She lived in the same school and the same faces surrounded her. And yet, it was a strange and lonely life. More often than not, there was no one at all that she could talk to. When she was sent out on errands and walked through the streets, a forlorn little figure carrying a basket or a parcel. She felt as if the crowds hurrying past her made her loneliness greater. Right? I know, she's just like, I'm gonna get my money's worth out of you, and I'm just like, you can't be serious. I'm like, you cannot be serious. Like, holy crap. So I'm just like, oh, okay then. Yeah, it's weird. She's just like, I'm gonna be like really mean to you. And it's just like, okay, but why though? It's just like, but why though? So it's like, So I don't know. When I was the Princess Sarah, I went out in the town in my carriage or walking with Mariette. Everyone liked to turn and smile at me. She'd been a beautifully cared for little girl, and such naturally attracted attention. Her bright, eager little face, her picturesque clothing, all had been rare and pleasant to look at. No one looks at me now. No one seems to see me at all. There was, unfortunately, no shortage of poor and shabbily dressed children in the streets of London. One more was nothing remarkable at all. Even with the great shock of her change in circumstances, Sarah's body had not ceased to grow. She had been allowed only to keep only the oldest and least valuable of her clothing, which now fit quite badly indeed. As such, when it happened that Sarah passed by a shop window with a mirror in it, she did not at first recognize the reflected girl as herself. Oh, Papa, what would you think of your little missus now? I mean... Okay, so that route is locked. So basically, we're with Becky. New week. Quintus Filius Est. Sarah sat alone in her attic room practicing the vocabulary from the Latin book she had been given. Patella mater puri est. She could scarcely hear her own voice over the rattling of rain on the slate roof. The sound of droplets surged and danced in waves, seeming to form words she could almost understand. I cannot concentrate. She set the book on the thin mattress and looked up at the blurred, shifting images through the wet skylight. She stood on her bed and looked out the skylight. When it was not dark or raining, she could see the attic window of the house next to Miss Minchin's seminary. However, that window was always dark and empty. The house was vacant. I wish someone would move into that house. Suppose that one morning I looked out and saw that window propped open and a head and shoulders framed within it. If it looked a nice head, I might begin by saying good morning, and then all sorts of things might happen. Of course, it's not really likely that anyone but underservants would sleep in an attic. Sarah looked around at the dark and dirty environment that had become her living space. All around, the world was gray. Few spots of color, the old red footstool, the book's cover, Emily's hair, were like fish in muddy water, glimpsed for moments and then fading away. This is the best I can look forward to for the rest of my life. To have books when Miss Minchin decides that I am worthy of them. When I am older, she will make me a teacher, but she will never pay me. There will always be more debt. She will be obliged to give me more respectable clothes for the school's sake, but they will still be plain and ugly. Make it clear that I am a servant, and I will never escape. Then a thought came back to her which made the color rise in her cheek, and a spark light itself in her eyes. She straightened her thin little body and lifted her head. Whatever comes cannot alter one thing. I am a princess in rags and tatters. I still can be a princess inside. It would be easy to be a princess if I were dressed in cloth of gold, but it is a great deal more of a triumph to be worn all the time when no one knows it. Marie Antoinette, when she was in prison and her throne was gone, and she had only a black gown and her hair was white, they insulted her and called her Widow Capet. She was a great deal more like a queen than when she was so gay and everything was so grand. I like her best then. Those howling mobs of people did not frighten her. She was stronger than they were, even when they cut her head off. Nothing that I am facing is as frightening as that. I mean, fair. I guess that's a good point. But also, wow. But also, wow. I guess. Okay, I guess we dust rooms. 10 fires, 10 fires. Run errands, I guess. Okay. Wash clothes, dust rooms. I guess we wash the clothes. Oh boy. This is really messed up. Oh gosh. Alright. Going out on errands. Doing things. Well. Here we are again. Sarah, Lavinia tells me that you have left the window in her room quite open all day long. Did I? I don't think that I did. But it doesn't matter. Sorry, Miss Minchin, it was an accident. Have you no thought for the weather? If it begins to rain, many of her belongings could be damaged, you stupid girl. I don't know that you are saying these things to a princess, that if I chose I could wave my hand and order you to execution. Yes, I'm sorry. I'd better go and check that all the other windows are closed properly. I only spare you because I'm a princess and you are a poor, stupid, unkind, vulgar old thing and don't know any better. I know, right? Please excuse me, cook. Princess must be polite. Sarah bobbed gently and walked out of the room. That girl smiled as if she hadn't even been scolded. Sometimes I cannot tell whether she hears me at all. It's as if she were living in another world. She's got more airs and graces than if she come from Buckingham Palace, that young one. Drops them about the kitchen as if they was nothing. It's not a natural way for a child who has lost her only parent to behave. What is she supposed to do? Kick and cry and scream? That'll just get her more punishment, and she knows it. She's a clever girl, and that is why she is useful. But it may also turn her sly. I won't have her plotting mischief. Keep her busy. If she is tired enough, she will have no time to put to ill purposes. Oh, for frickin' frack's sake. Okay. Like, good grief. Can we strangle this lady? I know. She is so much. One afternoon, there came a familiar tapping at Sarah's door. She knew by the sound it was Becky. Becky was too excited to wait for a response and burst into the room only moments after knocking. Can we see it from your window? See what? There's a van and horses and men with furniture. You mean the house next door? Together they scrambled up onto Sarah's thin mattress and craned their heads to see the road outside. Sarah could just make out men in shirt sleeves carrying heavy packages and furniture, though she could not see the entrance that they walked through. Still, there was only one house she knew to be vacant, so close. It's taken! It really is taken! Oh, I do hope a nice head will look out the attic window. Wish we could go down and see up close, but Cook would have our backs for idling. Oh, Becky, look, look! Lips for a moment were items that made Sarah's heart give a quick beat of recognition. There was a beautiful table of elaborately wrought teak wood, and some chairs, and a screen covered with rich Oriental embroidery. They looked so much like the things I used to see when I lived in India with my papa. You remember my carved teak wood desk, Becky? Miss Minchin took it away to be sold. Don't know what teak wood is, but I know you had a pretty desk. Sometimes it's hard to remember from here what it was like in India. It is like a dream slipping from my fingers. Look now, there are patterned rugs. I thought I might never see such things again. Miss, an idol! Workers now had a Buddha, the splendid shrine. Someone in the family must have been in India. They've got used to Indian things and like having them around. I am glad. I shall feel as if they were friends, even if a head never looks out of the attic window. Becky's mind was still caught by the sight of the Buddha. An heathen living next door, kneeling down, praying to golden stone. They're not heathens. Come on, Becky. Reckon someone ought to set on a track. You can get a track for a penny. Sarah laughed a little. I don't believe they worship that idol. Some people like to keep them to look at because they are interesting. My papa had a beautiful one, and he did not worship it. More romantic if it's heathens, don't you think, miss? I'll never live next door to no heathens. I should like to see what sort of ways they'd have. People aren't so different, really, when you look at them closely enough. I'm sure we'll find out more about our new neighbors soon. They're only just next door, after all. I mean, sure. I mean, I know, yeah, I have to keep reminding myself that A Little Princess is set in Victorian England. So, yeah, they talked like that and called people that were different from them. Yeah, the people of India, they called them the heathens, even though that's so freaking wrong. Yeah, and it's just like Becky doesn't know any better. Like, she's very ignorant, but yeah, it's just like, oh, oof, oof. Okay, so gain. Okay, so wait. If we run errands or we dust rooms, and then we like tend some fires and I guess run some more errands or we tend fires. I guess we're gonna tend a lot of fires. I know, it's just like, oh, that's a lot. Dusting furniture, tending fireplaces. Tending fireplaces. Oh boy. Sarah was in the schoolroom with her small pupils. Having finished giving them their lessons, she was now gathering the French exercise books together. As she did so, she thought, as she often did, about the various things that royal personages in disguise had found themselves forced to do. Alfred the Great, for example, had wandered England like a peasant to hide from the invading Danes, begging for food in exchange for chores. Once he had been promised cakes by a farm wife if he would watch the stove while she herded the cows. But he was distracted thinking about his problems, and the cakes burned, and the farm wife boxed his ears. That her friend Sarah's from India? She didn't forget. It was the time period, unfortunately. A lot of ignorance about people who were not like them. So, yeah. She had no idea that he was anything but a poor beggar. How frightened she must have been when she learned what she had done. Sarah saw Miss Minchin enter the room to check on the progress of the older students. She lowered her gaze and smiled to herself. Imagine if she should find out that I, Sarah, with my toes almost sticking out of my worn-out shoes, am truly a princess. She did not realize how this expression might look to the older woman, like a sly little smirk. You! All at once, Miss Minchin flew at Sarah, pinching her ear and giving it a shake. It was so very like the way that Alfred's ears had been boxed that Sarah, startled out of her dreams, could not help but give a little laugh. was not planned, but simply burst out of her. What are you laughing at, you bold, impudent child? It took Sarah a few seconds to control herself sufficiently to remember that she was a princess. I was thinking. Beg my pardon at once. Sarah hesitated a second before she replied. I will beg your pardon for laughing if it was rude, but I won't beg your pardon for thinking. What were you thinking? How dare you think? Oh no, not thinking. That exclamation caused a wave of quiet titters among the older students. Look at Sarah, she's not even frightened. She's about to say something queer, I'm sure of it. I was thinking that you did not know what you were doing. That I did not know what I was doing. I was thinking about what would happen if I were a princess. What I should do to you. Oh no, girl, you're in danger. And I was thinking that if I were one, you would never dare to do it, whatever I said or did. I was thinking how surprised and frightened you would be if you suddenly found out I really was a princess and could do anything I liked. Every pair of eyes in the room widened to its full limit. Lavinia leaned forward on her seat to look. Finch's hand flashed, and Sarah's cheek glowed red. Go to your room this instant. Leave this schoolroom. And you, young ladies, attend to your lessons. Sarah made a little bow. Excuse me for laughing if it was impolite. And she walked out of the room, leaving Miss Minchin struggling for words. Yeah, she freaking slapped her. Did you see that? How very odd she looked. Her eyes were glittering like a wild beast. I shouldn't be at all surprised if she did turn out to be something. Suppose she should. Seriously, Jessie, what is wrong with you? Like, seriously, what the heck is wrong with this girl? She just says whatever. Like, I know, it's just like, oh boy. Alright, it was Sarah, not Becky, who first caught sight of the man who had purchased the house next door. The day was wet with the unpleasant aftermath of the wrong amount of rain, enough to turn dirt to mud and trash to sludge, but not enough to wash the street stones clean. Sarah had to be careful to mind her steps, or else she might wind up falling into the filth. As she picked her way back to the seminary, she saw a carriage pull up and stop before the newly occupied house. One at a time, the entourage unfurled. First a footman, then a gentleman whom Sarah thought she had seen around London before. Next, a nurse in uniform, and then two large manservants coming around to assist their master. Not the familiar gentleman, but a man with a haggard, distressed face and a skeletal body wrapped in furs. He hurried up the steps, and the other gentleman followed behind him, looking anxious. Sarah could not safely linger any longer to watch. The last thing she saw before heading back into Miss Minchin's seminary was the arrival of a doctor's carriage. Inside, Becky caught her to share the gossip. The gentleman next door's yellow, miss. Will he be Chinese and not from India? Oh my god, no! Victorian England, why are you so racist? Why are you so racist, Victorian England? Like, dang, come on! Why? Like, come on! Oh boy. No, he's not Chinese. He's very ill. I hope it ends better for him than it did for my papa. Oh, miss. Please, I would rather be alone right now. Yes, miss. I can't. I know. It's just like, oh my god. It's like, Victorian England full of racism and colonialism and them stealing things like, Buddhas from other countries. Ah. But I would not rather be alone. I would rather that my papa were here. Or even if I were back in my old rooms, Mariette were there. Picked up Emily and ran a hand over the doll's hair. You are all that I have. She set the doll back on a chair and perched her own thin form on the red footstool, gazing into Emily's glassy eyes. One of Sarah's supposings was that Emily might be a kind of good witch who could protect her. Sometimes, after she had stared at her until she was wrought up to the highest pitch of fancifulness, she would ask her questions and find herself almost believing that Emily might answer. But Emily never did. Well, I don't answer people who speak to me very often either. I never answer when I can help it. People are insulting you, there's nothing so good as not to say a word, just to look at them and think. Pigeon turns pale with rage when I do it, and the girls look frightened. Do not fly into a passion. People know that you are stronger than they are, and they say stupid things they wish they hadn't said afterward. It's a good thing not to answer your enemies. Perhaps Emily is more like me than I am like myself. Perhaps she would rather not answer her friends either. She keeps it all in her heart. But though she tried to satisfy herself with these arguments, she did not find it easy. Oh, okay, so we have another week. I don't know. I guess we're tending the fires. I wonder what happens if we do everything all at once. Probably bad. Probably very, 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 very bad. I know. It was like, ugh. When Sarah stumbled up to that attic that night, slim legs shook with exhaustion. She did not even reach the comfort of the red footstool before her knees gave out. It had been a terrible day. The Lynch had the back talks coming, right? She'd been sent out in the cold time and again, no one choosing to remember that she was only a child, that she was not strong, and that her small body might be chilled and fragile. Cook's words had been vulgar and insolent. The girls had sneered amongst themselves at Sarah's shabbiness. Oh, Emily. Some men laughed at me because my own shoes made me slip down in the mud. Covered with mud now, and they laughed. And because I could not find that last thing the cook sent for me, they would not give me any supper. I'm so hungry. Can't you hear me, Emily? I'm so hungry, and I'm cold, and I'm tired. Why won't you say something? Say anything. There's nobody but you to care for me. No one in all the world. She looked at the staring glass eyes, complacent face, and suddenly, a sort of heartbroken rage seized her. She lifted her little savage hand, and with one sweep, knocked Emily off the chair. You are nothing but a doll. Nothing but a doll. You care for nothing. You're stuffed with sawdust. You never had a heart. Nothing could ever make you feel. You are a doll. Oh boy. Sarah hid her face in her arms and burst into a passion of sobbing. Sarah, who almost never cried. Emily lay on the floor with her legs ignominiously doubled up over her head, but her face remained calm, even dignified. Sarah's sobs gradually quieted themselves. After a while, she raised her face and looked at Emily, who seemed from this angle to be gazing at her with a kind of glassy-eyed sympathy. Oh, Emily, you can't help being a doll. I mean, if you can't find something that can't be helped, right? Not any more than Ermengarde can help being plump, or Lavinia and Jessie can help not having any sense. You're not all made alike. Sarah picked up Emily and kissed her, then shook her clothes straight and put her back upon her chair. Perhaps you do your sawdust best. I must do my best as well. Well, I guess it's fine. Guess it's fine. Too weak. Sarah lay in her little bed. The skylight covered her with the gray light of morning, but there was no warmth in it. No warmth either in the unlit fire, very little to be found in the old blanket. Perhaps I will freeze in place some night lying here, like Snow White in her crystal coffin. What prince would find me here alone in an attic, to wake me from my slumber? I do not even have doors to tend me. Fairy tale princesses are often rescued by princes, but is not so much the case for true princesses and queens. Mary, Queen of Scots, had to ride her own horses and raise her own army for her escape. She was very brave, but they caught her again. In the end, she was executed, just like Marie Antoinette. I think it is very noble to be a queen who must carry on, even when she is sad or afraid. More noble than a princess who sleeps and waits to be saved. I have to carry on. That means first I must rise from my bed. Another day of work stretched before her, and no rescue in sight. Oh, I mean, what are we supposed to do? I guess we're gonna dust the rooms, and I guess we're gonna have kitchen duty, because what else can we do? It's just like day in, day out. This is what we do. Oh my goodness, you look so sad. Oh gosh. There were fine sunsets even in London. Sometimes. but most people could only see parts of them between the chimneys and over the roofs. Down in the kitchens, one could not see them at all, could only guess that they were happening because the bricks looked warmer, the air rosy or yellow for a while. In the bedrooms of the boarding students, the views were only slightly better. Perhaps one might see a blazing glow as it struck a pane of glass on a nearby window. But there was so much more to be seen. Piles of red or gold clouds in the west, or the purple ones edged with dazzling brightness, or the little fleecy floating ones tinged with rose color and looking like flights of pink doves scurrying across the blue in a great hurry if there was a wind. There was one place from which a viewer could see the sunset skies in all their splendor. That place was, of course, the attic window. When the square outside the seminary began to take on that enchanted glow, Sarah would, if possible, steal away and creep up the flights of stairs to her attic, to lean as far out of the window as she could. When she had accomplished this, she always drew a long breath. The golden light of sunset, even the London air seemed purer. This wonder is mine alone. It is the one joy of life in this attic, the one beauty that has been granted me. No one else ever looked out of the other attics. Generally the skylights were closed, but even if they were propped open to admit air, no one seemed to come near them. Sarah turned her face upward toward the sky, which seemed so friendly, so near, like a lovely vaulted ceiling, and watched the colors change and flow. Sometimes the clouds made islands or great mountains, enclosing lakes of deep turquoise blue, or liquid amber, or chrysoprase green, sometimes dark headlands jutted into strange lost seas. The sparrows twittered softly around her, and Sarah felt for a moment almost as if she could float away into the sky. But in the end, at last, it was necessary to lower her head again. Wait, what's that? For a moment, she thought that she had seen a shape beyond the attic window in the house that the gentleman from India had taken. Perhaps someone was there. Perhaps the window will open and ahead. There was no one. That's a trick of the light. Really splendid sunsets always make me feel as if something strange was just going to happen. Perhaps someday it will. Okay, so basically we're locked in with the Becky route. Alright. Sarah stood, looking out at the sunset. There were floods of molten gold covering the west, as if a glorious tide was sweeping over the world. A deep, rich yellow light filled the air. The birds flying across the tops of the houses showed quite black against it. Sarah sighed to herself as she craned her head upwards. All of a sudden, she heard a strange sound. Not a sparrow's chirp, a strange little squeaky chattering, and it came from the window of the next attic. Sarah turned, excited. Had someone come at last to watch the sunset as she did? There was a head visible, framed there in the skylight, but it was not the head of a little girl or a tired housemaid. In fact, it was the tufted head of a small black-faced monkey. Oh! For Sarah, it was like catching a glimpse of a long-lost friend passing nearby in a crowd. He's a very cute monkey. When she had lived with her papa in India, she had played with just such creatures. She had not thought to see them again. She swung the skylight up, leaning out as far as she dared to get a better look. You darling thing! How I wish you could come for a visit! As if in answer, the monkey rapped its paws 3 times against the window surface. Then, all at once, it hopped down into its own room, away from the skylight, and out of Sarah's view. Sarah waited, hoping that he might return, if only for a moment. I think that I hear him still, chattering away. Perhaps he's swinging from shelf to shelf within the attic as if it were a jungle. No, I do hear something. A voice was speaking in a low tone. Not a monkey, but a man. Then, to her surprise, someone appeared in that attic window, someone with dark skin and brightly embroidered clothing. A lascar! He held the monkey in his arms, where it snuggled and chirped against his breast. Sarah looked toward him, he looked toward her. Hello! Sarah learned for herself how comforting a smile, even from a stranger, might be. Hers was evidently a pleasure to him. He smiled in return, and his whole face was illuminated. Hello, Miss Sahib. You must have come up here for the sun, since it's so seldom seen in England. Oh, you are what Charon wished for me to see. The monkey brought you here? What a delightful thought that an Indian monkey should bring an Indian man to be my friend. This little one brings me many places. He is forever running into trouble and expecting his tall friends to protect him. The familiar cadences of his accent washed over Sarah like a summer rain. How long it had been since she had heard such a voice. Forgive me, Miss Sahib. I would open the window to greet you properly, but I fear Charon might try to make an escape. Oh, I would not wish to lose him. My friend, my master, is ill, and this creature's mischief provides him much amusement. Who? Charon does not know England or its weather. He might come to harm. Of course, perhaps we will meet again on another sunset. The sound of his quiet laughter did not pass through the closed window, but the flashing white of his teeth showed his amusement. Until another sunset, Miss Sahib. He disappeared then. He thought it possible that he might have bowed to her. It was too difficult to tell through a skylight. I wonder if he lives in an attic like me, or if he was only chasing the monkey. I do not know his rank in that household. I hope that England is kinder to him than it was to me. I mean, yeah, makes sense. I guess, okay, so, I mean, we have to, like, pick and choose what she can do. So I guess we'll do 10 fires, and then we'll do, like, run errands, and maybe wash clothes? Yes, kitchen duty and more 10 fires, maybe? Or 2 days of kitchen duties. I'm not sure if it matters. Like, I'm not sure if it matters, you know, what we have, so, duty. Alright. Oh boy. Alright. So, you hear about the fellow next door? Seems he's not an Oriental or an Indian at all. That's what Sarah said. Luckily for Becky, Cook was not in enough of a temper to clout her for calling Sarah Miss in her hearing. How does she know all about English gentlemen living in that place? I'll tell you, you'd never get me there, nor if I had to jump off a boat and swim home. Nothing good ever come from India. It's all tigers and cobras and midges that suck the blood right out of you and spit back poison. It's a wonder the children live long enough to be shipped back here. If only Papa had let me stay there. Anyhow, seems that fellow gone and run himself in a hole. Thought he lost his whole fortune, he did, and drove him to wreck, thinking it was ruined forever. He was, of course, still rich as anything. Don't do him no good if he died of fret. Oh my god, I think that's Sarah's dad. Because that part of the story, trouble was all about Mons, and Mons was dominant him. Oh my god, it's her dad. No savings of mine ever goes into no Mons, particularly dominant ones. We all know something of them. Becky gulped and nodded. Oh my god, I think it's her dad. You didn't recognize her dad, though? I guess if he was sick, if he's sick, it probably, you know, it could change his appearance. He felt as my papa felt. He was ill just like my papa, but he did not die, not yet. Poor man, I hope he will be well. Perhaps he has a child in England as well. I really think that's her dad. For the sake of that child, I would help him any way I could. All for his own sake, and the sake of my papa, whom I could not save. Yeah, because it's been a long time. I still remember that book. He lives, yeah. The book for Little Princess, yeah, it was like, her dad didn't actually die. Okay, so we gotta, okay, we're just gonna keep going. New week! Dun dun dun! Sarah's growing sympathy for her neighbor added a new possibility to any errands she might be sent on in the evenings. There was a chance that his curtains might not be drawn, and she might be able to see inside. When that was the case, if no one was about, she would stop and take hold of the iron railings, looking into those warm rooms and wishing good thoughts to her adopted friend. Perhaps kind thoughts reach people somehow, even through windows and doors and walls. Perhaps you feel a little warm and comforted and don't know why. Man sat alone in an armchair by the fire, nearly always in a great dressing gown, and nearly always with his forehead resting in his hand as he gazed hopelessly into the fire. It always seems as if he were thinking of something that worries him. He's got his money back, so he ought not to look like that. I wonder if there is something else. I hope you will get well and happy again. I'm so sorry for you. I wish you had a little missus. who could pet you as I used to pet Papa when he had a headache. I should like to be your little missus myself, poor man. Good night, God bless you. She would go away feeling quite comforted and a little warmer herself. Her sympathy was so strong that it seemed as if it must reach him somehow. Yeah, the thing is like, I think Miss Minchin, like, lied and said that Sarah died, because I think the lawyers came looking for her in the book, and Miss Minchin lied. And then when she got found out, she got in so much trouble. On this day, although Sarah's viewpoint through the window did not allow her to see it, the man in the house was not alone. Michael, I cannot believe that the wretched woman has disappeared without a trace. With the loss of her two best-paying pupils in such a short time, Madame Pascal's finances were in great disarray. She apparently found it necessary to close the school entirely. It was something of a scandal in Paris, which turned out to our benefit. Without those rumors, we might not have found the child's trail so quickly. Uh-oh. But your sources have no idea what might have happened to her after that? As the story goes, after her father's death left her unprovided for, she was then adopted, taken in by the parents of the little girl who had so recently died at that same school. The two girls had been close companions before the accident, you see. After that, a child without parents and parents without a child, it seemed the best solution all around. So this family, who were extremely well-to-do Russian, took the child off her hands. And after that, Madame Pascal found herself in difficulty and absconded. I have not been able to contact her. I think of all the dreadful things that could happen in this world to a child without protection. If this is the child you are in search of, it would seem to be in the hands of people who can afford to take care of her. Yeah, right. But you say if the child was the one I'm in search of. You say if. We are not sure. Without Madame Pascal's confirmation of the father's identity, we cannot be certain. Still, the circumstances were curiously similar. An English officer in India had placed his motherless little girl at the school. He died suddenly after losing his fortune. You are certain that the child was left at school in Paris. It seems most likely that she is the one. My dear fellow, I am certain of nothing. I never saw either the child or her mother. The mother was a Frenchwoman, and I had heard she wished her child to be educated in Paris, but I cannot know. As if drawn by the sound of raised voices, the Lascar, whom Sarah had been who had seen in the attic, entered, bringing a tea service with him. Rest yourself, Sahib. You do no good if you are not well. He accepted a cup with a sigh. You are right as always, Ram. Still, I must find the girl. If she is alive, if she is somewhere, if she is friendless and penniless, it is through my fault. Why was I not man enough to stand my ground when things looked black? My poor Ralph put into the scheme every penny that he owned. He trusted me. He loved me. And he died thinking I had ruined him. Oh, it's not her dad. I think it's her dad's friend. I, Tom Carrisford, who was at Eton closer than a brother to him. What a villain he must have thought me. Ram Das rested a comforting hand on his master's frail shoulder. You were ill, Sahib. Your mind was not whole. You are not to blame. Overwhelmed with despair and half delirious with fever because I was weak. And then I ran away and collapsed in the jungle alone. I thought I wanted to die, and I know well that I nearly did. He looked up at Carmichael with a self-deprecating smile. It's only thanks to Ram Das that I was discovered and brought back to the hospital in time. You had no strength of heart, Sahib. You would not have survived those weeks of fever. Mr. Carrisford reached up and clasped the other man's hand. You are too good to me. Mr. Carmichael harumphed gently, reminding them of his presence in the room. Yes. Well, when I returned to consciousness, poor Crewe was dead and buried. My own mind was in a haze. I did not recall the child's existence for weeks, and I've never been able to remember her name. Surely he must have spoken of her to you. Anything he said about the school could be a clue. Yeah, so it's her dad's friend, so her dad did die. They changed it a little, because in the book, her dad survived. So they changed it a little, so for here, it's her dad's friend who's looking for her so we can help her. With nothing more to go on, it will be difficult for me to tell if we have found the right girl. Unscrupulous people might not hesitate to provide a false heiress. He used to call her by an odd pet name he had invented. He called her his little missus. But the wretched diamond mines drove everything else out of our heads. Well, don't despair. We shall find her yet. According to my Paris sources, the good-hearted Russians who left Madame Pascal's school were named Anisimov. They most certainly lived in Moscow. I will go there and see what can be learned. If I were able to travel, I would go with you, but I can only sit here wrapped in furs and stare at the fire. I am useless. You are improving. If I travel to Moscow and that is not Ralph Crew's child, I will return. By then, I am sure you will be able to move on to Paris with me to continue the search. Have faith. Beresford shook his head. When I look into the fire, I seem to see Crew's gay young face gazing back at me, waiting for me to reassure him. I cannot answer. If only we had never parted, or never reunited. Is that truly what you wish, Sahib? That you had stayed together? No, of course not. We would have come to the same end in time if we had travelled to France together as once we planned. And yet, better by far that I had never found him again than to know that it was I who brought him to ruin. I must not fail him now, whatever the cost. Oh gosh. Like, she's literally right next door. Right? Like, she is literally right next door. And it's just like, oh my god. Like, they don't have pictures of her? Like, not a single one? If only you knew, right? The thing is, like, I think around that time period, yeah, in Victoria, they had photographs. They did. But taking pictures took a very long time to do because you couldn't move and you had to really stay really still, and they had to, like, move the lenses around, and it could take hours, seriously. But they had pictures. I'm sure there was probably some pictures of her with her dad, but I guess, for the story, gotta do the things. But it's just like, she's right there, man. Like, dang. Yeah, it's just like, she's right next door. Like, he knows her nickname and nothing else. Can't even remember her first name. I'm just like, were you really this man's best friend? Like, really? Like, dang. Sarah sat upon her hard attic bed, looking down at her feet, which were red and throbbing. Uh-oh. Emily, as always, smiled absently on the proceedings. She's not sitting up quite straight today, as Sarah had bumped against her chair, not yet taken the time to right her. It has been hard to be a princess today, Emily. It has been harder than usual. It's harder as the weather grows colder and the streets get more sloppy. When Lavinia laughed at my muddy skirt as I passed her in the hall, I thought of something horrible to say all in a flash, and I only just stopped myself in time. Yeah, definitely. You can't sneer back at people like that if you are a princess, but you have to bite your tongue to hold yourself in. Bit mine. She drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around her legs. It's a cold afternoon, Emily, and it will be a colder night. Quite suddenly, she put her dark head down against her arms. Oh, Papa, what a long time it seems since I was your little missus. There was no answer. After a few moments, she lifted her head again, smiling as bravely as a soldier. The sun is setting, Emily. We mustn't waste it. I never guessed how short the days in England could be in winter. Must bid a good night to the sun, so it does not decide to leave us completely. The sun might be more comfortable in India, but we need it here. With that bit of self-encouragement, she managed to climb to her feet and raise the skylight to let in the sun. No sooner had she swung up a window than a bundle of fur blurred through the opening, alighting solidly on Sarah's shoulder. All its paws before springing off again. It was the monkey, Charon. Uh-oh. Oh dear, he got loose. He landed on her bed then, and scampered towards her pillow, and swung himself around and into the darkness beneath the bed frame, with only the long curve of his tail still in sight. Yep. Sarah looked quickly at the door to her room, to be sure that it was closed. Minchin would be furious at such a creature running loose through her school. But what was she to do with him? Helpless, she stuck her head back out of the skylight and found the concerned face of the Lascar there, opposite. Miss Sahib, have you seen— Oh, sir, Charon has come through my window. I tried to catch him for you. He is hiding under my bed. There was an angry chittering. She looked down to see that the monkey was now running across the floor, towards the rusty grate. Ah, Miss Sahib, it would not be wise. He's a good monkey and will not bite unless one pulls at his tail, but he is very difficult to catch. He flies like the lightning when he wishes. He does not know you. I do not think he will allow you to catch him. Even myself, he obeys only when he chooses, but he is not wicked, only playful. I believe that I might be able to coax him, if it is allowed that I enter. He is very polite. He must be concerned that I will think it a great liberty for a strange man to enter my room, as if they were truly mine. Monkey cute, yes. Like a grand hostess, she spread an encompassing arm. If you can cross the rooftop safely, then enter and be welcome on your quest. Haran is running from side to side of the room now. I don't think he is happy here. The rooftops of London were a treacherous terrain of loose, damp tiles, slanting surfaces, and terrifying drops. Only the direst of threats could ever coax Sarah out of her window. The Lascar, however, slipped across and through as easily as if he had been walking on roofs all his life. He landed on Sarah's little bed with scarcely a sound, and then to the floor, where he bowed a salam to her. It was the first time she had seen him so clearly. The look of him, the color and fabric of his attire, still evoked that painful half-familiarity of her lost memories, but the man himself was unusual. Yes, Lascar does have a nice mustache. His bow had been as deep and polite as any Indian servant's, but he moved as lightly as a magician, and stood with the strong shoulders of a soldier. His eyes and his smile were warm, if enigmatic, and the knife on his belt he wore with confidence. Oh, he is like a character in a fairy tale, the brave wanderer who will surpass all the witch's challenges, and for that reason remained fixed in Sarah's mind as the Lascar, and it did not occur to her to ask his name or to provide her own. I have a beauty and ball as well. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Sahib. His eyes swept the room. Sarah felt a sudden surge of shame. Everything here is dirty and ragged, including me. I'm no longer fit to be called Sahib. But if he had such thoughts, he did not voice them. Now, for this little one. It was not a very long chase. The monkey prolonged it a few minutes evidently for the mere fun of it. Presently he sprang chattering onto the man's shoulder. You see? Hard to catch when he is running. When he wishes, he will come to a friend. He is like a child to me, and my master. Many thanks, Miss Sahib, for your aid. Perhaps if you meet again, Charan will know you as a friend. I hope so. She did not presume to stay long within her rooms, but salaamed again and made a swift exit. It gave Sarah a wistful sort of pain to recall that she, the drudge whom the cook had insulted less than an hour ago, had once been surrounded by people who salaamed just so whenever she went by. The kind man could not help but see how shabby this room of mine is, but he still spoke to me as if I was someone important and valuable. She walked around her room, setting Emily back in place upon her chair, and righting any other objects disarrayed by the monkey's passage. If only we, all of us, could go back to India together. I mean... okay. One more time. Yeah, we're just doing the Becky route. The days continued to grow colder, and the nights longer. The days on which Sarah tramped through snow when she went on her errands. There were worse days when the snow melted and combined itself with mud to form slush. On such days, the study in which the Indian gentleman sat glowed with warmth and rich color. The little attic at Miss Minchin's was dismal beyond words. Becky sometimes crept into Sarah's room, and the two of them would huddle together under a shared blanket for warmth. If it weren't for you missing your stories of the Bastille and being prisoners together, I think I should die here. Seems too real now, don't it? Mrs. is more like a head jailer every day she lives. I can just see them big keys you say she carries. The cook's like one of the under jailers having relations with the army man that helped throw over them nobles. Tell me some more, please, miss. Tell me about the subterranean passage we dug under the walls. I'll tell you something warmer. I'll tell you about the tropical forest where Charon, the monkey from next door, used to live. I have seen him sometimes looking out the window with that mournful expression. I always feel sure he's thinking about the tropical jungle we used to swing by his tail from coconut trees. I wonder if he was captured to make a pet, or if he chose to leave the trees to make friends with tall people. That is what the Lascar called himself, one of Charon's tall friends. I wonder if he left a family behind, who depended on him to bring home coconuts. Ain't coconuts and big round hard ones, miss. Can a monkey eat that? They beat them against rocks to crack them and pull them apart with their paws. It must be hard work for a small creature. Perhaps Charon grew tired of fetching food and leapt from the trees to land on the shoulder of a passing lascar and became his friend so that someone else would beat him. Imagine being a monkey with your own fur coat and friends to bring your meals. That is warmer, miss. But some ways, even the Bastille's sort of heating when you get to telling about it. That is because it makes you think of something else. She wrapped the coverlet around herself, so only a hint of her face could be seen in shadow. What you have to do with your mind, your body is miserable, is to make it think of something else. Can you do it, miss? Sometimes I can, and sometimes I can't. When I can, all right. I believe we always could, if we practiced enough. When things are horrible, just horrible, I think as hard as ever I can of being a princess. I say to myself, I am a princess, a fairy princess, and because I am a fairy, nothing in this world truly hurt me. I could believe you was a fairy, easy not could believe me, miss. You have to practice harder, that's all. Nothing different, you and I. Now close your eyes, think about flowers, bright and red and beautiful, nodding in the sunlight. Okay, great. Another week. Each activity has 3 possible outcomes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, run errands. I guess we're washing clothes. And I guess we'll just... I guess we'll tend some fires. Don don. Oh my goodness. It was like, sorrow, chills. Pain? Oh no, not pain. And hunger. On nights when Becky was kept busy too long to join Sarah in her room, the attic seemed even more desolate. The fog hung heavy, there was no light at all to be had, and Sarah was forced to beg a candle from cook in order to see at all. Even that comfort could be snatched from her at a moment. Cold draughts raised and rattled through the empty space. Sarah lay in the starless black, unable to sleep, unable to move. There seemed no hope to be found. I think Becky was right, Emily. Even Emily could not be seen in the gloom. Sarah closed her eyes. I shall die here. I can't bear this. I'm cold. I'm wet. I'm starving to death. I've walked 1,000 miles today, and they have done nothing but scold me from morning until night. Cook keeps punishing me for not being fast enough. I've had no supper again. I've tried to pretend that I have, but... You aren't listening, are you, Emily? I told Becky we were just the same, but all that means is that neither one of us is a princess. Maybe there aren't any princesses, not anywhere, and we only dreamed that there were. Gone fishing! This is all there is. Work and pain and being hungry forever and always. Sarah lay there with her eyes closed and her body trembling, and she could not remember the moment when, at last, she fell asleep. Oh boy. Okay, alright. We're off with Becky. New week. Not long ago, Sarah Crew had been a beautiful child. Lack of food does no good to anyone, and less to a girl still in the course of growing. She was constantly cold and hungry and tired. The stress and the pain of it gave her face a pinched expression. Now and then, some kind-hearted person passing her in the street glanced at her with sudden sympathy, but she did not notice. Hurried on, trying to make her mind think of something else. She fought to suppose and pretend, even as the muddy water squelched through her broken shoes. Suppose I had dry clothes on. Suppose I had good shoes and a long thick coat and wool stockings and a whole umbrella. And suppose just when I was near a baker's where they sold hot buns, I should find 6pence which belonged to nobody. And suppose that I should go into the shop and buy 6 of the hottest buns and eat them all up without stopping. Some very odd things happen in the world. Sometimes. She had to cross the street just when she was saying this to herself. Mud was dreadful, and she almost had to wade. She picked her way as carefully as she could, looking down at her feet to choose her steps. Just as she reached the pavement, she saw something shining in the gutter. It was actually a piece of silver, a tiny piece trodden upon by many feet. Not quite a 6pence, but the next thing to it. a 4-penny piece. In 1 second, it was in her cold little hand. Oh, it's true! It is true! It is like magic! She looked up at the shops facing her. There, not a few steps away, was a baker's shop, and a cheerful woman with rosy cheeks was putting into the window a tray of delicious, newly baked buns. It almost made Sarah feel faint for a few seconds, the shock, and the sight of the buns, the delightful odors of warm bread floating up through the baker's cellar window. She knew she need not hesitate to use the little piece of money. It had evidently been lying in the mud for some time, quite forgotten by its owner in the stream of people passing by. And yet, it did not seem quite right. It was like magic, and magic in all her fairy stories always came with a test. It was then that Sarah caught sight of the child. There were beggar children all over London. When Sarah had been wealthy, she saw them often, gave them pennies when she could. In her more recent suffering, she had rarely had time to notice these others. It was a little figure who was not much more than a bundle of rags from which small, bare, red, muddy feet came out, because the rags with which their owner was trying to cover them were long enough. Above the rags appeared a shock head of tangled hair, and a dirty face with big, hollow, hungry eyes. Sarah knew they were hungry eyes the moment she saw them, and she felt a sudden sympathy. Eyes were watching her, expected nothing more than to be passed by as always. And yet, Sarah felt compelled to approach the owner of those eyes and speak. "Ah, are you hungry? Not just?" Her voice was hoarse and raspy with a cold, but Sarah could understand her perfectly. "When was the last time you ate?" "Dunno. Never got nothing today, nowhere. I've asked and asked, no dinner, nor yet no breakfast, nor yet no supper, no nothing." Just to look at her made Sarah more hungry and faint. "I'm a princess, then. They were poor and driven from their homes. They always shared with the populace if they met one poorer and hungrier than themselves. They always shared. This is one of the populace." Clutching her silver coin, Sarah went into the warmth of the baker's shop and ordered 4 currant buns, sort that were 1 for a penny. The baker was a good-natured woman. Seeing such a cold and hungry child in front of her, slipped 6 buns into a paper bag, insisting that the extra 2 were only for make-weight. Sarah made her thanks and hurried from the shop so as not to get in the way of more important customers. The hot buns, even in their bag, warmed her hands. The beggar girl was still huddled up in the corner of the step, looked frightful in her wet and dirty rags, stared straight in front of her with a glazed look of suffering. Sarah took out one of the buns and with a pang set it on the child's lap. "See? This is nice and hot. Eat it and you will not feel so hungry." The child started and stared up at her, as if such sudden, amazing good luck almost frightened her, and she snatched up the bun and began to cram it into her mouth with great wolfish bites. Sarah took out 2 more buns and set them down. 3 and 3. That was an even share. The sound of the child's hoarse, ravenous voice, nearly choking in delight, as she gobbled her food, was awful. "She is hungrier than I am. I have a place to sleep at night, and Miss Minchin feeds me sometimes." Her hand trembled as she set down the 4th bun. That left Sarah with 2, one for each hand to keep them warm. "She is starving. I am not starving." She put down the 5th bun and turned away. The little London savage was too busy devouring to give any thanks, even if she had ever been taught politeness, which she had not. Sarah found some comfort in her remaining bun. At all events, it was very hot, and it was better than nothing. As she walked along, she broke off small pieces and ate them slowly to make them last longer. I mean, Sarah's really nice. Hers, it was a magic bun, and a few bites were as much as a whole dinner. I should be overeating if I took more than one. That is the way that magic works. It gives you just enough. I don't need anything more." Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, she's trying to be kind, and I get it. Okay, so maybe we run some errands. Okay, maybe if we do like this, like just have her run some errands. I don't know. Like, Okay, so more cleaning, more errands, going out on errands. Oof. Right. When the weather was bad, Sarah and the other servants were especially busy making sure that mud and ice did not invade the entrance hall. While she scraped and toiled, many events took place around London of which she had no knowledge. A kindly baker, moved by seeing a cold and hungry child give away most of her buns to one even less fortunate than herself, offered to take the beggar child in. Oh! A large family of children, once glimpsed in their Sunday carriage, laughed over their father's letters and promises to bring them pictures of Muziks and Droshky when he returned from Moscow. And in Miss Minchin's attic, someone stealthily opened the skylight from the outside. Ah! He let himself down through the aperture with such lightness and dexterity that he made only the slightest sound. That was enough to frighten a curious rat back into his hiding hole. Forgive me, I do not come to do harm to your mistress. Few would waste politeness on a rat or consider it to be a pet, but this man knew that Sarah was not as other children. He had watched her in secret, seen how she made friends of all the little things around her, the rats, the sparrows, even the sky. She greeted as if it could hear her. By the mistress of the house she is treated like a pariah, but she has the bearing of a child who should be of the blood of kings. First he went to the narrow bed, pressed his hand upon the mattress, then lifted the covering and examined the one thin pillow. To the rusty fireplace then, examining the grate, which had not seen a fire in many days. The old table, the tattered footstool, Emily's chair, each was carefully tested and set back as it had been. At last he looked to the walls. From his pocket he carefully withdrew a number of small, sharp. Without the aid of the hammer, he pressed them one at a time into the crumbling plaster. He looked around, nodded, and pulled himself up to the skylight, and withdrew as swiftly and silently as he had entered, leaving no sign. Interesting. Okay, let's play the event. New week! Oh, here we go. Okay, new week, so we have to pick and choose all the things. I guess we can have her 10 fires on Friday. I don't know. Like, I guess he has his suspicions about Sarah. Because I guess in a way that does make sense. So it's just like, Alright. Now, okay. Oof, +2 sorrow. That feels bad. Now can we play the event? Now. It was unusual for Sarah and Becky both to be sent out of Miss Minchin's seminary at the same time, much less on the same errand. After all, with neither girl in the house, Cook would not have easy access to anyone to fetch and carry for her, and might be forced to bestir herself from the kitchen. However, there were times when the items needed were so bulky that even Miss Minchin could not expect Sarah to carry them alone. In that case, rather than spend extra pennies for delivery, Sarah and Becky could be dispatched together. On your feet, miss, there's a mucky bit there. It's fine, I do this all the time. Shouldn't order, miss, you ought to be up riding on one of them carriages. Oh, well, you can't feel the breeze so much in a carriage, and sometimes they are very jolting, and you cannot see the sights nearly so well when you are boxed in. Becky looked dubiously up at the drab building fronts they were passing. What sights? Oh, you never know unless you look. There might be something nice in a shop window. You can't read the covers of the books in the shop if you're going past in a carriage. Or you might find a flower growing all unexpected in a crack between buildings, or a pretty button that someone has lost. In truth, Sarah often found these errands disheartening, but it was her nature to make the best of things. In the face of Becky's skepticism, she relied even more upon her imagination. Just then a carriage rattled past them, its wheels striking a bump in the road, and sending pebbles flying onto the pavement. Oh! Are you hurt, miss? Did one of them hit you? No, I'm fine, but I thought I saw... She bent low and picked up the largest pebble. Look, Becky, look! What is that? It's a fossil! She turned the stone over in her hands. On most sides it was only smooth, grey stone, but one particular angle revealed the ghostly white pattern of a shell. Just think, Becky, hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of years ago, there was a living creature there. Millions! Well, I don't know. I don't know how you can tell how old a fossil is. I suppose the scientists at the museum might know. The dinosaur they had was millions of years old, I'm sure of that. Dia, what? Oh dear, I don't suppose Becky's teachers at the workhouse would have told her anything about the latest scientific discovery. Dinosaur, it means fearfully great lizard, bigger than horses. Biggest ones are even bigger than houses. Like dragons. Yes, a lot like dragons, but they died a long, long time ago. All that we have left of them is their bones and fossils, just like this pebble. Even though the pebble quite clearly did not contain a dragon bone, Becky stared at it with just as much awe. All that in rocks and stuff? Sarah smiled wistfully. I wish I could take you to the museum and show you everything that we saw. I wish I could go back. I had so much left to learn. But you see, there are still wonderful things in our lives, full of magic and adventure. This pebble looks small and unimportant, but it holds secrets of the past. Even the small and overlooked creatures of this world are still precious. Becky grinned at her. Well, miss, I reckon you're more precious than I am, but won't neither of us be worth much of cooked things we've been dawdling? Sarah put the pebble back on the ground, where it might be discovered by some other curious child. You're right. We'd better hurry and get back to the Bastille. Bastille, miss? Isn't it just like a prison? I am the prisoner of conscience, locked away because I would not serve an evil regime. I've been locked up for years and years and years, and everybody has forgotten about me. Miss Minchin is the wicked jailer who walks up and down the halls at night with a great metal ring of keys on her belt, clanking and clanging just to taunt us. And you, Becky, you are the prisoner in exile, who I can hear through the walls but never see. Why would I be in prison? Oh, it was probably mistaken identity. Someone else saw a loaf of bread because they were hungry, and the gendarmes thought it was you, and they wouldn't listen to your story, so they locked you up. Becky nodded. It seemed perfectly plausible from her experience of the world. We must invent a secret code, a way that we can communicate with each other without our jailer overhearing us. That way, even when we are locked into ourselves, we are never alone. Oh, miss. What is it? Only that it ain't right for me to be glad you're here when you're only here because all the bad things that happened to you. I'm sorry. Oh, Becky, you don't have to be sorry. I know you must have been very lonely in that attic by yourself sometimes. If I didn't have you, I don't know how I could survive. Is it wrong for me to be glad that you are here with me? I should be wishing that you had a happy life somewhere else? I don't think I'd know how to be happy, miss, if I weren't with you. Sarah laughed. How light you make me feel. And how light on our feet we had better be if we don't want cook to scold us. Oh my. Well, okay. So should we... Oh, our hunger is bad. I guess, what happens if we do... Okay. We'll run errands. Maybe we dust rooms? Maybe we dust rooms a couple times? I don't know. I think it changes, like, depending on what we pick, like, what activity we get that day. Going out on errands, dusting furniture. Alright, well, let's see where we're at. Okay. Next event, 5 fatigue. Well, I think we got that covered. What do you think? The streets of London would never be perfectly clean, no matter how many brushes the street sweepers wielded. Rain could not wash the mud and refuse away. Only blended them together, helping them to spread their unappetizing clutches over the city's stones. And if the streets were never clean, then it stood to reason that an entrance hall was very rarely clean either. Today, it was Sarah's task to scrub away what had been tracked inside. The sturge could talk. What stories might it have to tell? How many boots has it traveled under? Perhaps mud doesn't like being indoors. If it can make it all the way back to the fields and forests, then it can grow again with the grass and the trees. Oh, humble dirt, if I could, I would carry you to freedom. Sarah was jolted out of her pleasant daydreams by an all too familiar sound. Miss Minchin's voice, raised in anger. It was not Sarah that she was scolding. Her voice appeared to be coming from the nearby classroom. Wasn't Becky in there? Crept closer to listen. As well as stupid, is it expecting too much from a clod to ask that you watch where you put your feet? Yes, Mum. I mean no, Mum. Don't you get smart with me, you wretch. That cat is worth twice what you are. Uh-oh. Did Becky who stepped on Tybalt earlier? I did think I'd heard him screech. I'm sure she didn't mean to. Tybalt loves to curl up in the most inconvenient places. I'm always having to chase him off the stairs so no one trips over him. Unlike you lazy girls, Tybalt always gets his job done. He sleeps half the time. We work all day and into the night. I'm sorry, Mum. I'll be more careful. You had better be. There are dozens of girls in the workhouses who could fill your position in a heartbeat. Remember, Tybalt holds a pedigree from the National Cat Club. In light of your carelessness, I am docking your wages for the week. If you do not improve, it will go worse with you. Wages? Her own servitude, of course, came without recompense. Miss Minchin had emphasized repeatedly that Sarah was in her debt. Anything she might earn was immediately deducted and applied to that balance. Yeah, you know what? That's called slavery! Oh, like, seriously. And yeah, if they catch what Miss Minchin is doing to this kid, she can go to jail. Like, she can, like, for that time period, yeah, if she's not paying them, she can get into a lot of trouble. But Becky was an ordinary girl, hired from the workhouse by traditional channels. If Sarah had ever really considered the matter, it might have been obvious that she must receive some sort of wages. Money had never been of great interest to Sarah. First, she had so much that she had never had to count the cost of anything. And then she had nothing at all, and all costs were equally out of reach. Becky's wages, though, created something of a mystery. Who was being paid? Why did she seem as penniless as Sarah? Because they're not paid enough. See that you do. To start, Sarah realized that Miss Minchin had concluded her tirade and was moving towards the door. She quickly hurried back to her work. Questions would have to wait for the safety of a dark attic. That evening, Sarah made her way up the stairs to the attic, checking carefully for any suspiciously furry lump that might attempt to block her path. Inside her room, she could not resist lying back on the hard mattress for just a few moments. Take the weight off her feet. I mustn't sleep, not yet. If I fall asleep now, I will forget. My head feels so heavy. My arms are trembling from too much work. I daren't carry a candle like this. It would shake right out of my grasp. I must not sleep yet. Really, she struggled back to her feet, stumbled over to the wall that divided her half of the attic from Becky's. She knocked a careful pattern of 4 knocks, a message to her fellow prisoner. Come to me through the secret passage. I have something to communicate. 5 quick knocks answered her. He's coming. Almost immediately, the door of the attic opened, and Becky appeared. Everything all right, miss? Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I only wanted to talk. Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. Is it true that Miss Minchin pays you wages? Yes, miss. Well, when she wants to, and most of the time she don't. I never knew you had any money. Ain't no but a half-shilling a week, miss, and that only if it's pay. Seems every other week the missus finds some reason I don't deserve it. 6 pence? Miss Minchin, that coin is nothing at all. And she takes it away just to taunt Becky. But she does pay you sometimes, right? What do you do with it? Oh, well, it used to be all saved up in wages to take to my mum at the workhouse. She was still there, you see, and I thought it might help. Only after I brung it to her when I'm going back, I can't find her no more. She ain't there. Maybe she found a job? Could be, miss, or could be she took a ride out of the city looking for some other life now that she knew I had a place and didn't need her. But, well, she was always fond of going. She was always fond of gin. Uh-oh. Sarah shook her head. Every time I think that I understand the world and the people in it, I realize again how little I really know. All accidents and tragedies all over. Good things happened to me by accident when I was born, then sad things came later. All those same sad things happened to you too, without even the good ones first. Becky lost her father and her mother both. She had to live in a workhouse. Never had teachers who were kind to her. It isn't right. Why can't she be happy? Why can't everyone be happy? Becky did not seem to notice Sarah's outrage. Some good things did happen to me, miss. I'll never have a friend like you before, and I've liked having you tell me things even if I'm not clever enough to remember them one Henry from the other. You are. You're just not used to it. It's not your fault England had a lot of kings named Henry. If you say so, miss. You must have another lesson, but not tonight. I am already too tired. Still the thought would not leave her. If you don't take away your wages to the workhouse any more, What do you do with them? Do you buy yourself food or save for new shoes? A pleasant thought to imagine poor, downtrodden Becky sneaking away, to buy a ticket for the music hall, and an evening's light entertainment. But when would she find the time? Oh no, I couldn't, I don't. If I bought pie and ate it then the next day, I wouldn't have no pie or no coin. I maybe could buy shoes or a blanket someday if I saved enough, but I don't know what I'll need the most. And if I spent all my coin, I wouldn't have it if I need something else more. And what if something bad happened, miss? What if you got sick and needed a doctor? Miss Minchin wouldn't pay. You ought to be worrying more about yourself than me. But I suppose it's very wise of you to save your money. Becky shook her head. I know what I'm worth, miss, and I know when I'm not good enough I can't make decisions. I can't. That's why I can't spend nothing. I don't know what's right to do, and I don't want to be wrong. Suddenly she clasped at Sarah's hand. You're a clever one, miss. You'll know what to do. You'll help me decide when the time's right, won't you? I'll try. Becky let out a sigh of relief. I'll bring you my thing to keep her safe. Truth be told, I'll sleep better with you having it. Sarah's eyes sparkled. You'll be like our buried treasure. So Becky's battered little tin, with its sparse sprinklings of small change, was fetched and remarked upon as if it were a coffer of rubies, then buried under Sarah's bed. And Emily shall keep watch. Oh my goodness, poor kids. Okay, so what happens if we do... Okay, so we could run errands, dust the rooms, dust all the rooms. I guess we can wash clothes, and then maybe run, maybe 10 fires? Like, huh? Going out on errands, going out on errands! Oh, washing the clothes, okay, so doing all the things, okay? I don't know how bad that is. The route is locked. I don't know why it's locked, but it is. Alright, new week. Wait, really? There was like no event and we have to do it again? Okay, run errands. Okay, maybe dust rooms, then run errands, then wash clothes. Then maybe kitchen duty? I don't know, let's change it up a little bit. Let's change it up a little bit, shall we? Okay. So then, do all the things. I don't know. Okay, so that's all the stuff that she's doing. Oh gosh. Well, what to do? Alright, now can we play the event? Okay. That Saturday afternoon, Sarah was assisting little Lottie with her schoolwork revision. You must say your times tables over and over again every day, Lottie. It's very important. But they're boring. You must memorize them until you know them so well that you don't even have to think about the answers. They should always seem obvious as if they were already written in front of you. You need that in order to do more maths later. I don't want to do more maths, Sarah, Mama. Well, you don't want maths to be your mystical weakness, do you? Imagine if someone asks you, what is 3 times 12? And you're so confused that your brain seizes and you're frozen in place and you miss supper because you can't find the answer. I have a possibility, guess. 3 times 12? I don't have to memorize 3 times 12, do I? Miss Minchin didn't say anything about 12. Not yet. Let me hear what you have been practicing. Lottie furrowed her brow and pursed her lips, but it seemed there was no escaping it. 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. As Sarah coached Lottie through the simple mathematics drill, Becky came into the room on her cleaning rounds. No maths, I know, right? Pause for a moment, listening to that shrill, childish voice reciting number after number, a look of confusion on her face. I really ought to give Becky help with maths too, if only we had more free time. 33. There, now can we do something else? You never tell me stories anymore, Sarah, Mama. Sorry, I'm only allowed to tell you about things that you are learning in your classes. Lottie's cheeks puffed out in disapproval. Before she could begin to wail and fuss, Sarah redirected the conversation. History is a kind of story. Have you been paying attention to your histories? What can you tell me about Henry VII? Lottie gulped, thrown off her sulk. He became king when he was a baby and then got locked in a tower? Wasn't that Henry VI? She clapped her hands over her mouth in dismay at interrupting. Don't be shy, Becky. Come and sit with us. You are studying too. She is? Everyone needs to know history. Come on, Becky. Let's see what you can remember. Tell us about Henry VII. Well, it was all part of the War of Roses, I think. Both of them were, but the sixth started it and the seventh ended it. Not sure who was in between except it weren't Henry. That's right. Henry VII won his crown by winning the war. Why was it called the War of the Roses? Lottie's turn. They wore red and white roses to show which side they were on. They sat together on the long classroom benches, heads occasionally bowing, close to murmur some of the more interesting tidbits of ancient gossip and giggle, as school children often do. It might have been this sight that provoked Lavinia when she entered the room. What is going on here? Oh, you filthy things hovering over a young lady like Lottie. You'll give her diseases. Ew. Hush, there is nothing wrong. Why are you sitting down? Are you shirking? Miss Minchin wouldn't like to hear that. I'm sorry, miss. Don't move. She stood up, folded her arms, and glared at Lavinia in her best impression of a stern teacher. Oh yeah, it totally reminds you of the song. We are having a weekend classes. Helping students with their schoolwork is one of my responsibilities, Miss Herbert. Miss Minchin wouldn't like to hear that you were interfering. Oh, if you're helping students, then what is that creature doing there? Becky is just as much a student as any of the rest of us. She's helping me remember my kings. Helping, is she? Helping you right into horrible habits and dropped H's, I expect. Turned her glare back full force onto Becky. Get up and get away from that young lady right this instant. Yes, miss. Becky, don't. I have to go, miss. I'm sorry. Hurried out of the room, not looking back. That's better. At least the air in here won't smell quite so much. You must always be on your guard around people like that, Lottie. Check your pockets carefully. That one's a thief. She might have stolen your pennies. Lottie's eyes went wide and she patted her skirt nervously. Really? Becky is not a thief. Reading will tell. The dregs of society stay that way for a reason. Oh my god, you know what? Y'all can hit Lavinia now. I'm so tired of her shit. Right? It's like they stay that way for a reason. It's like they stay that way because of people like you, who are nobles and capitalists and don't care about anyone other than yourselves. You know, if you look, yeah, they stay that way because of people like you, all right, who do nothing to help, who just put on airs and act like you're better than everyone else because you have a title and money. And you know what? Like she, you know, her words, breeding will tell. You want everyone to think that you're a special person and that you're a good person, but really you're not. You're just petty and cruel, and you're so insecure that you take that out on others. And that is pathetic and sad. Like, seriously, that is pathetic and sad. You ought to know. You are the only dreg that I see here. At least Becky is hurrying. Wow, she got her. Like, you are the only dreg that I see here. At least Becky is trying to learn and improve herself. We shall see. Lifting her nose, she flounced out of the room. Oh my goodness, what a Yup. Like, this girl, she needs to stop playing. Like, she really needs to stop. It's just like, are you kidding me, lady? Okay, let's do 10 fires, I guess. I guess we'll do some kitchen tuning. Yeah, I think if we don't pick, like, the right things, like, we don't get an event. It's weird. Make her fly out of that school. Tell her not to forget her broom. So it's like, seriously, that kid. Jeez. Oh, Pete. She's just very, like, freaking boy. Or chicken and rice. Sarah sat on her little bed, rubbing her hands together to try and make her fingers warm. It wouldn't be so bad if I had no nice pot of tea or cocoa to make me warm from the inside. If there were fire in the grate, or if I had a fur robe and a thick blanket, if I had anything at all. In the lengthening dark, empty spaces of the attic pressed mercilessly around Sarah. There are no monsters in the dark. Even little Lonnie knows that there aren't. I am perfectly safe. I only wish. And then, as if in answer to her thoughts, a hollow knocking echoed through the walls. Becky! She hurried to the wall to signal her companion it was all right to enter. Moments later, Becky hurried into Sarah's room, a blanket wrapped around herself. It's starting to get chilly up here, miss. Come and sit on the bed with me and we can cuddle together. The two little girls wrapped under two blankets, even thin ones, the attic soon felt much more cozy. I was just thinking that it would be nice in here if we had anything at all to help keep me warm, and now I do. It's too bad these beds are too narrow, or we could sleep here together. When I were little, miss, we had to share beds like these, but I guess I'm not so little anymore. We can both fit snug and nice while we're awake, but if we slept like this, I think one of us would fall off. Oh, you forgot your attitude, yeah. You think it would work if we got both beds and put them next to each other? Oh, I don't know, miss. Them bedsteads are heavy, and I don't know if they'd hold up being moved. Miss Minchin might not like it. And you like having your own room. You said so. Yes, miss. But you're right. When fall winter comes, we might want to. Could put just the mattresses on the floor together. They're easier to move than the bed frames. Oh, but then the rats would come up onto the bed. Becky shuddered. Sorry, miss, but even if they made us warmer, I don't want a blanket of rats. No, neither do I. Becky leaned her forlorn little head against Sarah's shoulder, let out a slow, soft sigh. Oh, sorry, miss. Whatever for? I came in to warm up and I'm not very good company, and Sarah scraped harshly through her nose as she breathed. I feel like I'll never amount to nothing. Miss Lavinia was right. I don't belong around proper ladies. Lottie is not a proper lady. She's just a little girl. So are you. So am I. And Lavinia is a beast. She's a young lady. She's important to people. I'm not. I'm not worthy any more than a handful of half shillings. Yes, you are. Of course you are. It's all just accidents. Tomorrow morning, Lavinia's family could disappear, and she could end up just like me. There's no way to know. Perhaps one Sunday, Miss Minchin will be at church. Suddenly her heart will fill with warmth, and she will come back to the seminary and want to be kind to everyone. That need a miracle, miss. Miracles happen. They happen all the time. They have to. Like on the road to Damascus. You remember that story, don't you, from your Bible classes? Make sure they stay off. Yeah. Yeah, rats. Becky nodded. What happened? She could decide to make you a charity student. With your own bedroom downstairs with the other girls and nice dresses, and get you to go to classes. Don't laugh, it could. Who would believe me or one of them girls downstairs? Even if she stays the same as ever, you don't have to be a scullery maid forever. You could be a parlor maid someday, or cook. Wouldn't you like to be cook in a nice warm kitchen? I'll bet cook never goes hungry. See, it could get better. Everything changes. My position certainly did. Sarah suddenly felt her fingers squeezed together by Becky's rough grip. You still preach to me, miss, always. The corners of Sarah's mouth twitched uncontrollably upward. What would you do, Becky, if a miracle happened? If you could do anything, absolutely anything that you wanted. I had a wish from one of them lamps, you mean? Something like that, without having to worry about the magic going wrong or a witch with a curse. And not about your whole life changing, just one thing. You could do one thing, what would you want? Well, I always wanted to ride one of them fancy carriages like the royals have. Blue as the sky, covered all over with gold jewels and lamps all around, a team of white horses to pull it. Oh, that's lovely, just like Cinderella. The carriage would take you to the palace, or you would dance with the prince. Hey, miss, I don't know about that. Don't know how to dance, don't want to. Just to see it all, that'd be enough for me, I'm sure. You will see it, and much more, I'm sure, someday, I'm sure. The magic will make it happen. I mean, good for her for having, for having that. Okay, so we got run errands, I guess. Okay, let's try to switch it up. Let's have some run errand, like 3 run errand, maybe 2, 4. I don't know. I guess we'll see how that does. Oh my goodness. Going out errands, all the errands. Oh no. Yep, so we're doing all the things. Oh dear. Okay, so we can always skip events too, but I don't want to do that. Sarah lay across her bed. feeling too weak and sore to even lift her head. Why did cook make us fill that basin up in the kitchen when she knew we couldn't lift it high enough to pour it out again? It would have been easier to take it to a pump. Her arms ached, her back ached, her head ached. The pain took precedence over every other sensation, even the cold. I wish Becky were here, but I can't get up to knock, not now. And so, when the doorknob rattled and turned, Sarah's first reaction was pleasure and relief. Uh-oh, it was short-lived. Miss Minchin? She never comes up here. Do not move. Is something wrong? I said do not move. I won't have you hiding the evidence. Evidence of what? Theft. What? Miss Herbert has reported that certain valuable items have gone missing, and you are the most logical suspects. Lavinia! Miss, what's going... Oh! No sooner had Becky stepped into the doorway than Miss Minchin grabbed her arm and yanked her inside. Get over here there with her where I can see you. Neither of you is to move until this room has been searched. If I have to strip you, I will. Now move. What do you want to bet Lavinia planted stuff in their room to get them in trouble? Because she seems like the kind of person that would do that. Yes, ma'am. She hurried to Sarah's side, not even daring to whisper a question about what was going on. Right? I've never stolen anything, and Becky wouldn't either. I know she wouldn't. This is just Lavinia trying to make trouble. It's cruel. There was not much to search in the garret. An old trunk in the corner was picked through and pushed aside when it proved to hold little more than napkins and rubbish. The table, the grate, the footstool, none of these provided many places for stolen treasures to hide. As for the bed, aha! She produced a battered tin which clanked and rattled as she lifted it. Oh no, Becky's half-shillings! Here we see the proof of these accusations. I am absolutely shocked at this behavior, Sarah Crewe. Here I have given you a roof over your head and meaningful employment, and this is how you repay me? I am not a thief. Them's my wages, Mum. No, you would steal even from a fellow servant. I didn't steal anything. Please, Mum, I gave them to her. Miss Minchin scowled. The truth of the matter had to be apparent even to her, with the two girls so close. However, to admit it would mean admitting that she had been wrong. Seriously? A gift? That seems unlikely. Why would a little drudge who had next to nothing give it away? Perhaps you are afraid to tell me the truth. No, Mum. Let me make things clear to you, girl. That one, indicated Sarah, furrowed her brow and refused to shrink back, has no possessions other than what I have generously loaned to her. She has no right to any possessions. She is in my debt deeply and undoubtedly. If she stole this money from you, then she will be turned over to the authorities for punishment, and the coins will be returned to you. If you gave her this money, then it belongs to me as payment towards her debt, and I will confiscate it at once. That is illegal, you freaking putana. That's not fair. What should I do? I can't say that I stole the money. I wouldn't steal, and I won't lie, but if I don't, then Miss Minchin will take Becky's savings away. She'd give it to me. I was keeping it for her. I was keeping it safe for her. The money belongs to Becky. Do not speak unless you are spoken to. I am not interested in excuses. There are only two possible outcomes here. Now make up your mind. What is the truth? Was it a gift or was it stolen? It is entirely your decision. Becky shot a fearful glance at Sarah. Look at me when I am speaking to you. You don't need her help to tell me the truth. Make your choice. It's a gift. Very well, then I thank you for your generosity. For both her eyes, she tipped out the contents of the tin. Coins were few and not even shiny. A moment later, they disappeared into Miss Minchin's pockets. Oh my God, I hate this lady. What would the church say to you if they knew what you had done? Don't speak impertinent nonsense. You are not above punishment. Neither are you. She's right. You sit there and go, oh, you're supposed to be a good Christian. You're supposed to be a good person, and you're stealing from kids. Like, seriously? Remain here while I search the other room. After all, there are still reports of theft I must investigate. The sound of her heels clacked away into the distance. Holy crap. Oh, Becky, your savings. It weren't nothing, miss. It were only a few coins, nothing important. It was all the treasure that you had. It is like the Bible story of the widow's two mites. A small theft is a very great one if you have so little to begin with. Becky wiped at her face. I couldn't let it take you away, miss. I can't live here without you. I can't. Oh, Becky, you are my treasure. Even after Miss Minchin had finished her inspection and departed, two little prisoners huddled together. They had nothing else. Oh my god, I want to smack Lavinia. Like, seriously, this lady is a pain in the ass. Like, who does this to children? The hell? Like, excuse me, ma'am? What is your deal, lady? Like, God, she probably eats children. That's why she runs the school. Is that what's happening? She's running the school so she can eat children? She's eating them, isn't she? Like, oh, I run a ladies' school. What happened to the last kid? Oh, I don't know. She's totally eating them. Okay, oof, so much fatigue. Alright, well, here we have just enough. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna keep going, right? Right, work, 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 and more work. Work, 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 and more work. Work, 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 work. Right. Okay, so no event, play event. Here we go. In the afternoon, there was a knock upon the front door of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary, signaling that the post had arrived. Oh God, please no! I know, right? Just the very idea. Sarah, who was nearest, laid aside her bucket and brush and went to fetch it. She was just stepping back through the door with a small box and a handful of letters when everything went wrong all at once. The yowl of an enraged feline, a series of thumps and bangs, someone falling, the scream of a young girl. Becky! Sarah rushed at once to the stairs, discarding the deliveries on a small table as she passed, not even looking to see if they had landed correctly. There was Becky, collapsed against the wall at the foot of the stairs, a doll that had been thrown away. And there went Tybalt, a furious gray streak rushing straight past Sarah's legs and out the open door of the school. No! Are you all right? Oh, miss! Though the tears streaking her face surely indicated that she was in pain, Becky was already struggling to get back to her feet. You're hurt. You shouldn't move. We got to catch him. The missus will hang me by the ears if we don't. Please, miss, my life won't be worth nothing if we lose him. It was unfortunately true. Miss Minchin set more value on that cat than on the welfare of any scullery maid. Even if Becky had a broken leg in the fall, she would not be forgiven. There was no time for Sarah to apologize for leaving the door open. To have any hope of recovering Tybalt, they had to act at once. Sarah held out her hands to help Becky up. Can you walk? If you can't, I'll go. I'm fine, miss. It's only bruises. I've had worse. Okay. They moved out onto the streets of London together. There, a tail! He kept hold of Becky's hand in case the other girl was unsteady on her feet. You should go back, miss. If the missus thinks we've run off, she might call the coppers. If it's only me, we'll both be punished no matter what happens. If we at least find Tybalt, it'll go easier for us, and we have a better chance if we're both looking. The task could have been much worse. A grey cat, loose in the streets of London, might have vanished entirely, never to be seen again by any but the owners of disreputable pie shops. Tybalt, however, appeared to be playing a game, keeping always out of reach, but rarely out of sight. They wove their way from street to street, occasionally having to beg directions off kindly-looking adults who might have seen the grey cat go by. Becky keeps wincing when she thinks I'm not looking. I'm sure she's hurt. I need to get her home. If only that cat would cooperate. The church? There, he's gone inside. Are we allowed, miss? It's not a Sunday. God will understand. Perhaps the angels will guide us. My mother, my papa, and yours. I hope you're right, miss. The two little girls walked on their toes past the empty pews, their thin shoes making little more noise than a cat's paws. Becky caught Sarah's arms and pointed to a staircase going up, just as Tybalt padded out of sight. The bell tower! Up and up and up they climbed. There was no sign of Tybalt. Neither were there any exits. He had to be somewhere ahead of them. Becky paused, her hand against the wall, her shoulders heaving. Are you all right? Do you need to rest? I can do it. I can do it. We're almost there, ain't we? I hope so. At last, they found the door and broke free into the sky. The tower top seemed a desolate place. Plus, it's kind of important, right? Bare stone walls cut into empty arches that began at waist height. There was no glass, since that would impede the sound of the bells. One could almost reach out and touch the clouds. This high up, on a clear day, the air was even colder than usual. After so many steps, Sarah couldn't help gasping for breath. That breath locked up in her throat. There was no sign of the tower keeper, nor of any angels, nor of Tybalt. Somehow, they had lost him. Sarah's knees gave out. She slid down to sit on the cold floor, wheezing through her hands as she fought to recapture her strength. Becky didn't look any better. Her face was pale beneath the dirt, and she clutched at the window's edge for support. There, as she leaned over, she suddenly caught sight of, Miss, there! What? She tried to answer, but the words weren't coming. I can see him, miss. I can just about reach. Tybalt is out on the church roof. Becky, no, you're too weak. It was too late. Desperate to retrieve the lost cat, Becky had already begun to climb over the wall. Oh no. Here, puss. And then the inevitable happened. She lost her balance. Becky! Sarah would never clearly remember those seconds. How Becky screamed, how Sarah leapt from her couch, how her fingers stretched through the air. Oh no, and caught Becky's hand. Hang on! It wasn't enough. Sarah was too weak, too thin. Her grip kept Becky from plummeting to certain death, but she could not possibly pull her back up. Lift your other arm. Try to grab the edge. Becky flailed upwards, but her fingers fell far short of the mark. Hanging suspended by one arm put the rest of her body at too much of an angle to reach. Uh-oh. I can't. Grab anything. Brace your feet on anything. Just find a way to hold on. Her feet in their thin shoes scrabbled against the stones, trying to find a toehold. Not the beam! Yeah. For a moment, the strain on Sarah's arm eased, and then Becky's foot slipped, and the sun jolt made her socket burn with pain. I'm gonna die! Don't look down! Just hold on, Becky! Hold on! I'm gonna fall! You can't fall! I'm holding you! But miss, you can't! I won't let you fall! I promise! Now hold on! And don't be frightened! I'm going to scream so someone can hear us, all right? Don't be afraid! Miss! Sarah squeezed her hands tight and shrieked as loudly as she could, till her throat ached with the force of it. After all those weeks of being silent in an attic, she felt like her uncaged voice ought to burst loose like a blast of trumpets. But against the vastness of the sky, one little girl's voice was soon swallowed up. Her scream had faded into a raspy cough. Sarah gulped hard and waited for a response. All she could hear was Becky's faint whimpering. She had stopped scrabbling against the wall with her feet now. She was only hanging there, quiet tears gleaming against the dirt on her cheeks. It's going to be all right. The tower keeper will come. The angels will bring him to us. We're so high up. It's easy for them to see us here. You won't fall. I promised you, didn't I? I won't let go. Yes. It was hard to hear her voice now. There was no strength in it. You can't blame yourself. It's all right. What are you saying? You can't hold on forever, miss. I know that, and maybe it won't be so bad. There's heaven, right, miss? Like you always told us, city is gold and fields of lilies, and no mismention and never having to work no more. Her arm and Sarah's grip felt cold, as if the life were already leaking away from her. Do not give up, Becky, damn. My life wasn't never going to get better down here. But don't feel bad, miss, if you have to let go. I'll still love you. I'll watch over you with them angels. No! Now you listen to me. You are the most important thing in the world to me, and I will never, ever give up on you. I know, right? What do you think my life would be like without you? It's just like, yeah, it's like, Becky, please do not give up. Like, please don't give up. Like, yeah, it's just like, there should be people around that church, like, all the time. If you slip and fall, I will jump after you. Miss, that's a mortal sin. Then the angels had better hurry up and stop me. That's not proper Christian. I have faith. All of a sudden, Becky's weight shifted ever so slightly in Sarah's arms. Her eyes went wide with panic until she realized that Becky had turned her head to see. Tybalt! Completely unconcerned, as if he had nothing to do with the drama transpiring around him, the cat sauntered his way along the edge, hopped over, and curled up on the floor near Sarah's feet. You see, there are miracles after all. Okay, but did she get out of there? It was not until much later that the two girls were able to return to Miss Minchin's school. The man at the church who had finally pulled Becky to safety insisted on escorting the girls back. Oh, thank goodness. His presence was welcome, as both girls' arms were so sore and weak that they could not have safely contained Tybalt for the journey. At the door, they thanked their good Samaritan and sent him on his way, and shut the door firmly before depositing the cat back into his territory. There was no sign of Miss Minchin, no hubbub. They had not been missed at all. Becky could have died today, and no one here will know, or care if they did. It's not right. No one appreciates her as she deserves, except for me. No one loves her as they should, except for me. And there, as the realization struck her, she froze in place. I love Becky, more than as a friend, more than any princess loved her king. She felt selfish and prideful to place herself above others in that way, but in that moment, Sarah's heart was overflowing. What can I do? What can I do? We are both prisoners here. We are helpless, and Miss Minchin will grind us down to nothing. No, no matter how bad it seems, life has to be better. It just has to be. Aw, I know, right? So it's like, aw. Miracles happen. Good people still exist. I will always believe in that. Oh my. Oh yeah, that's actually really sweet. Okay, so we run. I guess we'll keep it to run errands, and then maybe run more errands, and maybe we'll have 1 week of dusting rooms. I don't know. I'm glad Becky's not dead, because dang, that escalated really fast. That escalated quickly. It was just like, dang, okay then. Alright, going out on errands, we're miserable. Basically, or something. Okay. Oh boy. Alright, play event. Sarah sat on her bed, clutching at her shoulder. Tybalt, more like trouble, right? She had felt something inside of it stretch and pull in a way that muscles shouldn't. Earlier that day, and now every time she moved, that arm too suddenly, sharp pain interfered. There's nothing broken, it's only sore. If I have time to rest, I'm sure it will be all right. I had a few days to rest in a warm bed and a good meal. My papa were here, but I can't have any of those things ever again. She looked over at Emily's serene doll face and managed a faint smile. Just have to be thankful for what I do have, isn't that right? There's you, and there's Becky, and as long as I have my little kingdom to defend, I am still a princess. What makes a princess? Not being beautiful or owning heaps of jewels, or getting your own way. A princess protects her people. She looked around at her little kingdom, old grate, the cracked wall. I got 4 characters killed. Oh, I'm sorry, Julius. And its family of rats. The windows where sometimes you could see the birds gather. If I were a fairy princess, I would summon up birds and have them weave a beautiful ball gown for Becky. And I would turn the rats into fine white horses and draw her carriage just like Cinderella. We could spend Christmas riding around London in a magical carriage and scattering largesse to the orphans and the workhouse girls. It was a lovely, warm imagining, and it kept Sarah quite distracted for some time. Hearing the lights of the carriage and the sounds of wheels and hooves over cobblestone roads. Then in an instant she sat bolt upright. Another sound had intruded on her consciousness. It was not on the slates of the roof, but from the stairs below. It was Miss Minchin's voice, and she was angry. He's scolding Becky. He's making her cry. Miss Minchin was almost never willing to exert herself and climb the last flight of stairs, only when she had some vicious purpose, as when she had come to accuse Sarah of theft. But now she was angry enough to be coming at least part of the way up, and it sounded as if she were driving Becky before her. You impudent, dishonest child! Cook tells me she has missed things repeatedly. Weren't me, Mum. I wasn't hungry enough, but weren't me never. You deserve to be sent to prison, picking and stealing. Half a meat pie indeed. Weren't me. I could have ate a whole one, but I'll never laid a finger on it. Sarah cringed at the distant sound of a slap and a body bumping into the wall. Don't tell falsehoods. She wouldn't. Sarah stood in the middle of the room in the darkness, was clenching her little teeth and opening and shutting fiercely her outstretched hands. Now go to your room this instant. Sarah heard Becky run in her slipshod shoes up the stairs and into her attic. She heard her door shut and knew that she threw herself upon her bed to cry into her pillow. I could have ate 2 of them and I'll never took a bite. 'Twas Cook give it to a policeman. Oh, Cook is the one that's stealing. And she blamed it on Becky? Oh, that's effed up. She gave it to a policeman that she likes? Wow, the audacity. The nerve. So Cook is the one that was stealing. Unbelievable. It was too much. Sarah could no longer stand still and bear it. She burst out of the room and tore down the stairs, barely able to keep her balance, to face Miss Minchin. You wicked, cruel thing. Cook takes things herself and then says Becky steals them. She doesn't. She doesn't. Do you dare to criticize your betters? You are no one's betters. 'Tis you who are the thieves, Cook and you both. You stole Becky's wages. You knew how little she had and you stole it anyway. Becky nearly died trying to save your cat, just to please you, and you never thank her for anything. And she's so hungry sometimes that she eats crusts out of the ash barrel. Such impudence, well, it is only to be expected. This is a sword close enough. With a sinking heart, Sarah realized that her righteous tirade had failed to thaw Miss Minchin's heart at all. If anything, it had hardened it. She had lost her temper, abandoned the composure which had given her strength throughout her trials, and now her enemy was smiling. I have been too lenient with you girls in light of your youth. Clearly more discipline is required. You will go to your room, Sarah, and you will stay there. Neither you nor Becky will have anything to eat tonight or tomorrow either. Perhaps it will make some impression upon you. Yeah, you know what? It'll make their jobs harder because guess what? When the body doesn't get fed, it feeds on itself, and you are basically starving them. So guess what? They're not going to be able to do any of the housework you expect them to do because they don't have any food. You freaking dumb putana. Like, seriously. Being angry only acknowledges her power over us. I'm just saying, you band together, trip her down the stairs, it's over. Right? Seriously. And so, Sarah squeezed her hands into fists, but did not raise them. She spoke in a voice that was only slightly trembling. Yes, Mom. Now, Sarah. Yes, Mom. Turned step by step, and the darkness alone climbed the attic stairs. There was no friendly voice waiting for her in her room, only the soft echo of Becky's sobs. I can't protect anyone. Reached for her pillow, then bit her lip as pain flared inside her shoulder. I'm useless. Carefully, she lay her thin body down upon the bed. I'm not a princess at all. Aw, kid. Sarah did not know how long she slept that night. She'd been tired enough to sleep deeply and profoundly, too deeply and soundly to be disturbed by anything. She woke at last. It was slowly and sleepily, as one who is not quite sure where the boundaries lie between waking and dreaming. She felt warm, comfortable, perhaps even too warm, and that, of course, she could not believe. The attic was never so warm and cozy except in her most beautiful supposing. What a nice dream! I don't want to wake up. But even though she kept her eyes closed tightly, she could not stay asleep. Something in the room was forcing her to awaken. A sense of light and a sound. The sound of a crackling, roaring little fire. What could it be? Oh, well, hello. Oh, I haven't awakened. I am dreaming yet. She sat up, resting on her elbow, and her breathing came fast. It isn't melting away. I've never had such a dream before. She scarcely dared to stir. At last she pushed the bedclothes aside and put her feet on the floor. I can smell it. I can smell the fire and food. It feels real, but it can't be. It's bewitched. Or I'm bewitched, and I only think I see it all. Oh, but if I could only keep on thinking it, I don't care. She sprang up, touched the table, the dishes, the rug, went to the bed and touched the blankets. She took up the soft, wadded dressing gown, suddenly clutched it to her breast and held it to her cheek. Yeah, I think the guy across the street came and did it. I guess that's what he was up to. It's warm, it's soft, it's real, it must be. She almost staggered to the books and opened the one which lay upon the top. Something was written on the flyleaf to the little girl in the attic, from a friend. When she saw that, she put her face down upon the book just for a moment and burst into tears. Someone cared. In a moment, she collected her wits and ran to the attic door to signal her companion. Becky, Becky, wake up, come and see. Yes? Becky stared around the room, her eyes moving from one item to another, growing larger with every moment. Soft slippers, the fire, the books, around and around her gaze went, until she looked quite dizzy with it all. Oh, miss, how can it be? I don't know. Maybe it was magic after all. The magic that won't ever quite let the worst things happen. She removed the covers from the dishes on the table. Look, Becky, muffins, still warm. If it's magic, missing, do you think it can melt away? Hadn't we better enjoy it quick? And she picked up a muffin and crammed as much as she could into her mouth all at once. Stop, you'll make yourself sick. Maybe we do only have this for a moment, but that's so. We should enjoy it the best that we can. And that means eating slowly enough that we taste it. They sat before the blazing fire and ate the warm, nourishing food. They could not help looking at each other in a kind of joyous wonder. Yeah, she did. The sleepy comfort of which at length had almost overpowered them was a heavenly thing, the drowsiness of happy, well-fed childhood. They sat in the fire's glow and luxuriated in it. Reckon we better get down to work, miss, unless the magic school made Miss Minchin disappear too. I suppose you're right. We wouldn't want her to come up here looking for us now. I don't know if all this will still be here when we get back. Maybe it was only lent to us for one day because we needed it so badly. If I ain't here in the evening, miss, it's been here this morning anyways, and I shan't never forget it. She looked at each particular thing, pointed to them in turn, as if to record them in her memory. Fire was there, and a table was before it, and the lamp was there with its light and rosy red, and there was satin on your bed, and there was soup and sandwiches and muffins there once. Together, still wrapped in the warmth of their secret, Becky and Sarah walked down the narrow attic stairs and back into their lives of drudgery. Yet Sarah could not help but be changed by the experience. She walked into the schoolroom with a springing step, color in her cheeks, and a smile hovering about the corners of her mouth. Her high spirits were quite astonishing to see, especially to one who had expected her to be humbled and weakened. What is the meaning of this? You do not look as if you realize that you are in disgrace. Are you absolutely hardened? I beg your pardon, Miss Minchin. I know that I am in disgrace. Be good enough not to forget it, and look as if you had come into a fortune. It is an impertinence. And remember that you are to have no food today. Yeah, joke's on you. She already ate. Yes, Miss Minchin. Someone moved my room in secret, right? If the magic had not saved me just in time, how horrible it would have been. She's like, you get no food today. It's like, joke's on you. She already ate, girl. So, okay, so I guess it was 10 fires and dust rooms, I guess. I guess we'll do some kitchen duty and we'll run some more errands. Maybe run one errands, maybe dust more rooms. I don't know. Yeah, so it's like, does it even matter? Like, doing all the things every day, just all day long. All night long. The gifts in the attic had not disappeared. In fact, they had increased. That first night, Becky and Sarah had returned to the attic to find the table set once more, now with cups and plates for both of them, a new supper, and a vase with fresh flowers on the mantelpiece. After that, there seemed no pattern to it. Every day or so, some new comfort or wonder would materialize when no one was watching. The ugly walls were covered with pictures and draperies. Books were stacked into place. The remains of old meals were cleared away and new food left in its place. I read of a robbery that went wholesome. Oh yeah? It's exactly like something fairy come true. Is this my garret? Am I the same cold, ragged, damp Sarah? And to think I used to pretend and wish there were fairies. I feel as if I might be a fairy myself, and able to turn things into anything else. I feel as if I might wish for anything, diamonds or bags of gold, and they would appear. As best as she could manage, she split her bounty with Becky. The furnishings were difficult for a little girl to move unheard on her own, and the books were of no interest to her friend, but other things could be shared. I know, right? Hope she better never comes up there. A new mattress had appeared, and so Sarah's old thin one was moved and stacked atop Becky's, along with half of the new blankets and pillows, and Becky proclaimed it the most comfortable sleep she'd ever had. But where does it all come from, miss? Who does it? Isn't it more beautiful not to know? It's just that... Becky pointed to the pink and white lilies in the vase, whose petals erupted outward like a joyous shout. I remember you telling stories about heaven, miss, and the fields of lilies. You think it's angels come to help us? Because if it is, miss, I think I'll better get back to church right quick to say my thanks. That's a nice thing to do, whether it's angels or fairies or something else. But let us not try too hard to solve the riddle. These fairies, they might disappear if we try to catch them. That's true. Elsewhere, others were still unaware of the magic, but not blind to its effects. Sarah Crew looks quite unusual lately. Absolutely fattening, I'll say. Don't know how she done it considering. Don't be ridiculous. She's always had plenty to eat. I have provided for her out of my own generosity. As you say, Mum. There is something very disagreeable in seeing that sort of thing in a child of her age. It might also be called defiance. I heard a story among the girls once about that, Sarah. I heard saying what happened if people found out she really were a princess. Rubbish. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know why I'm speaking to you anyway. Get back to your work. Yes, Mum. Oh my goodness. At the beginning of the next week, a man knocked on the door of Miss Minchin's school. Sarah was sent to answer it. She found no one there, only a selection of parcels. She laid the two largest parcels on the hall table and was looking at the address when Miss Minchin came down the stairs and saw her. Take the things to the young lady to whom they belong. Don't stand there staring at them. They belong to me. To you? What are you talking about? I don't know where they came from, but they are addressed to the little girl in the right-hand attic. That is where I sleep. Becky has the other one. Open them at once. Sarah did as she was commanded. Inside the packages was pretty and comfortable clothing, dresses, shoes, stockings, and gloves, and a beautiful coat. There was even a nice hat and an umbrella. They were all good and expensive things, and on the pocket of the coat was pinned a paper, on which were written these words: to be worn every day, will be replaced by others when necessary. Miss Minchin was quite agitated. Sarah, dear, is it possible that you do have living relatives in this country? An uncle or cousin of your father's, perhaps? None that I've never known. Papa never told me anything about family in England. Well, someone is very kind to you. Sarah could not know what thoughts were racing behind Miss Minchin's eyes, but the change in her voice was clear. As the things have been said and you are to have new ones when they are worn out, you may as well go and put them on and look respectable. After you are dressed, you may come downstairs and learn your lessons in the schoolroom. You need not go out on any more errands today. I am to be a student again? It doesn't seem real. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. It's called Lady is Trying to Cover Her Ass, basically. Uh-huh. She's like, oh crap. She's like, did I mess up? She's like, I messed up. She's like, I messed up, right? Okay, I guess we'll do, yeah, so it's like all her stats are gone again. We have to go for a walk, and I guess we have to practice dance. So now we're back to this. She's like, oh crap. She's like, if she has like, you know, a rich uncle or something, she's like, I'm in trouble, right? I'm in trouble. Uh-huh, there's the dollar signs in her eyes again. I'm like, yep, this lady. This lady. Well, here we are again in the afternoon. Sarah and Becky sat together on Sarah's new couch in the beautiful attic hideaway. No one else had yet been invited to view the changes, but every student had seen Sarah in her fine new clothes, sitting back in her old place of honor in the schoolroom. I am not sure who I am anymore. Are you making something up in your head, miss? What? When you stare at the coals like that old dreaming lot, it usually means you're making a new story. Not this time. I'm wondering what I ought to do. It seems like it can't be fairies now that other people have seen the magic happening. Miss Minchin thinks I might have relatives that I don't know about. Well, if you don't know, you wouldn't know, would you, miss? What if there is a person, a real person who is doing all this for me? And somehow or other, I must find out who it is so that I can thank them. Isn't that so? Or, he was sleeping, the robber unlocked the door and woke him up. Damn, dude, you live like this? Oh, yeah, I've heard that story. I think I got something when it disappeared. For 4 hours came with several lads and renovated the dude's entire home. Yeah, I actually heard that story before. I'm like, it is kind of nice, but then you try not to think about whether or not the stuff is stolen. Like, it's kind of a mixed bag. Yeah, you never ask where the stuff came from, just like, thanks, I guess. Seems so, miss. You know, you don't know where they are, the way they're at. Well, they know where you're at, sure enough. Seems if they wanted to talk to you, they could go ahead and do it. Maybe it's a riddle that I'm meant to solve. With magic, there is always a challenge. I hope I will think of something soon. But now if you sit still, I will get one of the new books and read it to you. What was that? Something's there, miss. Strange little sound, like a soft scratching. Sounds rather like a cat trying to get in. Sarah climbed up to peer out of the skylight. Oh, it is Charon. He has crept out of the Lascar's attic again, and he saw our light. Are you going to let him in, miss? Yes, of course. It's too cold for monkeys to be out. They're delicate. I'll coax him in. She opened the skylight and spoke to the monkey in soft, coaxing tones, the same as she would use on a sparrow or a rat, or even Miss Minchin's cat Tybalt. After a moment's hesitation, the creature seemed grateful for the invitation into warmth. He hopped through the skylight and ran through the room in a great circle, even climbing over Becky's lap. Oh, his tail tickles! After his initial exploration, the monkey curled up in a heap on a soft blanket and fell fast asleep. Poor little thing, I wonder how long he was out there. What shall you do with him? We don't have proper food or water for him here. We'll have to carry him next door to his owners. I hope he stays asleep. I'm not sure how Miss Minchin would react if a monkey were running loose in her school. Yep, it's the monkey. The house next door. Monkey's absence had not yet been noted. Mr. Carrisford himself, still an invalid, was once again entertaining a visitor. What news? Did you find the child the Russian couple adopted? Her name is Emily Carew. She is much younger than Captain Crew's little girl. I have seen and talked to her. She's not the child we are looking for. And the search has to be begun all over again. Come, we'll find her yet. We'll go to France together. Paris, of course. We might also consider Bordeaux. The climate there will be kinder to you this season. Yes, we must begin at once. No time should be lost. And yet, you seem reluctant. We could survey the schools of London if you wish to remain longer. You might have been wrong about France. Many British officers send their offspring here. No, there is a child in London who interests me, but she is not a student. A poor little serving drudge in the house next door. Wow, he still has no idea. Ram Das told me of the child's miseries, and together we invented a romantic plan to aid her. It gave us something to plan and think about in these long, dark days while you have been gone. Since I could not find the child we sought, I could at least bring comfort to some other parentless soul. If we do leave for France, I must consider what to do for that child. It would be a cruelty to abandon her now. Child without family. Perhaps you should bring her with you. She might prove a companion for Crew's child if you find her. No, it would be unkind to pluck a little London girl from her home, spirit her off to another country. Well, she knows no one and does not speak the language. Right? I know, it's just like, sir, she's fluent in French. Right? She reads and writes it. She's, it's literally the kid you're looking for, man. Like, he didn't think to go next door to the school and ask. Oh my god, the irony, right? She does not even know me. We have never met. I've played the mysterious benefactor, changing her life from a distance. If Ram Das were not so agile and soft-footed, it would not have been possible. He has crept into the child's very bedroom unheard to deliver her our gifts. Ah, here is the man himself. Ram Das salaamed respectfully, but with a touch of excitement in his eyes. Sahib, the child herself has come, the child whom we have discussed. She brings back Charon, who had again run away to her attic under the roof. I have asked that she remain. I thought that it would please you to see and speak with her if your strength is sufficient for a visit. Yes, I think I should like to see her this once. Only once, Sahib? It would do the child no kindness to prevent her now, only to abandon her at once. Carmichael has returned from his journey without success. As soon as possible, we must embark for France to continue the search. Right. You are not yet recovered. I will not allow excuses to hold me back from doing what must be done. I will go at once. I must. Ah, but that has nothing to do with this child. Please go and bring her in. As Ramdas left the room, he turned to Carmichael with a sad little smile. You see, that is another reason that I cannot bring the girl with me to Paris. I fear it might be too tempting to see her as a substitute for the child I have not yet found. I will leave some funds in trust for her with a solicitor, and wish her well, and that will be an end to it. She will never know. Then Sarah came into the room, carrying the monkey in her arms. He had awakened, and he evidently did not intend to part from her, if it could be helped. He was clinging to her and chattering. The interesting excitement of finding herself in the Indian gentleman's room had brought a flush to Sarah's cheeks. Your monkey ran away again. He came to my window, and I let him in because it was so cold. That was very thoughtful of you. Shall I give him to the Lascar now? How do you know he is a Lascar? Oh, I know Lascars. I was born in India. The Indian gentleman sat upright so suddenly, and with such a change of expression, that she was for a moment quite startled. The monkey escaped from her grasp and off to the Lascar's arm. Born in India! Come here, child. Sarah went to him and laid her hand in his, as he seemed to want to take it. Yeah, you live next door in Miss Minchin's seminary, a school, but you are not one of her pupils? I don't think I know exactly what I am. At first I was a pupil and a parlor boarder, but now I sleep in the attic next to the scullery maid. She raised her hand and his eyes wide, and then turned away. Question her, Carmichael. I cannot. What is this about? Mr. Carmichael laid his hands on Sarah's shoulders and gently guided her a few steps away from the fragile man. Don't scare the banana lad, right? He stooped a bit, lowering his eyes to her level, and spoke soothingly. What is your name, my dear? Sarah? What do you mean that you were a pupil at first, Sarah? When I was first taken there by my papa, but he died. He lost all his money, and there was none left for me. There was no one to take care of me or to pay Miss Minchin. How did your father lose his money? He did not lose it himself. He had a friend he was very fond of. It was his friend who took his money. He loved his friend too much. He trusted him. He should not. Now came the quavering voice of the invalid gentleman. Perhaps the friend might not have meant to do harm. It might have happened through a mistake. Sarah's response was solemn. It did not matter for my papa. The shock of it killed him. What was your father's name, child? Oh, here we go. His name was Ralph Crewe. Captain Crewe. He died in India. It is the child! The child! His eyes bulged in his head, and he went quite pale, before exploding in a fit of coughing. Come! The Lascar ran to his side at once, while the other gentleman looked away and cleared his throat. Right? Yes. Well, Ramdas is a devoted servant. Sarah could not understand his words, overwhelmed as she was with the strength of the Indian gentleman's reaction. It seemed for a moment as if he might die there right in front of her. Ramdas, the Lascar, poured out drops from a bottle into a snifter and held it to his master's lips while soothing his trembling shoulders. With the two of them so evidently occupied, Sarah turned in confusion to the other man in the room. Right, don't pop them out, man! What child am I? Mr. Carrisford was your father's friend, Sarah. Don't be afraid. We have been looking for you. For me? Then he was the one who lost my papa's money. He only thought that he had lost it. It was a mistake. He believed that it was true, and because he loved your father so much, his grief made him so ill that he was not in his right mind. He almost died of brain fever, and long before he began to recover, your poor papa was dead. He did not know where to find you. He believed you were in school in France or in Russia. We've been searching the world for you. And I was so near. Ramdas clasped his master's shoulder in a gesture of support. Mr. Carrisford looked calmer now, leaning back in his chair and breathing freely, though still pale. Did not guess, nor did I dream that you were his friend's poor child. Saw only that you were a little girl who was kind to others, and was not treated with kindness. Ram told me how he saw you go by on your errands looking so sad and neglected, and how you slept in a cold and joyless garret. We wished to make you happier. And so I climbed through your window to bring you gifts and try to make you comfortable. Right? I need to read this book now. Yeah, it's a really good book. Um, Sarah's face lit. She walked up to Ram Dass and Mr. Carrisford, her hands clasped to her breast. You said the things to me, the beautiful things. It is you who are my friends. And with that, there were many tears and embraces. You have your father's sweet face, but those eyes must be your mother's. They are mine. People often say that they are strange, so they must not look like my mother's because she was beautiful. Ram Dass chuckled deeply at her words. Little one, many things can be both strange and beautiful. Oh! Mr. Carmichael stepped in now to turn matters back to the practical. Sarah, now that we have found you, we wish to begin plans for your future. The father's share of the diamonds will be yours, but for now you may wish to complete your schooling. She is not to return to that seminary. They have abused and mistreated her quite enough. I need not go back. I am glad. Carmichael, go and speak to this Miss Minchin. She will be very angry. She does not like me, though perhaps it is my fault, because I do not like her. However, there is someone special that must be told. At this point there came a knock upon the door. It seemed that Carmichael would be spared the trip, for the visitor at the door was none other than Miss Minchin herself. Yep, time to free Becky. I am very sorry to disturb you, Mr. Carrisford, but I have explanations to make. I am the proprietress of the Select Seminary for Young Ladies next door. I have come here as a matter of duty. I've just discovered that you've been intruded upon through the forwardness of one of my pupils, a charity pupil who intruded without my knowledge. She turned upon Sarah. Go home at once. You shall be severely punished for this. Both Ram Dass and Mr. Carrisford each laid a protective hand on one of Sarah's shoulders. Uh-oh. You made her new dads angry. She is not going. Her home for the future will be with us. With you? That is most... Mr. Carrisford, madam, was an intimate friend of the late Captain Crewe. He was his partner in certain large investments. The fortune which Captain Crewe supposed he had lost has been recovered. Sarah's fortune? Oh. Here we go. Yep, you made her new dads angry. Yeah, they're gonna get you now, lady. Certain events have increased it enormously. The diamond mines have retrieved themselves. Oh man, so Sarah's like filthy rich now. There are not many princesses, Miss Minchin, who are richer than your little charity pupil will be. Ooh! Aghast, she looked back and forth between the members of the room, as if expecting someone to admit to the jest. But no such explanation was forthcoming. Dunkla time! The muscles in her neck tightened visibly as she swallowed. I see. That is most fortunate for her. Until now I've been forced to do everything for her out of my own pocket. But for me, she should have starved in the streets. She might have starved more comfortably there than in your attic. Ooh! I maintain a school of many pupils. I cannot keep them all in comfort without funds. But now if she can pay for her schooling as the others do, I would be very pleased to keep her. I bet you would, lady. If Sarah herself wishes to return to you, I dare say Mr. Carrisford might not refuse to allow it. But that rests with Sarah. This requirement to plead for Sarah's acceptance clearly did not sit well with the woman, but she would not give up so easily. Dear Sarah, I have not spoiled you perhaps, but you know that your papa was pleased with your progress at my seminary. And I have always been fond of you. Yeah, right. Have you, Miss Minchin? I did not know that. We used to take tea together, do you recall? I have always had your best interests at heart. I have even allowed you to continue your education when you were unable to pay. If you return, all can be as it was. Sarah's green eyes fixed on her with a quiet, determined look. You know why I will not go home with you. You know quite well. Have you no gratitude? Are you completely heartless? I am very grateful for the good friends that have sustained me when I was in need, but you have never been my friend. I do not wish for any harm to come to you. I do not want to hurt you as you have hurt me, but I will never belong to you again. Miss Minchin flinched. though she held herself proudly. Right? Perhaps she did the best that she could. She did give me a place to sleep and books to read. She was not kind, but she was not deliberately vicious most of the time. That is not enough. I will not allow obligation or forced gratitude to put me in a position where she can hurt me again. I am free now. I will have a new life. Ah! Hooray! There was a great bustling around the front of Miss Minchin's Select Seminary, as all of Sarah's belongings were removed and carried out to the house next door. Oh, you sweet summer child, right? Proprietress herself could do nothing but stand and fume. To have such a chance and let it slip from her fingers. The girls were abuzz with whispers and rumors. Those who had been friends, like kind, dependable Ermengarde, came forward to wish Sarah good fortune on her travels. Others hid themselves away in shame at their own past behavior, Lavinia, or chagrin for not keeping up a connection which might now prove to be valuable. Yeah, Lavinia, Jessie. Far above, in the little attic room, the cheer was lessened. Once all of the new treasures were stripped and boxed and toted away. There was nothing left but the bare skeleton, cold and soulless, as it had been before Sarah's exile to the garret. I would have power bombed her into hell. All of the magic was gone. Aw, Becky. Becky walked over to the iron bedstead that had once been Sarah's and laid her hand upon the mattress. Miss Minchin had insisted that Becky's second mattress be returned to the other attic, to make the room suitable for habitation again, if she could find another such maid. There was no way for Becky to refuse. Mattresses belonged to Miss Minchin, after all. Everything did. Aw. Becky? Oh, miss! As Sarah and all her finery walked into the dingy little attic, Becky awkwardly adjusted the kerchief on her head. Good afternoon, miss. Isn't there anything you wanted to say to me? Well, miss, I'm happy for you. I am. It's the best thing that could have happened. You deserve good things. Maybe now you go back to India like you wanted. Maybe you can meet that monkey's family in the jungle where it's warm and full of coconuts. Oh, Becky, you silly precious thing. Sarah caught up Becky's hands in her own. Isn't there something else you wanted to tell me? Something you wanted to ask me? Don't know what you mean, miss. Did we make a promise to each other long ago? I'm not keeping any secrets. Not that. Did we always promise always to tell each other if we were in trouble? If there was something we needed? I'll have a new home now. I'll be leaving this school. Maybe I'll find a new one. Maybe we'll travel. But isn't there something you need? I'll just need you to be happy, miss. Oh, Becky, can't you ask for anything for yourself? Be right, miss. Then I will do it for you. Oh. Okay. Well, hello. Before Becky's widening eyes, Sarah knelt on the bare attic floor, still clasping the other girl's hand in hers. Will you do me the honor of coming with me and sharing my life forever? You have to say yes or no, Becky. I want to give you everything. Only if it's what you want. Right? I know. Like, aww. Oh, miss. That still isn't an answer. You'll really take me with you and let me be your maid? I don't want you to be my maid. I want you to be my partner. To share in my fortunes just like Mr. Carrisford and my papa did. You deserve a happy ending just as much as I do. We are both the same, you and I, don't you see? You mean I won't have to work no more if I don't want to? You'll take care of me? I want to do more than protect you. I want to make you a princess. Cuteness overload. Right? And it's like, oh, I ride in the carriage and all. Well, we shall travel among the populace and bring gifts just like Father Christmas. Oh, miss! And if you keep calling me miss, I'm going to have to call you the same in return. Becky, I love you. Aww, that's so sweet. Now please, don't you say what you want. Will you come? I'll go anywhere with you, miss. Sarah. Yes. Aw, Sarah leapt to her feet and hugged her. I know, right? Aren't they so cute? You see, the magic helped me to keep my promise. Now we need a new promise. To live happily ever after. Oh my goodness, so freaking cute. So freaking cute. Yeah, see, so it's based on a novel, A Little Princess. That was very cute. I really liked it. That was really cute. So yeah, so visual novel. Yeah, there are definitely a few changes here and there, but I understand why they made those changes. Colton, are you okay? I know it's like it was really sweet, and yeah, and so she didn't leave Becky behind. My blood is now red syrup. This is so very cute, so very cute. Yeah, so she didn't leave Becky behind. You know, she made sure that she got to go with her. Oh, I found it. There you go. I hope you enjoy it, Julius. Remember, it is set in Victorian England, so there's definitely gonna be uh, some different things. There is gonna be colonialism in there with the language and with the class system, but it is a very, very good story. Uh, and yeah, and it is a little different from the game. There's a new edition that came out here. My heart, I know, it was very sweet, right? Like, and Lavinia and Jesse didn't even come to say goodbye. Ermengarde said goodbye to her, and I'm sure Lottie did too. But Lavinia, she was just like, oh my god, I was a jerk to this lady. And it's just like, yeah, you were. And it's just like, mm-hmm. So, okay. So I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I like visual novels. It's been kind of nice doing, having a stream with them. The thing is that my wallet, they won't like it. Well, just get it when you can afford it, Julius. Oh, there we go. That's cute. Just like that cute little picture of them, a little lily princess. Yeah, so the next visual novel we'll be checking out next week is called Strawberry Vinegar, and that one is set in Japan. Thank you, Golden. Thank you so much for hanging out, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the visual novel. Yes, and thank you for the raid from Alpha Daddy. Thank you for all the subs and resubs. And if you're new and you would like to join our Discord, you can do that. You can hang out with everybody after streams. And you can, of course, follow on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And you can subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's not in Finland. Oh no. Yeah, and you can subscribe to the YouTube channel if you like. If you missed a past stream, you can catch up on the VODs there, and there's also clips of the channel and videos about social issues. And yes, if you want to grab one of those raid commands, yeah, if you're subbed, grab the sub raid command. If you're not subbed, you can grab the command with the little hearts. I think we're gonna go say hello to Bradderfield. He's playing some retro games tonight, so we're gonna go check him out and say hello. But thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. We're gonna go say hi to Bradderfield. Bradderfield is playing some retro games right now. Bradderfield does a lot of speed runs of Mega Man, and he also does art streams. Sometimes Duolingo streams, so you can learn some new languages. So we're gonna go say hello to him. Wednesday night, we are, I think it's appropriate for Halloween. We are gonna start playing Bayonetta 2. I've never played it. I'm excited about it. Thursday, I'm not sure. We might do Skyrim. We might do Ooblets. We'll see. But we're gonna raid Bradderfield. Come with me. Say hello. Give him a few minutes of your time, and hang out. And thank you so much for hanging out, everyone. Love y'all. Remember to do your best, to be kind to yourselves, and be kind to each other. I will see you later for Wednesday night stream. Go say hi to Bradder. Until next time, bye everyone.